Ayo, 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 welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Another episode of The Random Show, day number 2, day 2 of the 30-day marathon, day 2 of the 30-day marathon. Appreciate all of you. Whoopsie. Apologies for last night. I couldn't make it last night. Too tired from the gym. But I did technically do a stream early in the day. So that was day 1. And day 2 is today. So I didn't miss one. So it worked out pretty well. But apologies for those of you that was a no-show yesterday. But we're continuing on. We're continuing on. Thank you so much for joining me once again. As I mentioned, we're doing a 30-day marathon in May. 30-day marathon. I started it yesterday. I should have probably started today because it's the first. But anyway, regardless, I started it yesterday. So today's day 2 of 30. We're going to be streaming every single day through May. Get those memberships up. And most importantly, to just provide some good content. Some good, fun, cheery background noise content for your fun, enjoyment, and whatever else it may be. Plus, I'm curious to see, as I was last time, when I will hit the wall. If I'll hit the wall. I think last time I hit the wall around 15 days. I started missing days in between. So I'm curious to see, can I go past 15? Can I do 20? Can I do 30? Can I get right to the end and do 31? Well, you will find out more if you stick by and you watch The Random Show every single day through the month of May. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun. And of course, this is also, part 2 of the B-Day Bonanza? Part 2 of the B-Day Bonanza. Part 2 of the birthday bonanza. So thank you once again for those of you guys who joined me yesterday. It was great. I don't really like celebrating my birthday. I'm not really a birthday celebration kind of guy. If I'm being completely honest, I think doing that sort of stuff as a man is a bit lame, a bit GAY and shit. And I'm very cold-hearted and stern and stoic and lacking in human emotions. So I don't like those type of things. But from time to time, you can do it. You know, from time to time, you can indulge yourself. You can buy yourself a nice little drink, throw yourself a little party, a bloody blah, 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 blah. In my case, I prefer to stream. I prefer to sit down and stream, chat shit on the internet, and hang out with you guys because it's far better than just doing all the conventional quote-unquote birthday stuff. It's just a bit lame. It's just a bit lame. Honestly is. Actually, if I could go back in time, or what I'd tell somebody is that you should get all that shit out of your system as far as possible. I think there's nothing worse. I don't know if this is true though. Maybe I'm going back what I'm going to say. I was about to say, there's nothing worse than an adult who's very cringe and very cheesy and all that sort of stuff. But then there's also something quite endearing about an adult that doesn't mind being cringe. An adult that doesn't mind a bit of self-indulgence. An adult that doesn't mind embarrassing themselves. An adult that kind of enjoys being a center of attention. There's nothing wrong with that. But I just think you should enjoy it, or you should make the most out of it whilst you're young, or younger, definitely. Then the older you get, you start to kind of like pull it back a bit. Or if you want to be the whole birthday person, maybe start doing it with like a focused, concentrated, select group of people. But then when you're younger, you celebrate, you shout about your birthday from the rooftops. It's my birthday! Oh! You're screaming about it. You're posting it everywhere. You're having a birthday week, a birthday month. You're posting it on your stories, on your fucking feed. It's on your fucking, reels. It's on your TikToks everywhere. That you should do when you're young. Get out of your system. Get it out of your system as soon as possible. But then the older you become, you should really, really, really start toning it down a bit. Toning it down a bit. Toning it down a bit. Because there's nothing more unbecoming than a grown-ass man. I think for women. I think for the women and the gays and the days in betweens, they can do what they want. I think for a man, for a quintessential heterosexual man, for a, straight-laced man, I think you should wind it down a bit. There's nothing worse than the dude that's into all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta, tranquilo, calmate. Tranquilo, calmate. That's just my opinion, okay? Thank you for joining me on my Manosphere Talk. So, big up everybody for tuning in. We're gonna start the show off. We're gonna start the show off with a trailer. Have you guys seen the new trailer, courtesy of Tom Segura? Have you guys seen it? Tom Segura's got a movie on Netflix called Bad Thoughts coming out, and I don't know, man. I don't mind it. It doesn't look too bad. Maybe I'm a gullible motherfucker, But I don't mind it. More so because I've said previously on this stream that I think another reason why comedy or stand-up comedy is shit is that a lot of these guys don't really like make anything. All they do is podcast. Yes, I know I do the same thing and I talk on a stream, but these guys don't really create things, right? They're not writing TV shows. They're not writing jokes most of the times. They're not trying to put together movies, whatever. They're not really making things. So it's hard to kind of exercise that funny bone. And it also is a bit boring as a fan because all you get to hear is them sitting in front of a microphone talking while they're sitting on a table, you know, or sitting at a table. So it's quite refreshing for once to see somebody trying. Now, most likely, this will end up like Bert Kreischer's movie, innit? The Machine. Most likely. But from the trailer, it doesn't look bad. But I know that it will end up that way. But from the trailer that I'm seeing right now, it doesn't look too shabby. It's called Bad Thoughts. I guess Tom Segura may have directed it or something. I'm not too sure. But it stars Tom Segura in it. Let's play it. And if I'm not mistaken, he's some sort of like assassin. And then things go wrong. I don't know. What else to talk about? But yeah, let me play the video.
You got 24 hours, Agent 6. Don't get yourself killed.
It's a job. I only have one rule. No women, no children.
Oh my God. Well, I think I'm going out of my head. Yes,
So I guess this also might explain why he's been working out a bunch, right? Maybe the whole reason why he's working out was because this movie was in plans for a couple of years.
I think I'm going out of my head.
I'm a global country superstar who's lost his mojo. So he decided to kidnap his fans, force them to live in a poor people town, make them share their deepest, darkest traumas so I could put it into hit songs.
My mother died in 9/11.
Ooh, I like that.
That's a good little Garth Brooks cameo there, by the way. That's really interesting. I wonder if that's one of the main premises. He plays this Garth Brooks character that's like unhinged and kills people.
Get this starving bitch a shrimp.
Large iced coffee and just a splash of whole milk.
Next.
Could you just remake this with less milk?
Less milk?
I'm a professional barista. I know.
Hold on, is that the guy from Tfatk? Is that the guy from Golden Hour? Is that the guy from Golden Hour? I swear that's the guy from Golden Hour. The producer for Tfatk. Isn't that him? Is it Mark or something? Mark? Isn't that him? Or am I bugging out? It looks like him, man.
I know what a fucking splash is.
Think of this as a conversation to get to the truth.
Come out to me, big boy.
Want to get to the real stuff.
He's clearly using that headset for virtual reality porn.
I have severe carpal tunnel.
Slick stuff.
You're a terrible person.
Raw stuff.
Welcome to the party.
There's no better feeling than killing the enemy.
You know we have to transfer schools, right?
Of course.
Oh, Christina P's in it too. That's pretty cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. I quite like that. He's got his wife in it too, playing his wife. Not too bad.
I am exhausted.
You killed 3 people.
I know. Why not you guys do it?
That looks good, man. Come on. That looks good. Come on, bro. Come on, guys. I know I've got a lot of doubters in the stream chat, but come on. Come on, bro. That trailer looks good. That trailer looks good. Let's be fair. I know some of us aren't the biggest fans of Tom Segura. I know some of us aren't the biggest fans of Your Mum's House anymore. But let's be fair. Does that trailer look good? Yes or no? Yes or no? Good. I'm not saying great. I'm not saying amazing. I'm not saying Emmy award winning. Does it look good? Does it look good? Put your hate for Tom to one side. Put your hate for Bert to one side. Hate for Christina P to one side. Your hate for Your Mum's House overall, one side. Does that look good? Yes or no? Well, you guys said agreed. I hate Tom, but it actually looks good. Big up Yoho Joy. Big up my brother. Big up Timo Kazi. Really good point. Movies are usually bad now. It seems okay. By the way, they said series, brother. I wonder what they mean by that. Do they mean Netflix series in a series of movies? Or is that a series as in it's a it's a TV series. What they say here? Step into the. Yeah, I don't know if they mean it's going to be episodes and it's going to be different seasons, or if that's actually a series. Yeah, look, it says it there on the title. A Netflix comedy series. Do they mean a movie or is that a series, like a TV series? Big up Tony FM. I'm blinded by my hate. Big up Izanella. What watch will he buy to celebrate this trailer? Big up Izanella. Big up Booth McGee. He looks like he's on TRT. Black American. It looks good, bro. We get it. It looks good, bro. We got it. You got. I love how the stream chat are more haters than I am. That's good. That's a good balance. You need that, because this could be described. The random show could be described as a hater stream, but I like that I'm less of a hater than the people who watch this show. That's brilliant. I love that. Big up Black American. Big up my guy. Big up Tim Okazi. Hate Christina P from Virginia. Ace of Andy. Looks like hundreds of other Netflix movies. Tony, I cannot be trusted to answer honestly. It looks like garbage to me. And Tom is the worst except for the creepy Skyline. Tony FM, tell us how you really feel, brother. Hates consuming me. Big up God's favorite. Booth McGee, I rarely pull up Netflix. Yeah, I watched Netflix the other day, by the way. I was because I randomly started watching You, because the new season's gonna be out. Or new season's out already, sorry. And I was reminded by why Netflix fell off, because the first season of You, maybe at a stretch the second season, were fairly decent. And then it just dropped off a cliff. Like, I skimmed through the seasons. I went through a couple episodes and jumped through. And I was like, wow, this is what happens to everything on Netflix. Either it's good or it starts off great and it gets to shit. But the majority of stuff on fucking Netflix, like that front page, when you're on it, you're like, what the fuck am I going to watch? And You came out ages ago. I'm not watching nothing new. Like, it's so brutal. Which is why I kind of understand. Now I get why people watch stuff like Love on the Spectrum. You know? I think those type of shows are like abusive and shit, but I can't really say that because I like watching Wings of Redemption, DSP, detractor content, you know, and that stuff is equal as abusive. But I get why people watch those type of reality-based TV shows, right? Love is Blind, because at least they're going to give you some form of entertainment. They don't take themselves too seriously. It's mostly about these oddball characters on the show themselves, you know? You don't really have to pay much attention when you're watching Love is Blind. You don't have to be focused reading the fucking subtitles. You can have it playing in the background as you're fucking showering with your back to the screen, and you still can figure out what the fuck's going on. So I get why people watch those stuff, Bravo things, whatever else it may be, because Netflix on the whole, if you go on that homepage, it is brutal, man. Like, you don't know what to watch. Like, you don't want to get invested in something. Like, oh, shit, that's the thing I watched. Oh my God, please don't watch this. I'm sure some of you won't because you're way smarter than I am. There's a new Netflix thing starring Tom Hardy. I think it might be called Concrete or something. It's about him being a corrupt cop. Oh my God. So fucking awful. So fucking awful. It's so bad. It might be worse than Mobland. He's in some series called Mobland, which is actually actually quite shit too, despite the elite cast it's got. But there's a series with Tom Hardy now. It's on Netflix right now at the moment. It's so fucking garbage. It's so terrible. They CGI like car chases. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just, yeah. So with that being said, I think this is going to be pretty decent.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Tony FM. Appreciate it, brother.
Tom sucks so much I bought this super chat just so we can hate him for one more moment. Big up Saws.
Big up Tony FM. You're a legend. Big up Tony FM. Just going back though, that is the guy from Golden Hour, right? That is him. That's Chin's friend, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's Chin's friend. Is his name Nick? Is his name Chris? I don't know what the white guy's name is, but the guy working in the barista that pours out that thing, that pours out all the milk and gets snarky with Tom. I'm sure that is the Golden Hour guy. That's a pretty good little role for him, man. Well done to him. I didn't know he acts. That's definitely him, isn't it? That's 100% the guy. I don't know what his name is though. Don't ask me why. I think somebody called him Beanie Guy or something. But yeah, that's him. Maybe that might explain why he was off a few times during fucking Golden Hour filming. And he's the one of the stars of Golden Hour. He's like a co-host on the what's that Shorb show? Is it Shorb show? Also works with Chin on After Hour. So this might be one of his biggest credits. This might be one of his biggest fucking credits. But yeah, big up him. Big up him. That's a fucking good look for him, man. I think he's in the trailer twice. There's another scene in it where he gets put underneath a tap. I think that guy might be in the trailer. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's in the trailer twice. Pretty good, isn't it? No, it's not that one. It's another one where I think he put somebody under a tap. See if I can find it. Bear with me a second here. There, yeah. Under. And he goes under the pressure machine. There he is. Yeah. So he's in the trailer twice. Good little look for him. I think his name might be Nick. Is his name Nick? Maybe his name's Nick. I forgot what the kid's name is, but yeah. I don't mind. I'm gonna check it out. When's it releasing? May 13th. Oh, is his name Casey? Okay. I said Tom. I said Mark. I said Nick, but his name is actually Casey. Okay, cool. Casey is Beanie Guy. Okay, cool. My bad. Big up Casey though. Big up Casey. That's a good look. That's a fucking good look. All right, moving on from that one. Let's jump into this article courtesy of the New York Times. New York Times wrote an article about THEO. THEO's absolutely killing it lately. He's absolutely fucking killing it. So big up THEO Blood Clot Von. It says THEO Von dismantles the internet show. The comedian and podcaster is one of the most defining conversationalists. The comedian and podcaster is one of the say that again. The comedian and the podcaster is one of the defining conversationalists of media now. Why can't I read today? The comedian and podcaster is one of the defining conversationalists of media's new MAGA-friendly mainstream, but he can be harder to pin down politically, culturally than his broadcast peers. So it's a really fucking little article on THEO in New York Times. Oh, it's written by John Karamika as well. He's a really good writer. I like that guy. So let's read this quickly. What does it say about THEO? Is THEO Von podcasting from the right or the left? By the way, why does that matter? Why do people always need to be pinned down? Like, the need to pin somebody down like this politically is always redacted, in my personal opinion. Has always been so much. Also, the need for everybody to involve themselves or engage in political conversations. Like, I like THEO. He's a funny dude, but he doesn't strike me as the smartest guy in the world. Like, do you really want to hear his opinions on really fucking, super political topics and shit? Do you really want him to opine on certain policies? Or you just want him to do what he does best? You know what I mean? Like, let people do what they do best instead of making them get into the fucking politics thing. When he sat with Trump last summer in the run-up to the presidential election, he led a surprisingly affecting and humanizing conversation about drugs and addiction, unlike any Trump had ever publicly had. But also with Gabor Mate, a Canadian physician who's written extensively about Middle East, the conversation about thousands of children killed by Israel in Gaza reduced Von to tears. Is Von compassionate or crude? With the professor and podcaster Scott Galloway. By the way, why is that even it's almost like the writer is saying, if you like Trump, it's impossible that you can have any kind of sympathy or empathy for kids being killed in Gaza. That assertion alone is fucking crazy, right? Just because you wear a red hat, just because you vote Republican, just because you lean right, you have no capacity to feel any type of empathy, sympathy, or pain for people who get blown to pieces in fucking Gaza. Like, what? Like, honestly, I hate this. This is why I hate politics. Politics is so fucking lame. I hate how it consumes most of our lives. I hate how they try and force it down our throats. I hate how they try to use it as a barometer or as a way to judge you as a person, when really you should be judged on the strength of the things that you say, the things that you do, all these type of things, how you treat your family, your friends, waiters, and service staff in shops and stuff and hotels. That's where people judge you, not whether or not you tick a certain box. And I abhor the idea that people that are Republicans don't have a heart, don't have sympathy, don't have empathy. Like, just because you don't politically align with them doesn't mean that whatsoever. But anyway, what do I know? Let's continue. Is Von compassionate or crude? With the professor and podcaster Scott Galloway, Von spoke openly about his struggles with pornography. The quote, "It was the first kind of interaction with women that I could manage," he said. But also jokingly with Grace O'Malley, a stand-up comedian, about her romantic dry spell, Von assured her, "I think there's a lot of semen heading your way in 2025. That's a really good line, by the way. As an interviewer and a host of his This Past Weekend, a podcast that routinely garners millions of views and listeners, ranking among the most watched shows in the country, Von's chameleonic chill is both his superpower and his mask, the result of a kind of lenticular effect depending on the week. He's sophisticated or naif, one of the bros, or a sly interloper. Can't he be everything all at once? Is that okay? Why does that have to be in a fucking neat and tidy box, for fuck's sake? It continues. Von, a all shucks 45-year-old. Oh, he's 45. Shit, he doesn't look that old, innit? Theo might be one of the only white people in media who doesn't look as old as he actually is. He's 45. Fair play. The all shucks 45-year-old with hair somewhere between shag and mullet and a persistent mean of a latent mischief is often lumped into the ingeniality grouped manosphere. Inelegant. Why can't I speak today? The inelegantly grouped manosphere, a loose aggregation of podcast hosts and social media figures. Joe Rogan being the son of that solar system, whose policies lean rightward, whose attitude is allergic to doubt. They have built in, that's a nice line actually, I like that. Whose attitude is allergic to doubt. That's actually something you can describe locals as. Locals are allergic to locals are allergic to yeah, that would be the best way. I'm gonna say certainly, but that's probably the opposite. They have built in short order a parallel mainstream media ecosystem with personality-driven platforms that often let guests hawk their viewpoints unchecked, creating an echo chamber of boast and brag. I don't know if they do. I'm starting to not buy this unchecked thing, by the way, and this need for certain platforms to like push back and call people out on certain things. Nowadays with the internet, if somebody's chatting shit, you can debunk what they're saying in real time. You can sit down and listen to a Rogan interview with some blowhard, and if you don't like the sound of what they say, or if what they say isn't really vibing with you and you're getting the hint that they might be chatting shit, you can literally just open up, an AI, a search engine, and ask the questions and figure out if that person's talking shit, yes or no, very, very quickly. You don't need Rogan, you don't need Lex Friedman, you don't need THEO, you don't need any of these people to kind of be the person to push back on that person in real time. It would be nice if they did, fair, but you don't need to. You can just do it yourself. Like, it's fairly easy to do. It continues. Last month, when Von was a guest on the Full Send podcast hosted by MAGA prankster Nelk Boys, he poked at their spacious moral window into regarding booking guests. He says, finally, somebody that's not a sex trafficker on here, which is hilarious. But unlike those peers, Von was pointedly tough to pin down, culturally or politically. He's fear-free, lightly oddball, and unself-conscious inquisitiveness, and his comfort playing with the jumbled signifiers of political affiliation, race, class, and more make him far more than a nebulous performer. Under the cover of a manosphere, he's become one of the defining conversationalists in America. And again, the term manosphere too. Just because I'm a dude and I'm largely speaking to a male-based audience, does that have to be a manosphere thing, or is that just a consequence of the audience that you garner, an audience that you attract over time? So what are women-based podcasts or podcasts that are predominantly listened by women? Are those that womanosphere? Does that even exist? I think those labels make those things more toxic than they are. I'm not gonna lie. I think they make more toxic because if you're a fresh and fit type of dude, as nonsense and as full of shit as those guys are, those are your guys. No one's gonna tell you about them. Those are people you listen to. You enjoy what they do. You're gonna ride with them. So this labeling of manosphere stuff ain't gonna really change your opinion of them whatsoever, And if you don't like it, you won't go there. So I don't understand this need to label manosphere dangerous. Don't listen to it. It might make you hate women. Oh, it's like, shut up. Fyodor Kapitiani von Kurzweil, is that his name? Shit. Fyodor Kapitani von Kernatowski. Fyodor Kapitiani von Kernatowski III, who describes his heritage as Polish and Nicaraguan, grew up in a small town in Louisiana. He speaks often about his challenging relationship with his family. His father was over 60 when Theo was born, and said that he was legally emancipated at 14. His first brush with celebrity came in 2000 as a teenage cast member of season 9 of MTV Road Wars. Footage shows that Von, already conversant in the same kinds of socially skeptical and laconically self-lacerating humor that still shape his work. He went on to become a stand-up comic. Bloody hell, some of these words that they use unnecessarily. Like, what that? Laconically self-lacerating. Like, what? Why can't you say self-deprecating? Laconically self-deprecating. Okay, cool. This past weekend began in the mid-2010s in part as a platform for Theo Von to talk about addiction and recovery process. That's true, by the way. That's a very good point people forget. In the beginning, this past weekend was mostly about him just working through his addiction and recovery issues. And if he had relapsed on anything, he'd go in there and admit it and stuff. Like, it was actually pretty good for that. And this evolution into this next chapter has been pretty cool to see. He has spoken about his struggles with alcohol and drugs and intimacy disorder, as it has become an interview destination for comedians, musicians, actors, and politicians. Von has repositioned himself as a Forrest Gump-esque everyman, careening his way into the top of American popular culture and democracy. You're exceptional at being average, the right-wing personality Candace Owens told him. That's hilarious. Rogan, perhaps his closest analog, treats interviews like a bouts of conversational one-upmanship. Von's mode is almost completely opposite. In his rangy, vibey conversations, he presents as a proxy for the average American citizen, getting bombarded by opinions at all times and simply trying to forge a coherent path through the competing streams of information and misinformation. Last fall, his show went into overdrive, becoming a must-visit for politicians and proxies from both parties, from Trump, Bernie Sanders, J.D. Vance, Mark Cuban, stumping for Kamala Harris, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But his motivations weren't purely political. Von, he was partially drawn to Trump's knowing that one of Trump's brothers died of alcoholism-related causes and thought talking with him might be revealing. By the way, that is very true. That Trump interview that Theo did might have been the best one he did throughout the entirety of that whole political campaign, or during the election, sorry. That might be easily the best Trump interview during the entirety of that election campaign, because the rest of them are a bit of a snooze fest, especially the Rogan one. But I thought Theo going down that angle of addiction, basically talking to fucking Trump about the benefits and the pros and cons of cocaine, like, that was fucking brilliant. Like, that was a really good interview. That was one of the rare ones that I wouldn't say humanized Trump. It was just a different conversation, you know? I think if you don't think he's human, you're not gonna think he's human. It continues. The quote: "You don't hear a lot of his feelings, Trump's feelings," Von told the comedian Tom Green during the recent episodes. "And if you do, he doesn't communicate it in a way where it's very emotional to people. I don't feel like, so I was just curious about that." Von tried to host Harris and Tim Waltz to no avail. He says it was kind of a bummer. I think it would have just let them be more normal, he says. He told Green before pivoting to a thought of why the unvarnished world of podcasts is so disproportionately effective. If something's too much behind a glass these days, people don't trust the glass. That's a good point. And again, I don't know who advised Kamala Harris to like avoid the podcast and shit, but they were really wrong. They were really wrong. I don't think podcasts did a big job in terms of actually swaying people in terms of who they're going to vote for. I think the performance of, someone like a Biden and stuff, and how the economy was going and how people's lives were during the 4 years that he was in, I think convinced people that they're going to vote for Trump regardless. So I don't think anything Kamala would have said in the pod would have changed how the election went. But I still think she puts too much credit, or they were making those podcasters be like too big than what they are. I think Kamala would have walked circles around Rogan. Rogan talks as if he's like this, like he's the final level of interviews and you have to come to him for the truth and blah blah blah. I think Kamala Harris would have absolutely dog walked Rogan. I don't know why they avoided it. Like, these guys aren't that smart. Like, they would have absolutely schooled them. So it wouldn't have changed the election, but I think it would have made them look more human. Like Theo says in his article, it would have made her look more personable. it would have just made people like her more as a person. That would have helped. Because I think JD Vance got a lot of that. Look at how much people love JD Vance after the THEO interview. Like, JD seemed like a cool dude. He seemed like he could hang, have a chat. I think he had an interview with Tim Dillon too. I think that went pretty well. So those things can help in terms of your public perception. But it felt like Kamala and the Democrats were like almost as if they felt like they were too good for podcasts, you know? That's what it felt like. It felt like they were too good to talk to like the regular person. They were too good to go on those platforms. They thought they were too smart for it, too waste of their time, whatever it was. And I wonder if that sort of apathy sort of like was radiating from them, and people, when it came to election, were like, all right, cool, we're going to show you apathy. We're voting the other way. I wonder. Who knows? It continues. And also agree with what he said here at the end, by the way. If there's something too much behind the glass these days, people don't trust the glass. I think that's very true. I think this is a remnants or a consequence of COVID. I think people just don't trust mainstream media. They don't trust governments. They don't trust anybody anymore. And the more you try and say that you're the one that should be trustworthy, people are going to be even more distrustful of you. So yeah, this is probably the perfect time for that sort of stuff. Anyway, it continues. There is no glass on this past weekend, which has anything may happen elan of public access television. Von's interviews generally run around 2 hours and can feel even less hurried than that. Key to their effectiveness is neither Von nor his guests appear to have anywhere else to be. A jagged conversationalist, Von sometimes leads with spicy wit, sometimes with curiosity, and sometimes with silence. Often, he's holding on to his thoughts or maybe formulating them just a couple of seconds longer than is comfortable, nudging his guests to fill the void. Von's show, with its afterthought set design, his studios in Nashville, where he lives now, and unassuming effect, is the antithesis of his canned talk shows and the network television has been refining for half a century. And while it's difficult to compare metrics across platforms, Von's audience often tops millions of views on YouTube, and he competes with the glib performances of three major late night shows like Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, and Stephen Colbert. By the way, I wonder if has he moved to Nashville full time? Because I did remember he was living half in LA and half in Texas. So I wonder if he's moved there full time to Texas. Hence why the Nashville thing is there. He can continue. He can draw on a wider range of guests as well. After a wave of social media cancellations that began in 2010s, it's unsurprising that an alternative media universe would emerge to provide a safe harbor for actual alleged or purported transgressors, also social morals, of social mores or politics or misbehavior, who have been derided but maybe not disqualified in earlier generations. I don't think that's true. I don't think podcasts are just a safe haven for cancelled people. I just think they're a safe haven for people that generally don't get interviewed on mainstream platforms or broadcasters. Simple as that, you know. And obviously the lack of time limit too helps people to just kind of sit down and listen to these type of things. By dint of his down home edginess and comfort with
powerful bunch.
Yo, big up.
For my favorite pilled manosphere podcasters, be they.
Big up, Ayo Joy. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. You're a legend. By dint of his down home edginess and comfort in slick filth, Von somewhat overlaps with the rest of the manosphere. What sets him apart is that he's not particularly cowed by fame or wisdom or authority or aggression. He blends curiosity with humility and treats his guests as conveyors of mystical information, as if he's always slightly punching above his weight. Occasionally, Von's guests say things to his face that scan as slightly dismissive, criticizing Von for his Trump interview. The leftist streamer Hassan Parker told him, that you're not going to hit him on the stuff that he has to answer for. But Von doesn't take offense. Instead, he concedes his shortcomings. I thought that just because I had some political people on last year that I knew politics, he told Piker. I do not. That was a trap. He knows what he doesn't know and thereby lives for the chats with unexpected tributaries. His naivete is both honest and strategic, a carefully laid back roadblock protecting Von and forcing everyone else to move at his unlikely rhythm. Through humor, and he asserts a quiet dominance over the chats, and sometimes he's the butt of the joke. In almost every episode, there comes a moment when Von's guest stumps him. It's never a gotcha. The topic is rarely something terribly obscure, It could be as simple as an event or a word or a person that Theo Von hasn't encountered before. Some recent examples: Mitchell Lama Housing, the Kurds. Who wrote the song "Land is Your Land"? Miss Andre. It continues. Other hosts might nod along with or bluster their way through. The arrogantly dismissive, but Von does something quite different. He stops the conversation, asks for clarification. He's keen to be a student. It's a small gesture, but a meaningful and revealing one. Even the way Von sits appears guileless. Sometimes his hands are gathered in his lap shiftively, and he rubs his thighs for comfort. Little fidgets that suggest unease. Much of the time, he one foot rests on the 90-degree angle of the floor, and the other on top of it, like an idle middle schooler. You know, I'm just thinking about watching or reading this and seeing this clip of Timothy Chalamet. You know, it would make for a really good interview on Theo Von. His girlfriend, Kylie. I think a Kardashian or Kylie or one of the Jenners, they'd make for a great interview.
Powerful bunch.
Hey, yo, big up Wingers. Appreciate you for the support, brother. 6 months. You're a fucking G. Theo Von is a hack. His comedy is cheeks. I'd rather watch Brendan Shaw. Also, fuck his haircut and that weird soy face he pulls. Bean cheese. Jesus Christ. No. I don't think you can call him a hack. I don't think he's a hack. I do think, unfortunately, Theo's stand-up comedy is garbage compared to how funny he is on pods. It's so unfair. He's really funny on pods, but when he gets on stage, he is terrible. The only thing I've laughed of his when he's on stage was that legendary set that he did. Remember when he went on Joey Diaz and he took all those mushrooms, or he took those Stars of Death, and he had a gig straight after? It's like a legendary thing, and he does a set, mostly crowd work. He crushed it then. That was the only time. But most of these specials that I've watched, pretty garbage. But I don't think he's a hack, personally. I don't think so. I'm a fan of him. I don't mind him. But big up Wingers. Appreciate it, bro. The pacing of Von's conversations can be herky-jerky, blah, 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 as if both Von and his guests are tentatively exploring a new world together. Off-screen, the producer pulls up a text and images from the internet to look for them, and there's sometimes a slight silence as they take in the information. A rare exception was when Timothée Chalamet came on the show. His antic energy and active shilling for his role in the Bob Dylan biopic bugged Theo Von out of his chill. Yeah, that was true. He was really, really going heavy-handed on the fucking plugs. But I also think it's because Timothée Chalamet isn't used to... He probably doesn't listen to podcasts. He probably doesn't listen to many podcasts. He really doesn't, appear on many. So he treated a podcast like it was a fucking TV show. He was plugging that movie so fucking aggressively hard. Probably too hard for some people's liking, but I didn't mind him on the show overall. Von primarily wants to sit back and have his mind blown. He almost never disagrees with his guest, though his access is beginning to activate some more definitive stances. Sanders, the senator from Vermont, treated his time with Von like a civics lesson, and Von was deeply a game student. America, Von groaned, is a shell LLC for big corporations. Then what am I? I'm just an idiot. You almost feel ashamed of yourself, he said, as Sanders agreed enthusiastically. Von paid equally rapt attention to Lila Meckleswaite, an anti-sex trafficking activist who led a campaign urging Pornhub to remove underage content, as he did with Wayne Owen, a former New York City sanitation worker who brusquely recalled his smellier stories and mused on ways one might dispose of a body undetected. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? One wondered. That's hilarious. He can sometimes free fall into intensive left field phrasing that achieves a sort of bliss. He said he once saw a boxer, Evander Holyfield, putting French fries into his Panama Canal. Kissing someone with lip filler is like trying to eat 2 shrimps that won't give up. I'm sorry, but that's fucking crazy. Anyway, nudity is the Lord's matte finish is hilarious as well. When Sanders spoke about staying in a centuries-old home in Oxford, Vonix replied, "You got to bring your own plumbing, I'm sure." You've never seen Sanders guff so deeply. One of the 3 genuine belly laughs Von extracted from the normally unshakable curmudgeon. While Von might socially caucus with other manosphere figures. They are regular presence at UFC championship events and some of the sat together at Trump's inaugurations. His alignments are terribly political and even terribly masculinist, at least not by comparisons. His politics and extent that he reveals them don't fall neatly along party lines. They reflect the choose your own adventure political affiliations of huge swaths of Americans, lest he be pigeonholed Von Ayers politically guessed roughly back to back to provide balance. Sanders, Trump, late August, Owens and Piker last month. Instead, he seems to be moved by an inner morality, an instinctual defense for the downtrodden. He returns frequently to Israel-Hamas war, as he did in Owens' episode. A clip of their conversation with both Von and Owens criticizing Trump's support of Israel was circulated widely by left-leaning accounts and painted in anti-Semitic by the right. But occasionally, his views tilt the other way. In February, he posted and deleted a message on X that was critical of President Vladimir Zelensky after the Ukrainian leader calamitous Oval Office meeting. He said, "Tell that guy to give us our tax dollars back." By the way, that would also be a good interview. I would love to see Zelensky sit down with fucking Theo. I think that would be a really fucking good interview. Not gonna cap. Continuing. Morality doesn't prelude humor though, or offense. In Von's calculation, they come by the same soil. An upbringing among the disposed. His fault lines don't harden along lines of race or gender or sexual orientation or political affiliation. Instead, he asks, are you getting stepped on? If not, you're on the wrong side. It's the clearest point of distinction between him and the rest of the manosphere. That's even more clear than Theo leaves his podcast studio, heads out the road to do stand-up in April. Von's return of the Rat Tour went to University of Mississippi. You know what I think? I just think in general, he just seems more sincere, you know? You know, he might, I don't know. I know Wingo said he might be a hack, but I think, let's agree and say Wingo is right and he is a hack. I think the reason why people give him so much credit and love, he's just less of a hack than everybody else, you know? He's a considerably less of a hack than everyone else. And he at least tries. He at least tries to appear somewhat, you know, I won't say neutral, but he appears to, like, you know, he appears to come at it from the right place. Maybe. Lot of white people, he deadpanned about the audience. Actually, so this article's kind of long and it's still going. Okay, cool. Let's read it. Let's go to the bottom. Let's get to the bottom because I'm getting bored of this now. Last section. He had flickers of Bill Burr's ethical common man exasperation and also a quicker than he sees gumption of Larry Cable Guy. In one segment, he glibly described black on black gun crime as chocolate freeze tag and bemoaned how violence can ensnare innocent bystanders. The solution, he said, was to catch young black men. Referring to Oxford's trapped in the antebellum southern quaintness, Von extolted, "You're free, buddy." Then he talked about ordering okra at a restaurant, calling the vegetable slave jalapenos. Holy shit, that's funny. Let's go back there again. Referring to Oxford's trapped in the antebellum south quaintness, the clock at the top of the town square said 5 p.m. He paused. In 1982, he joked that someone there jumped out from the bushes and asked, "You got any news for the North?" Von exulted, "You're free, buddy." Then he talks about ordering okra at a restaurant, calling the vegetable slave jalapenos. These bits, the line crossing race talk, the hot button words, the naughty glee, were rude, presumptuous, and like many offensive things, predicate upon a fluency with life's endless tragedies. Also funny or close to it. But Von delivers them without vitriol or judgment. His comfort is, depending on the audience member, an invitation to boorishness, a safe place for liberal freakishness, or a squeamish line too far. Von played to them all, while poking at them too. He painted the younger version of himself as an aimless drug user, a person whose family all but dismissed him as a child, and he sprinkled raw childhood pain throughout his set. He described his mother's reaction to him being placed into a learning disabled schoolmates booming, "Oh, you're retarded. How much is this going to cost us?" He wasn't delving into a damaged relationship with his family to demean. He said, "I'm just trying to tell you how I ended up on drugs." Ultimately, the person he was the harshest on, or the most willing to seek his THEO was himself. Stories about his upbringing turned Von into a frizzled out garrison Kellner at the ice cream shop where he's worked as a teen. We were the underground railroad for autism. He opens up the freezer. Harriet Tubmanisms would jump out of that bitch. Those early letdowns burned off a part of me that was hopeful. But those mishaps and misadventures made him observant, tolerant, and also ambitious. At the end of the set, he showed a trailer of a movie written and co-directed by David Spade that he said would come out later this year, though he had been rejected by countless studios. He spoke about feeling ostracized by Hollywood and not seen for who he is, the same sort of language he'd earlier used to describe his family, his friends, and the people of his childhood. Being the one on stage, he suggested, didn't make him any different now. Von's comedy and increasingly his political worldview boils down to a crucial framework. You're either one of them or one of us. How far he goes, however, may hinge on making sure both sides to continue to claim him as their own. Yeah. I think the same thing with Bill Burr. I think there's still a lot of people that probably lean right, that fuck with Bill Burr. I think it's the same thing. As long as you're able to call things out as you see it, and you're not blinded, and you're not fucking biased, and you don't have agendas and shit, people usually don't give a fuck, you know? It's when you do the whole agenda thing and pretend you're impartial, pretend you're unbiased, people seem to have a problem with it. But in general, I'm a big fan of THEO. I like him. I just wish the stand-up would be as good as the humor and the comedy is on the fucking podcast. It isn't at the moment, but I'm sure eventually he will get there, hopefully. But he's starting to make movies and shows and whatever else it may be, which is also something that I like, because I've complained about it for the longest time on this stream, that these comedians, all they do is sit in front of fucking Shaw mics like I am and just speak endlessly for hours, but they don't really create anything of note or value for the culture, especially given how much money and resources they have, where they can make so much cool stuff. Like, they could keep making movies and lose money and keep making movies, and it wouldn't fucking matter for a lot of these people, but they don't anyway. They don't even try, but they keep complaining. They keep fucking moaning about stuff, and they keep serving us like mid or completely boring shit fucking pods. So if these movies, if these projects give them a new lease of life, or give them an outlet to do more interesting things, I'm all for it. I really am all for it. So big up THEO, big up Blood Clot THEO, big up Blood Clot THEO. Anyway, moving on. Let's continue with the Fire and the Kid. We didn't finish this, and then we're gonna watch a new episode, because I think a new episode has to have dropped now already, hasn't it? New episode dropped already? They should have a new episode dropping soon, sometime soon. Oh yeah, it's already dropped to 40. Okay, cool. So we'll finish this, and there's a new episode that just dropped as well, and we'll watch that too. Okay, cool.
You gonna shoot a special soon?
I'm ready to go. I got another hour ready to go. Ready to go.
Where do you want to shoot it?
I want to shoot it at the La Jolla Comedy Store. Great. I love that place. I love that room. And my last special, I think I made an error by putting it like in a music venue.
It's too big.
Yeah.
Which isn't what we do. No, yeah, and so like it's kind of like the audience, totally different.
Yeah, it's different.
I wasted too much time worrying about like the right shots and the right cameras and the right lighting and my dumb little jacket.
You just don't care,
when I should have just worried about the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most important part.
And
Yeah.
most of the time, I just want to see a 3/4 shot, maybe.
Who cares?
Shot,
Yeah, people love listen to reels of mine that have terrible audio.
Best special I've seen in a while is Tim Dillon's. He shot the mothership just in the main room there, and it's just tight.
And every club is
it's only
filming
like
us.
and it's only like 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Great. It's great.
Great.
So that's
You
what
got
I'm gonna do
first,
on the
Jen.
next one.
Card events.
By the way, this need, I'm gonna push back against it, by the way. I'm gonna be on my contrarian shit today. I'm gonna be on my contrarian shit. This need for specials to be shorter is misguided and is really not addressing the issue. Specials are just not funny. They're shit. They're boring. It doesn't need to be half an hour, 40 minutes for me to watch it. If it's half an hour and it's garbage, or less than half an hour like Brendan's Gringo Pappy was, it's still gonna be called garbage. Specials just need to be good again. These guys need to go back to writing jokes. They need to spend less time talking about things on podcasts or rinsing all their funny material on podcasts. They need to go back on the road. They need to go back on the stage. They need to go back to embracing that whole sets and reps fucking mentality. But more importantly, comedy specials just need to be funny again. It doesn't matter if it's 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes. Is it funny? Yes or no?
Sure, bud.
Card
current events.
Oh, I thought you said Grimace.
Wait, also Jeff, you're a tall dude. So what's the tallest girl you've dated?
That's a good question.
Or are you interested in?
I like tall girls. Yeah,
oh, you do.
Yeah, I'm into it. That's a cool thing. I've never had to worry about if they're tall.
Yeah, of course.
Are you still single, Jeff? Or
Yes,
is it
sir.
a little Philly?
Single boy.
Nothing. God dang.
Nothing. I'm too like. What girl wants to date a guy who's literally on the road all the time?
And then when you're not on
my
the road?
boyfriend, I FaceTime him twice a week. How fun is that?
Facts.
Are you constantly on the road?
I'm always
He's
on
always
the road.
on the road, and if he's not on the road, he's at major league stadiums.
Right, yeah, I'm always
So she's like,
doing
something has to give here, dude.
I know.
Like, I got a few more stadiums, good.
And I'm like, almost, it feels like...
So you're gone every weekend?
It feels weird because I've kind of done it to myself in that fashion, but also like...
And it's weird too when
I don't have to feel guilt about the road. A lot of my friends and peers, like, they feel guilt about the road. They're like, they even feel bad about enjoying the road. Because they're like, well, my wife is like,
She's at
I
home
can't
with
make
the
it sound
3
too
kids.
fun.
Yeah, I know.
Because she's at home going, well, fuck you. you know?
That's true. With
But
the
I don't
kids.
have any guilt on the road. I'm just out living, having a... I was at WrestleMania all weekend. I'm like... I can just kind of come and go and do whatever I'd like.
don't have to
So
worry
that's
about
the
it.
perk of it. It is wildly lonely, but it is also like, at least I don't have any guilt, and at least
Yeah,
I'm not
get
leading
it.
someone on. It's kind of,
I get it.
kind of free.
What do you got, Jim?
Oh wait, another question.
Oh yeah.
Since you don't drink anymore, would you have any vices? outside of that?
Cigars have become a...
By the way, just going back on that. Just going back on what he said there about. Just going back on what he said about being single. Why is Brendan surprised that he's single? You know. If anything, it makes more sense that Jeff Dye is single, doing the work that he does, especially given his attitude or his personality. But it makes more sense him being single than it does Brendan having a wife and 3 kids. They don't even act like they have a wife and 3 kids, you know? Like, it's not really a conventional relationship. It's weird. Like, Brendan's wife does a ton of shit with the kids, and Brendan's nowhere to be found. Yet Brendan has a job that he can call his own hours. He can essentially work whenever he wants. He can work from the comfort of his own home if he wanted to, right? But he still is never around for the kids or for the wife. He can kind of do what the fuck he wants. So he kind of gets the best of both worlds. He gets to have a family life, but he also kind of gets to live like a bachelor in a way. Not really, because he has kids, I understand. But he doesn't need to take, for some reason, I don't know why, they have a relationship where he doesn't need to take part in their family activities or anything. He doesn't do anything, like zero. Like, there's been times on this stream where we've watched, or we've gone to Brendan's wife's Instagram, Joanna, and we've seen her go away for the weekend to like another state to visit her relatives with the kids, and he's not there. Like, why is he not there? You know, that's something that's a standard thing, like a dad would just do. Like, you're there with the family, like you're gonna go, you're gonna go see your in-laws, you're gonna go see whatever. You're just there. He's not there for some reason. It's a kid's birthday. They're doing some big thing. Brendan's not there for some reason. So it's actually more understandable that Jeff Dye would have that opinion about relationships, saying, hey, I can't really be a good boyfriend. I can't really be a good fiance. I can't really be a good husband if I'm on the road all the time. And when I'm not on the road, I'm shooting content. When I'm not shooting content, I'm recording a podcast. It's a bit of a selfish profession, I'd imagine, similar to like anything else in the entertainment field. You have to be quite selfish. So it's pretty hard to like give someone your time and be in a relationship and give that time and raise kids and blah, 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 blah. So I'm surprised that Brendan is surprised that Jeff is single, because his marriage and his relationship, and even Brian's, aren't the most like they've got a family on paper, but they're not really family men, if that makes any sense. They don't I don't know. Like, they kind of miss out on a bunch of shit. At least with Brian, he's got an excuse because he's doing stand-up, but Brendan doesn't do stand-up. Brendan voluntarily has like a car company. He doesn't need to have one, but he does it because he's bored. So he does it. He's got a car, which I don't. Yeah, because I was thinking the other day actually. Do we think? And I'm just talking to myself here because I know the answer. But do we think Brendan's quote unquote car company, Drive Fast or Gas, makes him any money? Like, do we think he's made a single bit of profit on that company? I don't think so. Unless maybe the cars that he gets fixed up for Drive Fast or Gas, maybe he like underpays, or he does that little scam thing where you kind of like write down that you paid less than what you actually paid. No, you paid more than what you paid for it, then you pocket the difference. That could be possible, because I don't believe those truck giveaways are making any money back on the merch. But if you are stating that you paid way more for the parts than what you paid for, and you're getting a tax kickback off of it, and you're pocketing the difference, there's a potential that you can make some money on it. Again, I don't know about numbers. You know me and maths and shit. maybe. But he doesn't make much money on that car company. So he does it just for shits and giggles as a hobby because he doesn't have stand-up comedy anymore, which is, again, commendable and understandable as a man when you don't have hobbies. But, let's be real too. Let's be real too. He could easily be with his family, and he doesn't. So that's a strange relationship, in my opinion. It's a strange one.
Me too.
I'm obsessed with them. Are you a cigar guy?
Fuck yeah.
You're kidding.
Dude, we gotta go to Hollywood Smoke.
I'm having like three cigars probably a night.
Dude,
and now that I'm over at the Comedy Store, that's such a pro smoking place.
Oh yeah.
I was last night. I'm gonna literally, I'm not exaggerating. I was teary-eyed. I was like, I'm at the Comedy Store and I'm having a cigar.
Ouch, Jeff Dye, ouch. Brendan, rejected by the Comedy Store as soon as Rogan left. As soon as Rogan left LA, rejected by the Comedy Store. Brian, allegedly banned from the Comedy Store because of all those allegations. Allegedly banned. And here's Jeff Dye. Oh man, the Comedy Store. It's so fucking fun. Have you heard of it? Bro, everyone there smokes cigars. Man, now that I'm sober, I don't have any vices, so I'm looking for something to do because life is boring without vice. And now I've got this new cigar hobby, and I've got all these cool, fun comedians. Some of them are legends. Some of them have got all their names written on the side of the fucking building, and we're sharing stories, and we're hanging out in the parking lot, and it's so fun, guys. Have you guys heard of the Comedy Store? Ouch! Ouch!
I'm welcome here. People are being nice. I couldn't believe. I was like, this is amazing.
What do you smoke? You got a
Placencia is my favorite.
Brendan, best time. That was said through like a dry mouth. Best time.
And I'm having a cigar. I'm welcome here. People are being nice. I couldn't believe. I was like, this is amazing.
What do you smoke?
Placencia is my favorite cigar. I was just featured. If you type in Placencia cigars and then put Jeff Dye.
Dude, that's my new thing.
I'm in.
Placenta. By the way, smoking like, why did these guys make everything lame? Smoking cigars is probably a pretty fun thing to get into when you start to think about where cigars are made, how much they are, limited availability, blah 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 blah. Maybe the bars that they serve them at, locations you can go to smoke at. It's a pretty cool little hobby to have. But these motherfuckers, once they get their teeth sunk into it, right? Oh, they make it sound so lame and you almost don't want to do it anymore, you know?
Cigar Aficionado magazine.
Oh yeah, big up Tony FM. Tony FM, great point. Great fucking point. Exactly. Remember watches. Great fucking point. Super fun. Super cool little hobby to have if you're into that sort of stuff, from like the mechanical nature of them to the value, investment, history, art, engineering, whatever. And now look at it. Just turned into another rich guy's hobby, you know? They just lame it up straight away, these fucking comedian guys.
This month.
Dude, I got a huge
on the front cover?
Jeff Dye, and then put like Cigar Aficionado or something.
I gotta bring you to Hollywood Smoke, dude.
I don't know how to spell aficionado.
Where do you get your cigars? You know George Janko has a cigar shop.
There I am.
In Arizona.
But this was in the magazine, so I've been going, because I know it's not going to last long. I keep going into the cigar lounges. I'm like, you guys got Cigar Aficionado? They're like, yeah. And I go, check this out. Because I know that I'm not going to be able to do that forever. And they're all like, holy crap. Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
They had Wayne Gretzky on there before you, but.
So does he actually do that for real? Is he being for real about that? He actually does go to shops and show himself on the cover of a magazine. Like, okay.
Well, no, on the cover was Gronk. Because they only do like 4 a year or something, and so Gronk got the cover. I just have a full page picture.
You don't feel like that's
article.
A monthly mag.
So cool.
Yeah, not a lot to talk about.
More cigars.
Do you like cigars? Me too.
Man, I love cigars.
Is it the rumor was your thing about moving to Austin?
What's that?
I
was going to move to Austin. Yeah, it's amazing there. I love Joe. I love what they're doing. I love Texas. I love America.
Yeah. He's too LA, isn't it? Look at him. He's too LA. So obsessed by celebrities and shit. He's too LA. He can't move to Austin.
I love that you save some money on your taxes that aren't going to like you know, Iraqi Sesame Street or whatever the fuck our taxes go to now.
Yep.
And so, but I pushed it back just because
The Comedy Store stuff.
well, no, I mean that newly would be the reason, but also like all the properties shot up in value after the fires. It's kind of a tough time to buy a place out there.
Yeah.
People move.
So-
People are moving to.
Yeah,
more
and I don't have any interest in selling my place here. So that we're looking at a second property. It's not like
Hold on. Hold on. What does it mean? Because there are fires in LA, houses in Texas have gone up in value. What is he talking about there? That don't make any sense. What?
I pushed it back just because.
The Comedy Store stuff.
Well, no, I mean that newly would be the reason, but also like all the properties shot up in value after the fires. It's kind of a
So after the fires, all the properties in Austin shot up. Is that true? All the house prices in another state went up in value because people were moving, or does he mean in certain areas? I don't think that across that. I don't think causation. I don't think causation is equal correlation in that regard. That doesn't make any sense. It makes sense in LA, right? All the houses went up. All the houses that didn't catch fire went up in value because those areas that seem to be more desirable because they kind of escaped the fire, right? Or they're the quote-unquote safe places. People are going to go there and invest in there, especially if you're going to live in LA. I'd imagine all the beachfront properties are now going to become, even the land is not going to be worth that much because you've seen how easily fires can destroy beachfront properties. But why would the prices in Texas increase because of the fires in LA? That makes no sense. If anything, from what I've seen, browsing Zoopla or browsing Zillow, sorry, Zoopla's our one, browsing Zillow on here with you guys is that you can get way more bang for your buck, innit? Did you guys see that fucking, did you guys see Deion Sanders listed his property in Texas? Did you guys see that? How much that was? Like, honestly, American real estate is just as insane as UK real estate. UK real estate industry, whatever market, is so fucking batshit crazy. So Deion Sanders put his house for sale, right? Or is it mansion for sale? And I think it was like 5 million. And it looks fucking incredible. And then Brendan's one was like horrible. And it was like 4.9. Look at this. Look at this. Like, and this is already all specced up, all done already. And it's 5.5 mil. It looks fucking sick. But then Brendan's one in LA was like 4.9 mil. And it wasn't that great. Big up, oh, sorry, where are you? Sorry, people saying something. Hold on, let me roll down. Apologies for the delay here. Tony FM, the one biggest loser in housing value right now. No, Texas has been getting more expensive for years. It's okay, cool. It's still cheaper than LA. Okay, big up to Mokazi. Bruce McGee, they're LA-fying Texas. You can't take a bougie out of people. Texas. Big up Eden. Big up Eden. No more houses in LA, so market in Texas goes up. No more houses in LA, market in Texas goes up. Houses burn down, prices go up. Maths. Okay, I see. So because people are transplanting over there. Cool. Jeff said to the realtor, I bet y'all have the busy LA fire. I said, oh yeah. Tony FM. Jeff said to the realtor, sorry, I bet y'all have been busy since the LA fires. The realtor said, yeah, we have been. It's been knife fight for Westlake. Big up Green Bay footballer. That's because it's in the Golden State. Florida and NY are equally like CA, supply and demand. I promise Austin houses are falling right now. Yeah. Anyway, so this is Deion Sanders' crib, right? Where's the crib? Deion Sanders' crib in Texas. I don't know where exactly in Texas, but let's just see the pictures anyway. So this is the pictures of the property. That's the whole property, as you can see. Fucking incredible. It's a bit gaudy, don't get me wrong. It's a bit gaudy. The decor's a bit gaudy. But just look at the space and shit. Another advertisement. Skip. Landing area. A gallery hangs at the top of the main room. I guess it's a living room area type of thing with massive, huge floor to ceiling windows, loads of nice lateral light coming in. I'm not sure if that's marbled flooring or not. Looks fucking great. Another big lounge room, sweeping windows on one side, like crazy. I don't know what that area is, but it's kind of crazy. I think you probably have to renovate a lot of that shit. Has that been burned or is that flood? I don't know what it is, but probably needs a lot of renovation. Looks a little bit moldy and ashy there. I don't know what's going on around here in these parts. But it looks awesome, bro. Walk-in wardrobe. It looks very Miami-ish, isn't it? It kind of looks like a hotel as well. Big master bedroom. There's 11 bathrooms allegedly. 11 bathrooms, 9 bedrooms. It's on 8 acres. 8 acres. Looks fucking great. And that's 5.5 mil. It's even got a red room theater. Look at that. It's got a theater that you can sit in there as well. There's a bowling alley in the crib. Full snooker table. I think it's even got a basketball court as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's an indoor basketball court in there too. It looks fucking huge, man. And that's 5.5 mil. Honestly. Retail is just crazy. Or the real estate industry is crazy.
I have a tough time to buy a place out there.
Yeah.
People move.
So,
people are moving to.
Yeah. And I don't have any interest in selling my place here. So that we're looking at a second property. It's not like I'm.
Yeah.
Where's your place here?
Sherman Oaks.
Yeah, it's nice.
I love Sherman Oaks.
Yeah, because we're out in May.
I know you guys are going.
Yeah,
you
Brian's there already.
What have you? I probably already explained. This might be a repeat for your audience.
Yeah. Big up Game Break. The same house in AZ. If it was in Manchester, it would be cheaper in London. Yeah, that's why I'm going to Manchester eventually. That's why eventually I'll go to Manchester. It would be nicer if that's why I wish we were in the EU, man. I didn't take advantage of not being in the EU. I didn't take advantage of not being in the EU. I know I can still do it relatively now if I applied for the visas and all that shit malarkey. But it would have been so much easier to move somewhere in Europe. I would have loved to have lived somewhere in Eastern Europe, somewhere like in Portugal or something, for a little bit, you know? That would have been fucking sick, but now it's a lot harder than it was before in the past. It's still possible, don't get me wrong, but just a lot more difficult if you're not an EU citizen. So I'll probably end up moving up north somewhere, go somewhere in Manchester, chill there, maybe go somewhere like Scotland for a bit, who knows, but need to mix it up a little bit, But
what was the decision that made you guys go, we're going?
It was what you said to me, to be honest with you. Rogan said, after I shot my special, he said, move here. It'll change your career. And then you said...
Big up Wingus, move to Preston, land of milk and honey, lows.
You're just going to become a road comic. You're just out here isolated.
You're that guy.
And
that's just on the road and you're not a comic. Like Brian lost his peers. I was like, you got to be out in Austin. And then I said, I'm going.
By the way, that's a very, very, very simplified version of why Brian lost his peers. I don't think Brian lost his peers because he wasn't just at the Comedy Store. Let's ask why he wasn't at the Comedy Store in the first place. That's the main reason. He lost his peers because of his behavior, because of the fucking stories, because of the cancellation, all this sort of malarkey that happened. He didn't lose it because he just went on the road. He started going on the road more because that's the only way he got to pay his bills and do stand-up. So it doesn't really address the problem. The problem was a lot of his friends in stand-up abandoned him because of the rape rumors or the rape allegations and because of him having that fallout with Bobby Lee. I'm sure that didn't help things. And just maybe just being associated with Brendan too. That's another elephant in the room no one talks about. People just don't like Brendan. You know, if you're friends with Brendan, they just say fuck you. So I'm sure that didn't help things.
Remember, I was like, I'm going.
How'd you convince you? What made you want to go?
The fires.
Me too.
Okay.
The fire.
That's a good point. He said quickly defensive. He got with that question, with that answer. That's a good question, Jeff Dyler. Okay, I get why you're going, Brian, because you're a comedian, kickstart your career, Rogan, suck him off. I get it. But why are you going? You know, you don't even do stand up anymore. Why are you going to fucking Austin? Is that the fires? all right, sure, buddy, sure.
Fires are what
that was
started.
My last straw.
He says fires, but he didn't live anywhere near him. But that's a different
it just
story.
bothered me. I was like, I'm done with this fucking.
But the fires were right.
So why are you moving then? If he didn't live near them and you didn't get your house burned by them, why are you using fires as an excuse? Just be honest and say, I'm saving some money. What he said was true. The truth is, after he sold his property, after he sold Joanna's mum's house that he bought for her, most likely that money, he could easily buy a house as big as those two put together for far less than what he sold those two for. Outright, no mortgage. That's an incentive enough to go to Texas. That should be enough incentive. Like, hey, woman, hey, family, I know this is annoying. I know this has come out of the blue, but let's move because I can legitimately get us a crib that I don't have to pay any mortgage on anymore, and we'll have way more money to spend at the end of the fucking month because we've got this extra income coming in now, and we have to pay so much in taxes. That'd be enough to reason. This lie about it being the fires is fucking stupid. But I guess he's saying the fires because he wants it to be like politically motivated. I'm getting out of here because the Democrats are ruining LA. I want to go to Austin. That's probably why he's doing that.
They buy us we lost power for 2 weeks, and then we couldn't be in the house. And then we have this big gate, like this security gate to get in and out, and the gate wouldn't work. And we had to like rush out, and I'm there pulling it, and my hair's in my face. That's when I cut my hair shorter. So I was pulling it.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's why I cut my hair shorter, because of the fires. Shut up, man. He's acting as if he had like a lion's mane of hair. Like, oh my God, this guy and the lies. It's so unnecessary. Like, just say you wanted to save some money. You wanted to get more money. You wanted to get more bang for your buck, so you moved to Austin. It's not that hard, bro. Like, it's okay. You could even lie and say, I don't like the school system. Just say, I don't like how the schools are a bit woke. They're infecting my kids with an ideology that I don't agree with. I don't want them to be exposed to at this young age. So I want to go somewhere where the schools aren't that involved in my kids' lives. Like, I don't know, whatever. Just talk about that. My hair. That's why I cut my hair, because of the LA fires. This guy.
In the wind, my wife looked at me and was like, oh, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? Because I was trying to get her out during COVID. I was like, you're down? She's like, I'm down. Put the house for sale like a week later, and boom.
Good.
Off to the races.
Yeah, those fires were real eye-opening. I was telling everyone.
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised Joanna left. I'm not too sure if I believe you're trying to get her out since COVID. I don't believe that. But I'm literally surprised that she left. But I'm also not. If you think about it, like, Joanna's like the consummate pro. Brenda Shaw's wife. Like, she's about the money. She's about the bag. So if moving to Texas means that she gets more an allowance, she's going to move. You know? If that means she gets her own Amex, she's going to move. So it doesn't matter that, you know, Austin isn't LA, Austin isn't Beverly Hills, Austin isn't the Hidden Hills, right? Austin isn't all these fucking fun places that she goes to. But if she gets more money to spend on Birkins, more money to spend on Gucci, more money to spend on Balenciaga, more money to spend on fucking cars and shit, she's going to do it. So it makes sense why she's going.
I was like, you thought I was annoying about politics before. Now they fucking set all my friends' houses on fire and then acted like, oh, what? Don't worry, we'll rebuild.
That's a good point, Tony FM. That's a very good point. Should be nobody in LA, but
powerful
somebody in
bunch.
Exactly. Big up NJ Ranger, bro.
The
What
$50,000 a year school I send my kids to is woke.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yo, that school is a trip though. And the funny thing is, he only sent these kids to that school not because it was the best school in the area, but because loads of celebrities' kids went there, and he's a celebrity. Simple as that. He went to be in the same conversation as these celebrities and feel like he's a big shot. So he sent these kids to the same school that the Kardashians' kids go to. But it wasn't because it's the best school, just because all the celebrity kids go there. Simple as that.
Like, dude.
And then talk to insurance companies,
So
like,
fishy.
we can only insure you for $3 million. It's like, but the house is worth a lot more than that.
It's such.
So I'd be on the hook for the rest. They're like, correct. I'm like, I'm out.
I would love. I wouldn't love it, but I would be interested to see how optimistic Gavin Newsom was if it was his house on fire.
Correct.
Because this whole like, guys, you know, everyone get like, you're getting carried away. It's like, no, we're not getting carried away. Losing your entire home,
dude, let me tell you,
is a pretty big deal.
All your money's in it.
I just had the guy on the Santa Monica Coalition. He's a business owner. He's the guy who was telling me about what's really going on in Los Angeles politics. We all lay it down at Gavin Newsom. Let me tell you something. What happens when you're Gavin Newsom? You want to do any kind of a project, you'll be litigated every step of the way, and you ain't doing shit without the city council. You want to make a change in this city? The Santa Monica City Council and the LA City Council has
boring
socialists on it. They're not even Democrats. They're socialists, and they are anti-growth. Gavin Newsom will tell you that they're anti-growth, And they look at the homeless problem as, and let me give you a couple
positive.
stats. It's not just a positive.
Money
They
maker.
look at it as a housing issue when it's an addiction mental health issue without a question. On top of the fact that the kind of service they give, like Barbara Ferreira, you know that fucking, the woman who had us all in masks?
Yeah.
Who looks like a White Walker?
Yeah.
She's got this needle exchange program. So in Santa Monica, we not only we give them checks, we give them places to shelter up. We let them camp out, even though it's a violation of the law they just passed.
Wait, are you trying to tell us Newsom doesn't suck?
And all of these needles exchanges, all of that shit is basically deliberate. And so what happens is 95% of our homeless issue are transients from out of state. They're not living here. They come from other places.
Well, they want to come here
they
because
can
it's
come to the
safe,
beach.
but also the weather.
All of that.
The weather's
so in
good.
Santa Monica,
there's no winter.
So check this out. In Santa Monica, the mall, that 3rd Street Promenade Mall on the far end, 75% vacancy.
All right.
The entire 3rd Street Promenade, which used to be the fucking greatest place,
best.
they're renting by month, and people are leaving. There are more fires. There are 7 overdoses a day. 7 overdoses a day in MacArthur Park, and there are 5 overdoses a day in Reed Park. So it is an outrage. And every one of these assholes on the city council who's a socialist thinks there's no problem.
Karen Bass is a proud Marxist, and
She's
said it.
the worst.
So that's not even a slander. That's what she calls herself.
But it's,
also, they lost $23 billion for homeless people just in California.
Yeah, but nothing's going to
23
change.
billion.
We can talk all we want.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change until people start voting for their city council.
But how, Brian?
You get involved in city politics.
You can't find any information about these people.
That's the problem.
So you try to look up the person who just goes to their website.
I know.
You think on their website they're talking about how they're socialists or anything?
Well, now they're changing.
So,
now America. So there's also a coalition of 5,000 people.
you can't even get people to vote for president. How are you going to get them to get involved in city council?
The point is
ballots.
that getting involved in city politics is going to affect your life way more than voting for a president. Way more.
But it's way more complicated.
Yeah,
So
you're
out of,
trying to
out of
live.
77,000 eligible voters in Santa Monica,
Yo, so what's the answer, Jeff Dye? What's the answer? At least Callan is actually offering a solution. Become more informed. Start getting involved in the local elections. Jeff Dye, it's too hard. The information is too hard to pass through. It's too on there. I got to look. It's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to complain or do you want to change things? If anything, right? This is what these comedy podcasters could do. These comedy podcasters that are obsessed with LA, obsessed with the Hollywood industry, they want to be. They talk about how much they hate Hollywood, but they really want to be accepted and be involved. If they really want to affect change, if they really want to become like a player out there politically, socially in a big way,
Powerful bunch.
get involved. Yo, big up Eden. Appreciate you. These guys are funny. Happy birthday. Big up Eden. These guys are funny. ... Happy birthday, big man. Happy birthday. Thank you, Eden. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for staying a member for 2 months. You're a fucking G. I'm going to get some members only content out at the end of this week. So please sit tight. Apologies to those of you who've been waiting, but I appreciate everyone that's joined as a member. Appreciate you.
20,000 voted for city council members.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough.
And most of these chimps just go, I vote for red or blue.
Yeah, they're not looking
They don't
into it.
look into it. There's no way to look into it. It's too hard to find.
But there's a coalition of business people who are so done. And
big up Tony FM. What a legend. I stay a member just so AZ won't get a job. I appreciate you. Appreciate that. Those fucking
Powerful bunch.
Big up NJ Ranger.
Guy who's actually illiterate lies and says liberal LA mayor is a Marxist. Citation needed.
Yeah, most of it, I'm not even, the details of what they say, I'm not even paying attention to it. It's just the information, just the observation, reacting to the content. But what they're actually saying, let's not pay attention to it because we know they're talking out their fucking asses. But big up NJ and big up Tony FM. I stay a member just so AZ don't get a job. Do you remember the fucking employed era or fucking random show doing these things half asleep and shit? God damn it, man. God damn it. I'm so fucking allergic to work.
they are forcing resignations. They are, dude, the deputy
Powerful
mayor
bunch.
of our
Yo, big up Black American.
They don't really care. They want dollar bills face emoji. Me too.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good. I don't know. I don't know. Like, For me, for example, use me as an example, right? Use me as an example. If I honestly, I don't think that is the case though, but if I honestly think I could affect change in London, I don't think we can. I think let's use me for example. So in London, I always complain on Taz, the Excellent Singer show. I always complain about the clubs in London, about the lack of opening times, the lack of licenses. Basically, most London clubs close around 2 a.m., which is really dumb and really kind of goes against, you know, the city being a 24-hour city, which kind of then doesn't allow nightclubs to make a lot of money because nightclubs used to stay open, usually past 2, at least until like 4 to 6 a.m. If I thought, honestly, if I legitimately had any kind of inkling that my tiny little podcast where I rant and rave about trainers and nightclubs and DJs had any type of effect in the grander scheme of things, I would be on it. Like, I'd be advocating for people to go vote for a local mayor, taking part in community town hall meetings and shit. I'd be on it. And I think these guys have way more sway, clout than they think they do, especially in LA. Given the celebrity, given how big their platforms are, given how much money they make, if they actually all decided to kind of gather their resources and start talking and figuring out how they could affect change and move things, and I don't know, whether it comes to housing and homelessness and whatever else it may be, they could actually end up being pretty big players in LA, California overall, if they wanted to, regardless of their political leanings. They could do it, but they don't. They'd rather just sit on their pods and complain. Some of them at least are moving, which you have to give Brendan and Brian some credit for, at least in that regard, an inch of credit. At least they're not just whining and complaining ad nauseum. They're running away and moving to Austin and running to the bosom of Rogan. But the rest of them that complain about LA's so bad, they don't leave. They don't try and affect change. All they want to do is complain. I'm tired.
City, Los Angeles, the deputy mayor.
Hey, yo, big up Quail in the house. Wagwan, big dog. Wagwan, GG.
Under Karen Bass is being investigated by the FBI for making a bomb threat. Okay?
So taking a little break because today's episode of The Fire and Kid with Jeff Dye is brought to you by Viva Zen.
Yo, big up, buddy. Yo, what sponsor? What a sponsor. Let's fast forward a bit. Let's fast forward.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Black American. Bapa's new grift running for city council. Yeah, Bapa's new grift.
Bone emoji. Bapa's new grift.
So
running
good.
for city council.
So
Lol.
good. Big up Black American. And big up Wingus. Yeah, you know what? I've noticed that, by the way. Be a real Englishman and spend all your time at Weatherspoons. The Weatherspoons near me are bussing. They are booming. They are lit. They are on fire. The ones next to me. And whenever they, like, sometimes I'll go gym and I'll come back from gym just before the Weatherspoons is closing or last orders, and you see everybody kind of like, you know, pouring out at Weatherspoon. And I was generally shocked by the demographic. Very multicultural, obviously, because where I live, that's probably the main reason. But in terms of ages, all over the shop, from like really young people to super old people. Like, people are going to Weatherspoons to go and like chill. It's become the new hangout place to go to. So I'm wondering if a lot, because I've noticed myself in clubs, like, I don't know, I feel like I keep seeing the same people. Maybe everyone's a bit different, but I feel like every festival and club I go to, I see the same people. So I feel like it's not even new people are going, it's just the same types of people. But most people are either not going to clubs at all or just preferring to spend their times in like pub chains like Weatherspoons, because you know exactly what you're going to get. You know, it's an easy hang. Some of them have gardens. They're usually located in decent enough areas. Like, it's a pretty nice place to go to. Yeah, big up Joe's in the chat. Wagwan. They should run for office like that Corinne Fisher is doing for NYC, since they care so. Exactly. Just do something, man. Like, honestly, like, that's why I give Rogan credit. Like, complaining about comedy clubs and they don't have this, don't have that. You create your own one. Now, Rogan's a, you know, extreme example because he's got loads of money and resources to do what the fuck he wants. But still, he put his money where his mouth is. I don't like how the clubs are. I want the clubs to be a certain way. I'd love the green room to be a certain way. I want the clubs to have a bar. I want this, I want that, I want that. Okay, come open my own club. Now he's thinking about doing, I think he wants to open up a theater, right? I think the next step he wants to do is open up a theater. And most likely in the future, I could see him opening up an arena. like that's kind of geared towards like comedy shows and shit, or like those type of performances. That makes more sense. These guys have the resources to do so. They could affect the change, but it's easy just to complain.
Just cover the shipping and experience the difference for yourself. Enjoy.
That's who the deputy mayor.
If you worked at Starbucks,
by the way, anyone noticing Brendan reading these ad reads without pausing or stuttering and shit? By the way, money's definitely running low. He's definitely reading them for sure and taking his time. Anyone noticing the attention he's putting and the attention and care and the precision he's putting into reading these fucking ad reads? Huh?
For shipping, we got you. All right, listeners and viewers, you can claim your free 3-pack of Viva Zen Relax and Unwind by using the link in the episode description. Just cover the shipping and experience the difference for yourself. Enjoy.
Yo, big up RR Skins. Big up Blood Clot RR Skins. Mic drop moment, bro.
Powerful bunch.
Hold on 1 second. Big up Mr.
Mr. Redact goes to Washington.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. I'm just picturing in my head. I'm just picturing literally in my head. Brendan and Brian and fucking Jeff Dye rocking up to Washington, rocking up to the steps in their suits, about to go on effect change. Oh my god! At the Capitol building with their plan for homelessness, with their plan to address, you know, robberies and crime. Oh, fucking hell, sorry. That visual's fucking brilliant. But big up Enter Ranger. Big up RR Skins. They don't want to address homelessness. They want the homeless removed from LA or where they live. Exactly, brother. Exactly.
That's who the deputy mayor.
If you worked at Starbucks and your till was short by $23, and they said, "Why is your till short for by $23?" and you said, "I don't know, I lost it. You know, I don't know," you would get written up. Yeah. And if you did it more than once, you would be fired. They lost $23 billion just for homeless in California.
Big up Leisha in the chat. Multivitamins. Big up Leisha. These multivitamins are hitting. Let's go. You know it is. You know what it is. Multivitamins in the fucking chat. Get them in there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm just upset about it as you are. No, you're not. And also,
it's called the homeless industrial complex.
That means
there's money in it.
They could have given $500,000, if my math is correct, to every homeless person in the state of California, which isn't what they were going to do with the money anyways. No. But there's money in it. Even the money you give to fix it doesn't fix it.
But there's money in running the homeless infrastructure. It doesn't go to the homeless people. Yeah. It goes to the lawyers, goes to all the actors.
Goes to everybody else.
Yes.
Yes.
So there's money to it. So until people start voting in actual conservatives who are pro-business,
I wouldn't trust Gavin Newsom with my...
Well, Gavin Newsom...
I wouldn't let him watch my dog.
But
yeah, seriously. I mean, literally a bozo.
But listening to that guy talk about what it's like to run it, and Schwarzenegger said the same thing. You have no power as a governor. Good luck.
He made himself, he used tax dollars to give himself a bust of his head to put down at the, you know that? Like if you Google that, he literally in the last few months, while everyone's houses are just in dust, in the Hollywood, which is like the whole point of Hollywood used to be like that's where show business was ran.
Yes.
And now all their houses are on fire. And he made a bust of himself so that he'll be remembered.
He's realizing they had to talk with him and said, "Hey, if you don't swing a little right, if you're not Democrat,
no one had to talk with him. No, he looked at his approval rating, and he looked at just his overall. He started a podcast like, I'm going to talk to people on the right.
I want to be on that
and Charlie
podcast
Kirk lit
so bad.
his ass up.
But it was good for him.
I want to be on that podcast.
What the fuck was that?
Kirk lit
so bad.
his ass up.
What the fuck was that?
It's like, I'm going to talk to people on the right.
I want to be on.
Yo, big up Wingers.
Comedy podcast.
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
And Charlie Kirk lit his ass up.
But it was good.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Good for him.
I want to be on that podcast so bad.
Great.
I was like, please. I'm just a comedian. I don't hope he doesn't look into any of it.
Hold on. Was that Chin?
Podcast so bad.
Lit
so bad.
his ass up.
Yeah, that's a Chin error, isn't it? Come on, Chin. Chin, you got one job, mate. Operation said that this battery cannot be guaranteed. Continue use. You've got one job, Chin. One fucking job. Keep the batteries fucking charged. It's not that difficult, Chin. Come on, Chin. It really isn't that difficult. You got one job to do. One fucking job. Record these motherfuckers every single week. A standard part of this job will be to make sure the memory cards have enough memory to record the pods and that the fucking batteries are fully charged. It ain't that difficult. And if not charged, just plug them in via the AC cable. Chin's out there just fucking half-assing jobs as per usual. Come on, Chin. Come on, Clin. Come on, Chin. Come on, Geezer.
But it was good for him.
I want to be on that podcast so bad.
Great.
I was like,
it was good
please.
for him.
I'm just a comedian. I don't hope he doesn't look into any of it.
The best of the start of it, Newsom, he's trying to fucking play nice and he can't because he's a reptile.
Yeah.
And he goes, Charlie Kirk, my son's a big fan.
Right.
He goes, really? How old? He was 12. It was cool, man. Why didn't you hear? I'd love to meet him. He goes, he's in school. I go, Charlie Kirk goes, well, you shut schools down for
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
You couldn't have a day off. And Newsom goes,
What I loved about that also is it revealed that Newsom was even lying about that.
Yes.
Because he was like, yeah, man, my son, he never really gets like that. But like, he was so excited to have you on that I was having you on. It's like, but if he was, then you would let him, like when Piers Morgan had Jordan B. Peterson on his show.
Yeah.
His sons were like, that's the one guest. And Piers Morgan made that a verbal like thing to Jordan Peterson, being like, my sons never really care about this. And you got to meet him before the show and it's almost like Gavin Newsom saw that and was like, that was an endearing moment to the guest.
100%. It's all
maybe
fake.
I'll say that to Charlie Kirk.
Powerful
Put him
bunch.
over.
It's all
Yo, big up Basad.
If Jeff Dye was president, there would be vodka in the water fountains and no more DUI checkpoints, baby. Vote Die Schwab 2028. Blue scorpion venom for all the homeless.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. There'll be go faster checkpoints outside of schools. Usually around school grounds, they usually have slower traffic to prevent anyone from running over school children. They'll have the opposite. It'll be go faster zones right outside of schools. Jesus Christ, bro. Vodka out of water fountains is hilarious. Big up SRDs.
fake.
It's all trash.
Fake. He's just trying to save face. It's too late.
Yeah.
He's fucked.
Definitely. But there hasn't been enough blowback on these fires.
I know.
Have you gone down Palisades?
Do you know that both?
No.
Wait, do you know?
Have you gone on Palisades?
Yes.
So if you go through Palisades right now, it's one lane. But a lot of the baseball dads work down there. They do all the construction. They clearing all the houses.
Yeah.
And so they're in on it. I go, it'll be back in what, 3 years? And they looked at me and they went, oh, buddy, it won't be back to somewhat normal. You're looking 10 years.
Easily. And by the way, you know how they said they were going to speed up the permit stuff? That's bullshit.
That's all gone because of this.
That didn't happen.
Money.
So do you know that not one but two of the reservoirs were empty?
Yeah.
Even after they knew that State Farm was canceling 60% of their insurance? Like State Farm was like, this is a major fire hazard. The guy I had on my podcast yesterday was talking to Karen Bass. She was getting on the plane. He goes, don't get on this plane. This is such a bad look. And she was.
I'm sorry, but I don't have any sympathy for anybody. Like
powerful bunch.
Big up Enter Angel, appreciate you.
The more pertinent criticism to be made of Gavin Newsom's podcast is Chillin' with Steve Bannon, and how he allows his kid to watch Charlie Kirk and Jordan Peterson. Mr. Wine Cave is not a model parent.
To be fair, any child, I don't care if your kid's watching Rachel Maddow. I'm sorry, but if you're 12 and you're watching Rachel Maddow and fucking Jordan, no, go outside and play. Be in a video game or something. Do kid stuff. Why are kids even watching politically leaning programs in the first place? I don't like that. So fuck with that shit anyway. But big up NJ. What else am I gonna say? The failure of LA and what's happening now at the moment, post fires, I think is something that should be attributed or the blame should be spread across everybody equally. Because it doesn't, thinking about it now, it's kind of odd for there to be a place in the world where there's such a high concentration of high earning, wealthy, rich, well accomplished people who haven't figured out how to quote unquote fix LA. Instead, what the rich and wealthy people did, and the successful people, they just built little enclaves. They built little communities. They built little hubs, little places behind gates and on top of hills to kind of inoculate and immunize and isolate themselves from the general public and kind of get away from how broken California is, you know, and how corrupt and how whatever else it may be. Instead of fixing it, they just went and kind of built their own little place to kind of hide in. Obviously, the fires came and tore apart everything, so even their little safe spaces weren't safe anymore. But I think that blame should be attributed to across the board. Yes, the government officials. Yes, the politicians. Yes, they're all corrupt. Yes, the system's in place. Da-di-da-di-da-da-da. But surely all of those smart, successful people, all of those high-achieving people, all those years could have figured out a plan, a way to mitigate or to help whatever issues are at hand instead of just like hiding behind their gates. Surely that would have been an option. I don't know if that's possible, but that should have been. If they love living there so much, because I get why you live there. The climate's amazing. The access to the industry is amazing. Everybody passes through there. Like, it's a great place to live. I'm sure of it. But if you want to live there and you want to make sure you live there in some semblance of safety and you're not affected by the natural elements like this, like surely taking part and being involved civically or whatever, socially, should be a responsibility of yours so you can maintain this place that you have. Because why wouldn't you? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me thinking.
It was like, no, I'm only going for 2 days. She goes, you're going for 6 days.
She's such a piece of shit.
Yeah, she's trash. That's another one of those funny things that like how liberals always like the things they claim they hate, they eventually end up doing. So like when you used to say fake news, like when Trump would say fake news, you were like a redneck idiot for claiming that there was fake news. And now that's the entire strategy of the
campaign,
left. Is that you like even what you just said, the reservoirs were empty. They'd be like, that wasn't real. You're spreading misinformation.
No, it was real.
It's like it was. We have videos of it.
Both empty. And the fire hydrants actually were not working.
But the left is in their own tail. Like they did a whole survey of just left, right, everyone. 90% of Americans don't approve of transgender.
Yo, big up. And
working a day job and throwing on this comedy pod to help you through the day, and now you're stressed about the government, fires, and homeless people. Love unwinding to some fighter and a kid.
It's an interesting direction to go down, isn't it? It's an interesting direction to go down because they're not even smart enough to talk about these topics. I'm not even saying you have to be smart enough to solve issues or to sound intelligent or to whatever or have answers, but they're not even smart enough to just engage with the topics in an entertaining way. So you're better off just trying to be funny, you know, and it's not funny. So, but I've heard people say on this forums, I'm not sure if you guys agree, I've heard people say on the subreddit that allegedly this view count has been inflated too. I don't buy it personally. I don't think they're buying views. I think when they were buying views, it was more obvious. But somebody mentioned that Brenda's maybe buying like 20K packages because people still can't believe that 37,000 people have watched this podcast. I think it kind of levels out to, I think it's usually around 40 to 50, I think is the mark. But now it's kind of going down to the 30s mark. But people are saying the assumption is, or the rumors are, that they might be buying views, so 20,000 views. So maybe the actual views of this pod are 17,000, which would make a lot more sense. As opposed to 37. It's like, really? 37 people watch this?
Gender in sports. They don't. But the left keeps running. They won't give it up.
Yeah, well, their whole strategy is now the things they used to hate.
But a lot of that is also the way elections work. You got to get in the nitty gritty. So you have to. You will not get the support.
I think they might be AZ because why wouldn't they have a Patreon? They have most subs and there's other shows. I think the reason why they don't have a Patreon is because they don't want to work more hard, brother. I don't think it's because they don't have the ability to have people pay. I don't think they want to do the extra work. Patreon's pretty much trust me, for me struggling to put stuff on a Patreon's a lot of work. If you're already doing content daily on your main channels and podcasts and shit, adding another show takes a lot to do, even if it's an hour a week. You have to consistently do that because now people are going to be paying for it, so you don't want to let them down. So I just think they're just allergic to, or they just would rather not do the extra work. So they'd rather just put all their eggs in one basket and just do the fucking show. But I think they could easily do the Patreon if they want to. Now, the Patreon would be what Asad Aziz is trying to say probably is that the Patreon would be a better reflection on what their fan base actually is. Because there'll be no lying there, you know? I'm sure they'll hide the numbers anyway, but the Patreon would be an accurate reflection of what their fan base is. And for sure, they won't be getting fucking Matt and Shane's, podcast level numbers. No way, shape, or form.
of an important coalition. This is the idea, which was, we won't support you unless you're all in on the transgender thing. That's why you'd have Kamala Harris, who could give a fuck, going, yes, and for illegal immigrants in jail, they got gender affirming care. She had to say that. Otherwise, what happens is they come out against you. You don't get that funding.
But
now, what's interesting about all of it,
you're never going to have power because no one's voting for it.
Right. None of it worked.
None of it worked.
They had all of Hollywood.
Right.
So did you see the Twitch
now the Democrats
streamer?
are supporting MS.
Why don't they just fish for truth instead of votes?
Yeah, but do you know what the Biden administration was paying?
Yeah.
They literally paid every Twitch streamer.
Of course.
They were giving them thousands of dollars to do ads and be pro-Biden.
Yeah, I know.
And it still didn't work.
Liberals used to be anti-war, and now they're warmongers who like literally pick a side in the war and then warmonger for it and call it bullying and call it genocide instead of just saying like, hey, maybe no war would be good.
Yep.
Well,
like
I,
that,
have, I have a different point of view on all that. That's a little
they
bit
used to be anti-big pharma, and now they're like, hey,
take the
go
vaccines.
get the vaccines and trust Pfizer and trust Johnson and Johnson.
Hold on. This is really reductive. Big pharma is really, really important in this country. They push us way beyond our biology, and they come up with drugs and therapies that save lives, and especially children's lives, all the time. And they spend billions of dollars doing it and lose a lot of money.
Yeah, but
so
doesn't mean there's not a dark. No, that doesn't mean there's not bad to it.
Both can be true at the same time.
Correct, Brian.
Both can be true at the same time. But this bashing of big pharma is
it is a big
silly.
deal.
It's
you,
silly.
you can bash big
Brian.
pharma though, and you can
Brian.
You can bash. You can say
you can bash
You
COVID.
need to know. Yes.
Brian,
that's big pharma.
You
Brian.
need to know
I think
where they're
that they
off
shouldn't
and
be
where they're
pilling
good.
up your.
Brian defending big pharma, considering what his dad's into. Not surprising, isn't it? Eh? Brian being a defender of big pharma, considering his dad's business. Not that surprising.
Children, anytime your kids have some learning disability or some sort of thing, I don't think you get to put a big stupid name on it and then say, hey, you better be giving your kid these pills, you better be giving them this, they can't focus.
Jeff, yes,
give them Ritalin.
Jeff,
any kid that can't pay attention, which is just kids, they're hyper.
Yes, but no.
Let's crank them full of big pharma's nonsense.
Yes.
You don't think there's a money movement behind that?
Yes, but no. Big pharma also does a lot of good.
Every girl in our stupid city, like her brain turns off if you bring up God or a higher power or anything religious. But yet they talk about their therapist like the therapist is the answer to all of life's problems.
I agree with all that.
And that's all a product of big pharma being God.
No,
now.
it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
It is.
It's not. Big pharma.
By the way, that's a massive leap, isn't it? That is a massive leap. Jeff Dye's logical conclusions are fucking incredible. What? Big pharma's the reason why kids are obsessed with therapy as opposed to religion. Don't you think religion has caused its own damage? Don't you think religion has caused its own damage in reputation amongst young people? Especially considering loads of the terrorist acts that have taken part in shit or have taken place over the years. Maybe that's the reason why a lot of people are maybe skewing towards stuff like therapy as opposed to religion. And even if that's I don't even believe that's even true. I don't believe that's even true. The numbers are probably minute.
Powerful bunch.
Most people are still quite religious. Like, big up NJ. Oh, it's not saying it. I love it. It's not saying
Then
it.
go and live in a hut in the woods, Jeff, you bum.
Yeah, there you go. It's a bit late, but it said it. It's a bit late, but it said it. Exactly. Exactly. Yo, I told you about this Jeff Dye guy. I told you in the last stream about this Jeff Dye guy. You thought you met a hater. You thought you made what's someone say in the stream chat? A curmudgeon. You thought you met a Debbie Downer and Eric Griffin, right? And people giving me shit in the stream chat about going after Eric Griffin. But Eric Griffin's a little bit easier to get out because he looks slobby, he looks sloppy, he's unkept, he looks like he can't run upstairs. He's got that dour, like he sucks on a lemon face about him. But Jeff Dye might be the biggest hater we've ever interacted with or seen in a hot minute. This motherfucker hates everything and everyone. It's fascinating.
So if you look at the contribution to things like
Powerful
childhood
bunch.
leukemias.
Yo, big wingers! Why is it saying so late? The TM. Come on, TTS. Come on, TTS. Come on, TTS. Hurry up. Do I have to reset you or something?
The legend
There you
elephant
go.
graveyard is here.
Oh, really?
Powerful
Big up Elephant
bunch.
Graveyard. Big up Elephant Graveyard. In the
God,
stream chat.
shut up, you all keep talking about God. He's like a fat MF who found out running and eating clean makes you feel good. Bro been sober 2 months. The tree you hit still remembers Aki boy.
The tree still remembers. Aki boy is crazy. Actually, let me give some memberships. Let me give some membership. Let's get this ball rolling. Let's get this ball rolling. Let me give some memberships so we can start this fucking May membership marathon on the right way. We're in day 2 of the May marathon stream, so get involved. Let me give some memberships right now. I'm gonna gift 5 right now. Big up the 5 that get the gifted memberships. Enjoy.
Curing hepatitis C, stem cell therapy, and gene therapy, which has been revolutionary in how we deal with cancer.
But you can up it to that point too. You can also look to the increase of autism.
I'm not even talking about these big
No, you can.
No, you can't.
I'm talking about every
vaccines.
No, Brendan.
Powerful
no, Brendan.
bunch.
No, Brendan Schaub. You cannot.
No, Brendan Schaub. No, Brendan Schaub. One more time.
No, Brendan. No, Brendan. No, Brendan Schaub.
Powerful bunch.
It's getting spicy.
Revolutionary in how we deal with cancer.
But you can up it to that point too. You can also look to the increase of autism.
I'm not even talking about these big shit.
Powerful
I'm
bunch.
talking about every
vaccines.
No, Brendan. No, Brendan. No, Brendan Schaub. You cannot. That has been absolutely debunked. 100%.
There must be a new drop. I'm gonna have to isolate this later. There must be a new drop. I fucking love that. No, Brendan. No, Brendan.
Powerful
no, Brendan
bunch.
Schaub.
Talking about every
vaccines.
No, Brendan. No, Brendan. No, Brendan Schaub. You cannot. That has been absolutely debunked. 100% debunked.
Powerful
from
bunch.
every good scientist. And Mr. Wakefield, who went to jail, lost his license for fudging the MMR vaccine and saying that it caused autism and couldn't replicate anything he did in the lab, and of course then was publicly disgraced. Still out there talking. And you've got 2 children who died of measles in Texas
about publicly
because
disgraced?
people aren't getting vaccine.
Publicly disgraced means
Peter
nothing.
Attia,
We all know that.
who's a great doctor, any great doctor worth his salt will tell you.
Oh, Jeff Dye getting tetchy there. Publicly disgraced. Brian, you've been publicly disgraced and you're still out here chatting. You've been publicly disgraced and you're still out here showing your face. Oi!
Now, there is something called vaccine injury, but that doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't want.
I'm not saying get rid of all vaccines, but what can we attribute to then?
Yeah, you are, Brian. Brendan, sorry. But again. Somebody please in the stream chat, please tell me, why does he look so different all the time? Look at that, like, who is that? Somebody's look at Brendan, he looks a lot more like, maybe this is example I want to say. Some days when I see Brendan's face, he looks a lot more like Jay Shaw. Sometimes I see Brendan's face, and you couldn't tell if him and Jay Shaw were brothers at all. Like, what the fuck? Like, you guys came from the same parents. Like, impossible. Like, he just looks so... I'm not sure if it's the light catching his face or the angles and shit, but it just looks... He's just like a... I don't know. He's a chameleon a bit, isn't it? Weird how different he looks. It's so different in pictures.
An increase of autism.
So they're
what are we
isolating genes. They're isolating a lot of genes. Autism is an umbrella term. There are 1,000 factors that go into autism. 1,000.
That's kind of the problem with it.
And so the idea of laying it at vaccine.
Oh, sorry, Jeff Dye. Is it too complicated for your little head? Is it too complicated? You want autism to be a nice little one sheet, a nice little one pager in 5 bullet points that break down exactly what it is, right? Sorry, is it too complicated for you, Jeff Dye?
Is simply.
So you can't even look into it.
We've looked into it. See, you and I and you, we're all, you know how we're doing, you know what we're doing right now?
Bro science.
Yeah. And we have to know this. Whether it's Rogan.
Oh, I love it. Brian said, look, we're not going to figure this out. We're a couple of fucking idiots. We're not going to figure this out, okay? Let's maybe listen to the experts and maybe glean some of our insights from them and whatever else it may be. But we're not going to figure this out, right? This is not the place for it. This is a comedy podcast after all.
Whether it's you, whether it's me, all of us on podcasts, when we start talking this way, guys,
I don't have to be a scientist.
Scientists are doing this. Scientists are going.
I don't have to be a scientist, Brian, to know that when I watch when I watch a baseball game, there's 75 fucking commercials going. Ask your doctor if Blaglacaline is great for you. Ask your doctor if it's a machine, and they are trying to pump us full of pills for money instead of teaching us to meditate, exercise, eat well. Treat people nicely. They want us to just be medicated fucking...
Rape less. Stop accusing our friends of starting a Reddit and then trying to destroy their career. Stop fucking our friends' girlfriends. Stuff like that.
No, but there are people...
They're even getting in on marijuana. Like, they're teaching your kids to be drug addicts and normalizing it.
Again, yes.
Fucking no. He even hates weed. He even hates weed. Oh my God. They're teaching our kids to be drug addicts. Yo, Jeff Dye might be the #1 hater of all haters. He even hates weed.
Powerful bunch.
Yeah, Jeff, it's called capitalism, you illiterate.
Oh my God. Oh. He's so weird. To be fair though, have you met people like that? Have you met people like that? Have you met people that are were like severe alcoholics one point and then stopped? No. Have you met people that are alcoholics but hate weed? Like hate it with a passion. Not don't enjoy it themselves, which is a choice. You don't need to enjoy it. But have you met people before who like their drink but hate weed? It's like, bro, like you drink way more than I smoke, and what you drink is gonna kill you way faster than this. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it makes no fucking sense. But hey, do you?
In some cases, eat well, take care of yourself. In other cases, there are very tough diseases out there.
Right, and that's good.
100%. That Big Pharma helps with.
But why are they pitching me on dick pills and depression pills
because
and
they work.
Drugs and all these different things?
Because they work. Because
ask your doctor. No, my doctor should be telling me. I'm not asking my doctor.
Because science does help with pain. Because science does help with depression.
Hey, B, I think it's their own fault why people lost trust in vaccines and in Big Pharma.
Yes.
It's not, I didn't do anything.
Well,
do you know what
it's them lying about
legacy
COVID.
media,
it's all that.
Legacy media.
But
now who pays legacy media?
That's right.
But the way this started was literally me saying that like liberals, hippies, products of sun children, free love people, they all used to be like, we don't need anything except each other, and like we need to open our minds and like hear each other out, and like maybe we should talk instead of shooting each other, or maybe we should talk instead of going to war, and that's all been thrown out. Now you pick a side in the war and you go, well, they did this and historically this, and they go back 100 years to find a good argument of why they're slaughtering children in the streets. Like it's a wrong way to look at things. And now to just go,
the Gaza war?
I'm just talking about in general. Picking a side in a war is not what I think.
I don't think they're picking. I think they're choosing.
So you're gonna criticize kids getting slain in the street, but you don't want to pick a side. You don't want to pick a side, do you? I wonder why.
Powerful bunch.
I wonder why.
The final step is for Jeff the hater to be self-aware and hate himself. Then a tall bottle of whiskey, a cheap motel room, and the Second Amendment will all allow nature to take its course.
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Yes, yes, yes. Feed it in my veins, yes. It will just be way more entertaining too if you could put some of this angst, some of this energy into his stand-up. I'm sure his stand-up is shit. I've got a feeling Jeff Dye's stand-up is fucking garbage. It'd be nice if you could put some of this energy that he has or some of this hate into his stand-up. That would be good, but I don't think it's true. Should I check his stand-up? No, I'm not going to check it. I probably should. I don't want to do it to myself.
Money overall.
I
think it's just all about money. All Big Pharma, the legacy media,
no, I don't think
all
so.
this shit's all about money.
I don't think it's all about money. But I will say this. I think there are a lot of people who are just like us who want to get to the truth and do well in the world.
All right, cool. Tony FM's fault. You want to see it? Let's see it. Let's fucking see Jeff Dye stand-up. Let's actually see what Jeff Dye's stand-up looks like. Let's see. Jeff Dye Instagram. Let's see. Let's see what his stand-up is about. I bet you it's bad. Right, he's got quite a lot of followers. 660,000 nearly. Let's see. I would imagine it's... I guess it's crowd work? Is it crowd work? I'd imagine it's not crowd work. Let's see what his stand-up looks like. Let's see what it sounds like, sorry. Let's see Jeff Dye stand-up. One in a chat if you think it's funny. 2 if you think it's not funny. 1 if you think it's funny. 2 if you think it's not funny. First post.
My friends are doing
1 funny, 2 not funny. 1 funny, 2 not funny.
way worse. They're not handling my sobriety well. Because my friends, they're animals. They still party. They still have a good time. Literally, they're like, dude, we getting ripped tonight? I'm like...
Big up people in the stream chat already putting 2 before I press play. Big up everyone in the stream chat already spamming 2 before I fucking press play. Fucking legends.
No. I'm sober. I've told you that like 50 times. They're like, you still doing that? I was like, yeah. Yeah, I have a problem. They're like, come on, man. Don't be gay. I'm like, what? That's not what gay guys are up to. They're butt fucking. Which is way cooler than being sober, I'll tell you that. So, I was such a fun drunk, I'm actually afraid my friends are going to give me an intervention to start drinking again. That's my biggest fear. I'm going to come to their house, like, come in. I'm like, what's this? They're like, your sobriety has affected us in the following ways. You're not buying us drugs anymore. We're having to pay for all of our own shit. There's a place you can go. It's called Vegas. Let's go. My friends are doing way worse. They're not handling.
Wow. 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 See what I mean? You see what I mean about the hate? All of that hate should be put onto the stage. All that energy, all that angst, all that aggression, all that frustration, all that bitterness, all that jealousy should be funneled into his art. But instead we get this shit. One more fucking clip, Jeff Dye. One more clip of yours and you better be funny. Again, stream chat. 1 for funny, 2 for not funny. One more clip from Jeff Dye.
If you're so good, if you're such a good person, you're just so higher minded than me and everyone else. You have no idea the difference between a man and a woman. Oh my God. It's just, what, I can't even tell. I don't even know the difference. There's really no difference. The man and a woman, we're still the same. Then why do we even have women's sports? Let's just get rid of women's sports. Let's just, let's make it just sports and watch how many of you fuckers don't make the team. Well, let's do that. It would be like a month before you're like, we get it. Just give us our fucking leagues back. This is bullshit. Or maybe to show women the difference between men and women, maybe we should have men's versus women's NFL. That'd be great. Wouldn't that be great? You think there's no difference? Let's have men's versus women's football. And what would it be, like 30 years of men just raising the trophy like, we did it again? It was actually kind of easy. Field's just covered in broken bitches. Like, he broke my femur. It's almost like we're different physically. Yeah. That's all it is. If you're so good.
I'm laughing because of how shit he is. I'm laughing because of how bad he is. For somebody so opinionated, for somebody who has so much vitriol, so much venom in what he says, who sounds so critical of other people, he is extraordinarily dog shit at his own art, isn't he? He is extraordinarily dog shit at his own art, isn't he? Huh? Oh my God. You know what we're gonna do? Because 3 times a charm, right? Because 3 times a charm. If twice he disappointed us, if 2 times, if dos times he disappointed us, surely he can't do it 3 times. Surely he can't do it 3 times. Surely not, right? Surely not. Let's see.
I'm getting a vasectomy tomorrow, so yeah, not excited. What'd you say? Don't do it? No, it's my body, my choice, dude. Fucking one of these repubs? Fuck you. This way I can have a baby on my terms, not just some girl going, that's what we're doing. Are you fucking bitch? I would say that. Like now, if I get a girl pregnant, she's gonna have to like go to Pasadena, break into some weird building, go through lockers and lockers of semen to find mine. She's gonna have to find my frozen semen, then she's gonna have to thaw it out, and then I don't even know how she's gonna get it, how that would work or whatever, and then take a test, and then months later be like, we're having a baby, and I'll be like, all right, you earned it. You earned it. I'm ready to step up and be a man and take care of this baby. All right, I didn't want to talk about any of this, but I can't stop thinking about now tomorrow my balls are going to be cut. Guys, I need this set. Please don't make it bad. Going into the knife, dude. I'm getting a vasectomy.
Powerful bunch.
How does he afford floor seat Lakers tickets? Does this guy have a rich dad as well? Do we all need to start doing stand-up and quit our jobs?
Assad Aziz, you are a fucking mind reader. You are a fucking mind reader. I was sitting here thinking to myself, is stand-up not one of the biggest rackets ever? Because people say the same thing about DJing, right? My world. People say the same thing about DJs. And it being a pointless, useless job and who needs it, blah, 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 blah. But it's pretty easy to get involved in, to try and DJ, right? The barrier for entry is very low. But it's also one of those things that's very easy to tell if it's good or not. You're in a room, no matter who the DJ is, if it's terrible, you leave and it's empty and it's clear. And the promoters notice and they stop booking you. It's a very simple thing to kind of get wrong also very quickly. But I feel like with stand-up, because of the nature of like going to a show, because of the environment of where you're in, where you're kind of like in a quasi bar with a stage, it's almost like a bit of a hustle because you're not really like, you're never required to be funny really, if you think about it. You're just required to keep people entertained or busy while they chow down their, fucking boneless wings and while they drink their beer and whatever mixer they have. You're not really required to be funny. So I'm wondering, is stand-up just a hustle? Is it just one of the biggest hustles that we've never really kind of realized until now when we're seeing these people's material? Because this stuff is like bad. Like, I know it's not the right scenario. Like, I'm sitting here in my cramped little London flat. The sun is shining. I'm in my shorts. I'm watching this. I'm drinking water. It's the middle of the afternoon. You know what I mean? I'm not in the right maybe ambiance to maybe enjoy a stand-up set. But it's quite astonishing the number of clips that we've watched on this stream together, especially ones from comedians on, because it's the really sad and really fucked up thing. This is from their pages, bros. If you know anything about social media, most people on social media, you put your best stuff on your page. So if you're into arts, if you're into entertainment, you put your best fucking stuff on your page because you want people to see the thing that you do and enjoy, but also see the best thing that you do. So these are his best clips. We just saw 3 of his best clips of the things that he thinks represent him the best, represent him at his funniest. And I didn't crack a smile once. And same could be said for the other comedians. Ali Makowski the other day, and a few others watched before. So I'm wondering, like, is this stand-up thing just one big, like, hustle? One big scam to be famous? That doesn't actually require you to have any talent. Doesn't require you to be, forget talent. Doesn't require you to be good at what you do. Just requires you to be good enough that people don't want to, like, all you have to do, it feels like, is not get booed. If you can avoid being booed, if you can avoid silences, you're okay. All you gotta do is avoid that. If you avoid being booed and you avoid completely like losing the crowd, you are good in stand-up. You don't have to be funny at all because that was one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life. And he's a professional stand-up comedian. I think he got passed at the Comedy Store recently, right? Did he post it on his page? I think he's like a Comedy Store comedian now, even. And that was horrendous. Truly horrendous. Wow, man. Wow. Wow. Fair enough. Fucking crazy, man. Let's go back to the clip. Where is it?
I think money plays a part in a lot of things.
everything.
The problem is, let's just take the Palestinian Gaza thing. Man, you know, there was a very interesting debate with Dave Smith and Douglas Murray because Dave Smith was coming at it and he made a very good point. Dave was basically saying, I may not be an expert. And this
But you
is to your
don't have
point.
to be to
Now
talk
watch.
about any of this stuff.
But he can say this. He said, but I also don't want to live in a world where the response to children being buried under rubble and dying and being tortured to death
on both sides, by the way,
thousands. I don't want the response to be
on both sides. He says with a straight face, with a straight fucking face. Palestinians are also committing fucking genocide on Israelis. Are they though? Are the Palestinians actually blowing up Israeli children though? Are they by the thousands? Are they though, you fucking idiot? Mr. Hater of everything suddenly doesn't hate Israel though. Mr. Hater of everything suddenly is not a hater of Benjamin Netanyahu. Has no hate for fucking IDF, does he? Interesting that, isn't it? Mr. Hater of everything, especially black, seems to have all the nice both sides opinion about the fucking war in Gaza, right? Okay. That makes sense. That makes complete sense. Both sides.
well, that's just the way the world is, right? We all go.
Oh, by the way, let's not advocate for both sides, by the way. Let's just advocate for a complete stop and a complete ceasefire. No one wants to see Israeli kids blown up. But the outsized nature of the Palestinian deaths should be given everybody's attention because that is a straight up genocide. Everyone should be like, hey, we understand what happened on October 7th. Big up NJ Ranger.
Imagine being outflanked by rinks on Gaza. Man face bombing emoji.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, everyone understands what happened on October 7th was fucking horrible. Nobody at a party, whatever, deserves to die the way that they did. Those kids at a festival. Horrendous. But Israel's response has been crazy. It's equivalent. You remember when you see those street fights where somebody, like, you know, beats up a bully, but then they keep kicking the head onto the floor. And it was like, oh, hey, chill. Yeah, because you did what you meant to do. You got your lick back. You punched the person. They're knocked out cold now. You don't get to continually kick them in the head just because they hit you first. There has to come a point where you stop. You got your lick back. Now you have to stop. They have to stop at some point. You'd hope so. But here's fucking Jeff Dyer. Two sides. Both sides. Mr. Fence sitter all of a sudden. All of a sudden, he wants to be nuanced. All of a sudden. I wonder why.
Man, I wish, can we do something different?
Yeah.
Now, remember in the Middle East, there's a great, I always quote this saying by Daryl Cooper. It is a part of the world where people...
By the way, if you don't want to be enraged, don't watch that Louis Theroux Settlers documentary, man. Don't watch it, man. That's going to bum you out. I watched a bit of it yesterday. Don't watch that Louis Theroux Settlers documentary. Do not watch that Louis Theroux Settlers documentary. It will bum you the fuck out to know that there are humans out there like that, man, who are so callous, who are so cold, who are just... it will bum you the fuck out. It will bum you out so fucking much. And I'm sure those people aren't a great representation of the Jewish people in general. Yes, we know. But they really give Israelis, they really give, you know, Jews in general, a real bad name, man. Those settlers, they give them a bad fucking name. It's horrendous. It's horrendous, man. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
People had to forego who they could be for who they had to be. And when you're in a war, or you're in that kind of a situation with that conflict that goes back to when Moses had parted ways with the
Hey, yo, big up Assad.
Brian's new podcast, Between Two Redacts and Ferns.
Yeah. He said that's actually a good cover for it. Big up Aziz. That pause is actually a really good cover for it. That pause is actually a really good cover for that podcast. That's a really good fucking cover for the podcast. Between two Redact and exclusively on Patreon. Yeah, big up Asad Aziz.
Pharaoh. You know.
Hey, yo, big up Robert Holden too. Happy birthday, AZ, brother from another, brother from Angola mother. Exactly. Big up Robert Holden. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
It's been a brutal part of the world.
Right.
What's the answer? I don't know, man.
But no one does.
No one does.
And here's my
haven't heard
problem
any
with
good
it,
answer.
is that we don't know. These fuckers have been fighting forever, and now a college student holding the Stanley Cup in their tent on the front porch of $1 million tuition bill is going, here's my take.
Yeah.
And it's like, can they both just grow up? You could fight.
Okay, so you don't want to hear the opinions of a college student on what's going on in Gaza. You don't think they have any solutions. But then you also advocate for people like you to question Big Pharma, and experts are overrated. Experts are uninformed. Experts are beholden to Big Pharma and big corporations. So what is it then? Are all of us allowed to have a voice, or only some of us allowed to have a voice? Please let me know.
Find 10 reasons why both sides are correct in this war.
Well, then what do you do?
In almost every
Sometimes
war.
I said this to my friend. I go, sometimes I just find myself shaking my head and saying a prayer. Because I don't really know the answer, dude.
Yeah.
I really do that.
I'm not saying I know the answer. What I am saying is it's so immature.
I don't think America.
He also didn't say he says a prayer. Keep that in mind. He also doesn't know the answer. Brian said, I just shake my head and say a prayer. Jeff Dye didn't say he shakes his head or says a prayer. We know where he stands.
Americans should fund these wars. That's my answer.
Somebody else would, though. Right? So
Perfect.
the problem
And that's fine. They're cool?
No, it's not cool, because what would happen is it would be so much worse in a lot of cases. And every time we create a vacuum, the problem with politics, geopolitics,
Powerful
is when you
bunch.
create a vacuum.
Big up.
Why is your take more valuable, guy who can't read?
And also, I'm sorry, Asad Aziz brought it up earlier, bro. The tree still remembers. I'm sorry, but as much as I like that he's saying what he feels and feeling what he says, you were an alcoholic like 2 months ago. You were crashing your car into fucking trees, walking away from the scene of a crime, and go meet your girlfriend in a coffee shop around the corner. You're not exactly the person I want to listen to either, bro. You've just about got your life in check just now. You have some ways to go yet. Stop opining on things about the world. You're not also somebody that people should be listening to at all. Zero. I'm sorry.
Vacuum. You will be drawn right back into it. And that's exactly what happened in the Middle East. You might ignore this group called Al-Qaeda until they fly planes into your fucking city.
Or do a 30-year war in Afghanistan.
Big up KC. Big shawarma is the real enemy. That shit too good. Exactly. Big up my shawarma man them. Ooh, shawarma. I love a good shawarma bowl. I'm an advocate for a good shawarma bowl. Give me a good shawarma bowl and I'll bust that shit down. Big up the shawarma man them. Big up Casey.
And saying get nothing out of it.
Yeah, but
you could do that. Or you can fund Ukraine, who's going to lose anyways, and keep throwing money at them.
Well, Ukraine's a different story too. It's like
I'm just, what I'm saying? Like, look at all your tax-paying money's going to this complete bullshit that has nothing to do with us, and it's not going to get fixed.
Comedy podcast.
Let's take another little break here, then we'll jump right back in the Jeff Dye episode, because this episode
of
The Fighter and the Kid
is where has
available in all states, progressive.
It's the larger question is, where has the United States intervened and where has it been okay? Where has the United States
We only intervened for the better of the interest of the
intervened.
Where has it been okay? Where has the United States
We only intervened for
We only intervened.
The United States intervened and where has it been okay? Where has the United States
We only
intervened
intervened for the better of the interest of the politicians, right?
Well,
it's not. It
doesn't
affect you.
No, there's a lot.
Ukraine doesn't
There's a lot
affect
of
you.
scholarship that goes into. There's a lot of things. There are people who are isolationists, and there are people who said we don't have a choice. We've got to get involved. And there is a lot of merit to both. And if you were sitting there listening to smart people talk about that, and in fact, cabinet rooms where they had these debates, we'd be scratching our heads, because a lot of times it's like we had to deal with containing Soviet aggression for the better part of the entire Cold War.
That's what they've always pushed us, right? Always
But that's
pushed
true.
that.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
It was a real Cold War. But Ukraine, I'm not going to get into it.
My whole thing is we're sending all this money overseas, all this money.
Well,
how are we doing?
We make money.
How are we?
No, we make money.
I know, but how are we doing here?
No, but we make money on that, right? So you
well, that's why I'm saying that's why they're doing it.
No, I mean,
we don't make
our
money.
economy makes money. So watch this.
Yeah, they put money back down.
Yeah, no. So when they say
there's so much money
okayed
more.
$4 billion,
That's why they do it.
when they go, we okayed $4 billion to Ukraine. Do you know why our politicians on both sides of the aisle are like, you know why that is? It's not just because some people are very anti-Russian and think we should
the manufacturing here, they pay them.
It's all
they send it up.
You got to hire American companies.
I think that's
to build those munitions and all that.
Disgusting.
I'm pro-America, not our government.
Well,
and
loyalty
so-
to my country always, to my government only when it deserves it. That's Mark Twain.
Right. But that's my point, is that like I can look at this and not have any answers while still going, gross. It's
yeah.
gross.
100%.
Yeah.
But when you say that, there are people that have to make decisions, right? So Donald Trump has to make a decision, and usually
that's what he signed
any
up for.
president historically will say, when I made a decision, a lot of people got saved and a lot of people died. And it's the old Alan Watts who said, us Europeans, us Americans, or us Europeans who try to make the world better by turning everything on its right side, we come in and we go, we got to make this better. The minute you do that, the minute you try to improve.
Big up God's favorite. When is the funny? We're all wondering that, my friend. We're all wondering that.
Improve the world, and you turn everything up. So these fucking things are upside down. Let's turn them.
Big up Bob Bank, Tfatk Bloomberg.
A right side up. Well, there's another upside down on this side,
Yeah, sure.
and that's the biggest frustration.
Yeah, I can't believe we didn't
I just
figure it
think
out.
like remember COVID? Remember early COVID?
Yeah.
When like there would like be some guy like my dad at a grocery store and he's like not wearing a mask and everyone's flipping out.
God.
Go, you gotta wear a mask.
Guy like me.
And he's like, it's not a law. You can't make me. And then there's some woman wearing a space suit, and she's filming him like, you're not wearing your mask. I'm putting this on the
We're
internet.
still talking about this. Boring, man. Boring. Okay, you were right. Congratulations. Move on.
And he's like, shut up, boy. And she's like, girl, and whatever. And you just see this whole thing. And now that you might identify more with the guy like my dad, or you might identify more with this lesbian in a spacesuit. But I'm watching it going, can you both just fucking grow up?
I will say
we
this,
share this Whole Foods.
No, but Jeff,
but this is how I
were less of an asshole. Conservatives were on the right side.
It's a metaphor, Brian.
I know.
Yeah.
My point is, we both share this Whole Foods, and it's like
you wear your spacesuit. You don't wear your mask.
Grow
leave us
up.
alone. Yeah,
and
100%.
how long is the Middle East gonna slaughter each other?
100%.
And I don't feel like a racist saying, "Grow the fuck up."
Yeah, 100%.
They can't even
It's
go into like
2025.
some verbal war room and just get to the bottom of whatever their god's problem is.
Yeah.
Do we have to bring in nice people who want to like party at a nightclub and like kill their children?
But
it's like grow up and settle these things with words.
But it's what's fucked up about the world is that it takes a very small group of sociopaths to ruin it for all of us. So like a lot of times if you look at history, it's a small motivated group of fucking shitheads that ushered in the communist revolution and killed so many people.
But we cry about slavery that was abolished in our country like 100 years ago, what, daily on the internet?
Yes.
But we're not upset with the Middle East for warring for thousands.
He hates black people so much. He hates black people so much.
Powerful bunch.
Jeff Dye makes me identify with the lesbian.
Exactly. I'm not even for all that fucking identity politics, victimhood shit. You guys know what I'm about. But the way he talks about it, I'm going to be on their side every single time. I don't care. Whoever he hates, I love. I don't fucking care. He's so unlikable. He sounds like such a fucking cunt. Whoever he doesn't like, I like automatically. I can never be on his side. This guy's a bozo.
Like,
we're
grow
privileged
up.
Americans.
What are people doing? There's a great quote. I don't know. I saw it in some stupid movie, so I don't. It's not from a book, but it's like war is just old men talking and young men dying. And how many people have to fucking die before you just go, maybe there's a better way to do this?
Like if you had kids, would you ever let your kids go into the military?
Yes, I would.
Would you?
Yeah, because it's noble, but not because I like it.
Powerful bunch. Let's say there's.
Brendan's brain
This
breaking.
is what happens when you quit alcohol for 3 months.
Yeah!
You look at all your friends and say, grow up. Been there, done that. It's actually the worst person to be around. Don't be that guy.
Oh my God, Assad, Once again, what a fucking bomb and a banger. So true. There is nothing, the only thing that is worse, the only thing worse than a the only thing worse than a recovering alcoholic or recovering drug addict, the only thing worse is somebody that recently was fat and got skinny without Ozempic. The only thing worse than that is a person who's lost a ton of weight recently through, working out and changing what they eat and shit and getting healthy. Those are the people that and maybe the only thing worse than that is maybe a newly converted religious person, but I give people a bit of a blind. But there's nothing worse than somebody who recently, especially the person that does it for a week. He's like 3 years in or however long he's into it. The person that goes 1 week clean without doing anything, no multivitamins, no booze, they are unbearable, bro. They are so unbearable. They want to start giving you lectures and fucking TED Talks and all sorts of manner of nonsense and start chastising you for the very same lifestyle they were engaging in just a couple of fucking hours ago. Oh, fucking exhausting. Now all of a sudden, Jeff Dye stopped drinking and now his brain's working again and he's fucking, thinking about things. He now suddenly has all of the answers. Suddenly now he has all of the fucking answers. Shut up, you bozo.
Another Afghanistan or false weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah,
Your son's like, I'm going over there to fight. And you're like, buddy, we've seen how this goes. Powerful bunch. We're not.
Yeah, big up NJ.
They had nightclubs in Syria under Assad. Now, with our help, there are no nightclubs. Because their leader is a guy who had a $10 million bounty on his head from our State Department until 5 minutes ago for being both an ISIS and an Al-Qaeda guy.
Exactly. Syria is actually kind of depressing, to be honest. Seeing pictures of Syria in the 60s, 70s or whatever, like, that shit is depressing as fuck, bro. Depressing as fuck what that fucking country's turned into now. Like, legitimately. It's like you can't even compare. It's like a whole different world, you know what I mean? Like, what it was back then, man. But yeah, big up my Syrians out there. Hold your head up. Big up NJ Ranger.
Not in harm here. They're never going to get to us. But you're going to go out there and die for that?
I wish I would have. I would have.
Exactly, Josie. Exactly. I had a friend who quit smoking, and then he would go around preaching to everyone, stop smoking, shut the fuck up. Exactly. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. There's nothing worse than somebody that does that. Like, me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of people who preach about their abstinence or their lack of vices and shit. I think it's unbecoming. I think most adults should just live in the world as is. Like, if you want to do stuff, you do stuff. If you don't, you don't. I don't like people who make doing stuff, drinking, having multivitamins their whole identity, like how Rogan does. Like, weed, man, I'm so high, man. Like, no one cares. Enjoy your stuff or don't enjoy your stuff. But what you don't do is start encroaching on the stuff that I enjoy and start chastising or telling me what I should and shouldn't do. Especially if just the other day, I was racking up fucking lines with you and passing you fucking pills. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. If we shared a cubicle, if we shared a fucking toilet cubicle 1 day ago, I don't want to hear it. I'm happy for you, but I don't want to hear it.
Enlisted. I really believe that. I think it's good for you to have purpose and meaning. And I
think the military experience is one of the best things you can do. Yeah. I think dying in a war, it's
tough.
That does make a difference.
Yes,
I know.
And you're gonna.
Yeah, but big up Tony FM. Once somebody goes sober or has kids, we just can't really hang out anymore, pretty much. But I've got friends like that. I'm the
powerful bunch.
Big up below the threshold. Below
What's
the street.
worse
Sorry.
is Jeff's sobriety is court ordered.
Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah. Big up below the streets. Oh yeah. It actually is. Exactly. Exactly. If he doesn't stay sober, he goes to fucking jail. That's why he's sober anyway. The fucking cunt. He's trying to act like it's some noble thing. It's some just thing. It's some fucking admirable thing that he's doing. He's only sober now and drinking water like it's fucking lemonade. Like he's been guzzling that fucking bottle. You can tell he's newly sober, by the way. You can tell he's newly sober because he is drinking that water like it's fucking Pepsi, you know? He's really, really drinking that water because he would rather have a Tito's or something. Exactly, below shoes. I didn't even thought about that. That's so fucking true. Going back to the parents thing though, aren't the coolest parents or aren't the coolest people that don't get on it the ones that can hang out? Like, I have friends like that. I have friends who, in our social group, who will specifically try and come out before it gets a bit leery. Before people start trying to order baggies and start getting a bit crazy with the drinks, they'll want to come out to hang out with us for an hour or two, have some jokes. Then when people start disappearing to the toilets many times, that's when they'll leave. Those are the coolest parents, or the ones that will see you before they go pick up their kids. Okay, cool. I'm just going to come hang out, and I'm going to go because I've got to pick up my kids. I'll go look after my dog. Cool. But the ones who are like, I can't believe you're still doing this sort of stuff and rah, rah, rah. Shut up.
And I'm all about military. My whole family's military. Love military. But I'm saying if there's a current war, if my two kids were like, we're going to go fight this war in Ukraine, I would go, hold on.
Yeah.
Can we go through some? I'm with you.
Yeah, I got some questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
can you be stationed in Hawaii?
Right.
You know?
That's the benefit. That's the
Tony FM hates those boots, innit? Tony FM hates those boots. Tony FM hates those boots the way I used to hate fucking Callan wearing fucking toe holds. Oh, by the way, isn't it funny? The weather's now better, right? I'm assuming like it's really warm and nice there in London. I'm assuming it's quite nice out there in LA. Isn't it funny that the weather's nicer now, but Callan isn't wearing toe holds? The weather that he should be wearing toe holds in, the weather where toes would be actually make a lot more sense is now he's not wearing them. Fucking idiot. Fucking hate those things. Burn!
The benefit of learning from your mistakes.
Yes.
Understanding history.
Yeah.
And really looking at how it happened and who was responsible.
Because imagine if Finn went to the military and died in the Afghanistan
can't think
war.
of anything worse.
You'd go, for what?
Can't think of anything worse.
Oh, but they were terrorists. They were going to come here. No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
No.
No, they weren't.
And that's such an important thing to really understand. That's why it's so important to understand the meaningful difference between things, understand the difference between a good idea and a bad idea. Understand that's why I'm a conservative. I stand on certain principles.
That's why I'm a conservative. Oh, now you are. You're a fucking Democrat the majority of your life. Then you got cancelled. Suddenly fucking, being a Democrat is fucking bad again. Fuck out of here, man. You are a fucking fair weather fucking Republican, you are. You are fair weather fucking conservative. Fair fucking weather. Get out of here.
Because I think the left gets it so wrong and ultimately turns tyrannical. The way they handled COVID, they should be punished for that, et cetera, et cetera. Their whole gender ideology, which was a lie.
I'll just take an apology.
All of that. Yeah.
I don't even need them to be punished. I would like them just to go, oh yeah, we played that wrong.
But the next time you see
we fucked up.
We didn't know.
The
And
next
I'll
time
go,
you
that's a
see
good
it,
answer.
Like if Newsom came out, I was like, my bad, I kind of fucked the whole thing up. I had this person in my ear.
Yeah.
I shut down schools.
Oh, I'd love that.
But my father used to always say this. My father used to say, don't fall for the fact that it's just, well, it's this or that. There is an answer.
Yeah.
And there's a right answer and there's a wrong answer.
Donnie.
And sometimes it's really hard to find. But it's really hard to know the difference. Sometimes it's really easy to make comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult to understand where Charles Murray is right and where Dave Smith is right, or where both are wrong. Right?
Well, it's okay to be wrong, but just like be like, oh, I was wrong. Like that's okay. We're all allowed to be wrong. I've been wrong a million times, but then I just go, yeah, I was
unless
wrong.
people die.
I was wrong on this.
I know, but like
podcast.
Fauci could have said, hey man, I just didn't know.
Yeah.
And I had all these people telling me what's best, and so I just
I
went
feel
with
like most
mine.
Americans go, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you keep doubling
Correct.
down, we're like,
Correct.
bro,
Correct.
And that's what pisses me off.
piece of
Correct.
shit.
Yeah,
bud.
because it's okay to be wrong.
Yeah,
but like
you
just,
didn't tell us about gain and function research and how you guys were funding the Wuhan lab, et cetera.
Yeah,
et cetera.
If he was like, man, I was funding this fucking lab. They told me I wouldn't get out, busted out, all this shit
remember when
happened.
you were
I don't know how to
called
deal with it.
Busted out. Yeah, that's what they're going to say, innit? Fucking REDACT.
Powerful bunch.
Yeah.
To use the great Norm MacDonald's joke, you're not going to believe this, but Jeff Dye is giving away the solutions to all of our problems for free.
Exactly. By the way, look his face again. I'm sorry, but look his face again. Like, who is that man? Who is that? Honestly, who is that? Somebody tell me who that is. Like, his face is different all the fucking time. Who the fuck is that? Look at him. God almighty.
Racist if you say you're a
Yeah.
racist if you say the lab leak is that's why.
Dude,
that's why they lost
how
all
many
their
friends
credibility.
you lose during I'm going back to the COVID thing. How many friends you lose during COVID?
Dude.
I went,
Dude.
oh my God. And you know me, I was like ready to storm the Capitol. Dude, my shit, I was like, oh, I'm not anything like you guys. All our comedy friends, I went, oh, buddy, I can never talk to you again.
I know.
Not because you're on the left. No, I never talked to them again. There's so many people that you guys know. I'm out, man. You're not my foxhole.
Well, you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch.
Correct. And when the shit when the shit hit the fan, all you guys scoured and you wore your mask, got the shot, you started preaching against all my friends. Dude, we're out. You're out.
I got a lot of hate during that chapter of my.
It's a good thing though. I'm glad it got hate. No one needed to go to their comedy shows. No one needed it. While the world was on, like, that's one thing I think they were right to get publicly shamed and ridiculed for. And that's all it was, by the way. No one threw these guys into prison. They didn't lose any money. They weren't exiled from the community, from the comedy community and shit. They just got publicly shamed. Nothing actually happened to them. Nothing apart from people teasing them, trolling them, sending them probably, I don't know, somewhat threatening DMs. That's it. But it was rightfully so. Because these motherfuckers thought their jobs were way more important than ours, by the way. Let's think about that, by the way. They didn't want the world to return to normal. They just wanted the ability to them to go and perform stand-up. Keep that in mind. They weren't really pushing for the world just to go back to normal. They wanted to have the ability to do stand-up whenever they went to stand-up. And they wanted you to go and watch them. So they thought there was no need for there to be a pause, no need for us to gather our thoughts, to just actually figure out what was going on. There was no need to panic, nothing. Just keep calm and keep spending money on my show. Keep coming to my show, keep buying my merch, keep watching my shit. And the moment someone told them no, they all fucking throw their toys out of the pram and got all prissy. And what makes it funnier, what makes it way more depressing is that these motherfuckers are the ones who can actually afford to take a break. They could afford to take a break. They could afford to press pause. They could afford to miss a couple of shows, but they didn't. They didn't want to miss a single one. A single one. Doing shows in parking lots, doing shows in states where the rules were a bit more relaxed and putting people in danger and harm's way, and just generally just, acting like the rules didn't apply to them. Proper bullshit behavior. Say what you want about COVID. Yes, it was overblown. Maybe the vaccine isn't a fucking one-stop cure-all drug. Yes, it was. But these motherfuckers' behaviors during that entire thing made them so unlikely. Like a lot of comedians, I think, lost a lot of their fan bases and they became very unlikable because of COVID too. Because of some of their responses and shit and how they acted. It was just deplorable. Especially considering the rest of us were having to really struggle and figure it out. I fucking hated it.
Powerful bunch.
Big up, MJ.
Wait till he finds out they vex you in the military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mr. Military Man. Mr. I come from a military family. Yeah. Fuck off. Purple heart of fucking cowardice.
Same.
I remember people publicly being like, and Jeff's having people at his house. I'm like, I'm going crazy over here.
Yeah.
I'm in the house
we were doing the podcast. People yelling at us. Like,
I was in my house with alcohol.
You guys never said fuck off. People started yelling at you. You never said fuck off. You coward and kept on doing it. You never had the gum. Like, if they had that gumption and stood in it 10 toes, it'd be more admirable. They never said fuck off once. They were cowering. They avoided answering questions about it. They kind of ignored all the criticism and just kept on going on. They never said fuck off once. You never said that. Don't lie.
Alcohol problem and guns.
Dude,
and
I was alcoholic,
dude. I'm like,
I was a bona fide alcoholic during COVID.
Dude,
I love it. Brendan blaming his alcoholism on COVID. Never my fault. True narcissism, by the way. True narcissist. I was an alcoholic during COVID. No, bro, you are an alcoholic. COVID didn't make you an alcoholic. You were an alcoholic. You enjoyed it. You had your fun with it. It went a bit too far. You only reined in because of fucking Ozempic too, by the way. This guy.
And the one positive, like, you became a star out of all this COVID nonsense and bullshit. The thing that it brought, like, the fight back into me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I kind of, lowered it during comedy. I was like, no, I'm not mean, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Not that I was ever mean. But I was like, no, I can't really fight, and dressing all gay and shit. And then COVID happened, and I was like, oh, shit. And I have two young boys. I'm like, oh, no, they need a man.
100%.
And so I'm at coffee, and I was going there before the studio in Santa Monica every day. And then the mask, I'm like, God, I'm not wearing a mask. And I go in, I'm like, the usual.
By the way, this isn't true. This isn't true. This is a bona fide lie. Didn't he say, what? Do you remember the whole time during COVID? He had a bandana around his neck. Do you guys remember? During the whole time of COVID, he had a bandana tied around his neck that he would say he wore just to put over his face to get his coffee. He didn't believe in the mask, so he'd always just put it on, get his coffee in and take it off. Now he's trying to act like Billy Big Balls and say, yeah, I told the man. No, you never. Don't stop lying, bro. The evidence is there. There's videos of him with a fucking bandana as he's recording fucking Tfatk, sitting down there, bandana around his fucking neck. Oh my God, bro.
And the security girl goes, you gotta put your mask on and eat that coffee. And I was like, oh, you woke up the demon.
Yeah, you don't want this.
I went, bud, I'm gonna get that coffee. I'm not gonna put my mask on. He goes, no, you're not. I go, guarantee you I am.
By the way, that isn't true. And again,
Powerful
a lie.
bunch.
Big up Black American.
Did he admit that his first personality was a lie?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, exactly. Exactly.
No, you're not. I went, I'll tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna grab that coffee and I'm gonna meet you in the back of the parking lot, and we're gonna see how it goes for you. He goes, okay, cool, see you there. I'm like, oh shit,
Perfect.
he's down. Big black dude, like 6'6". In my head, I'm like, I'm just gonna kick him in the fucking head and drive off with my
Yeah.
coffee.
Also,
That's
you
what
know
we're
you can take him.
Oh, of course.
That's the beauty of what, like,
course.
I
Powerful
can't do.
bunch.
Yo, big up Young God Vibes. Wagwan G.
Funny the kid he didn't get vaxxed is always ill.
Oh. 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 You know, but I can't touch that. I can't touch that. Aye. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Alright, cool. Big up Young God Vibes. Big up Young God. Holy shit. Holy shit. From the top ropes. Weird, huh? Weird. Wow. Fucking hell.
Real quick too.
So I was kind of nervous.
I'd have to be like, I'm gonna shoot you with a gun.
Well, in my head, I'm like, here we go, man. Let's see how this goes. Dust off the old fighting mitts.
Yeah.
And I go back there, and he wasn't there.
Nothing.
And I went there every single day during COVID.
Love
and he was
it.
just, I'd walk in and he'd just turn his head.
Yeah, of course.
I'd say, thank you.
He might have known. They might have said, hey, he's a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
That's a made up fuck. He's making it up, bro. I think Brian knows. He's making this up his whole story. He's making it up.
Yeah.
The barista was like, like looking like,
Yeah, that barista saved his life.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
saved you some money too, actually.
You know what?
Such a bad situation.
I would actually shake his hand now. I'm like, oh, thanks, dude. I lost it, and you brought it back out of me.
There was that giant.
I've been down to fight in a long time, and I was gonna snap your
There
neck.
was that giant guy who's really strong. We love, but I guess he had no idea. He couldn't figure out why you were tapping him that quickly.
I'm trying to think which guy.
Our big handsome friend who's very strong.
You can edit it. His name, right? Just go ahead.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
And couldn't figure out. He's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like Brennan was like, dude, like I can just do this all day, every 2 seconds. Anyway, sorry. I've got to
get Brian fired up about politics.
I got a little fired.
You got to catch a flight where you head back.
Interesting edit.
Back to
Austin.
Back home.
Yeah,
I can't wait to get out there.
I wish you'd come out.
I would love to.
You can stay with me.
Let's say, I hope this year is more financially lucrative, and then I'll just get a place.
I think you're going to be very wealthy, buddy.
Yeah,
and I
think
called it first.
You'll be good.
We're always right. Pretty much. We've had some
Sometimes.
pretty big famous people on.
I'll bet on Jeff.
Oh yeah,
My
me
man,
too.
thank
I
you.
will too.
Miami Improv coming up. Oh, Nashville Zanies got some
Great
two
club,
shows
dude.
These
there.
are great
We
clubs.
added a show.
Good for you, dude. So you're selling out.
God almighty. Is that his website? Is that his website? Fuck, you know. Was it like an Excel sheet? Is that like an Excel sheet? Jesus Christ. That's worse than fucking Callens. That's worse than Eric Griffin's. Look at that website listing for his gigs. Fucking hell, bro. I feel like I'm at work. Like, I feel like I'm at work, mate. That's a fucking sheet. That is a fucking Excel sheet. Look at that. Jesus Christ. That is crazy. Jeff Died the Hater's got one of the worst websites ever in the history of websites for comedians. That makes sense. That adds up completely. The biggest hater is also somebody that has the shittest website. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Wow, you're selling well.
It's been great. Yeah, I did the one show I didn't sell out this year was this giant place in Atlantic City, but I was happy with the turnout because
Atlantic City's tough. Was it a casino?
Yeah, it was like a 2,000 seater or something.
Dude,
I
they
was
put
like,
me
this
with
is too
it, the
big.
Borgata, and I looked at the poster, and they had fucking what's his name, the Italian guy. You're not embarrassed?
Oh, Sebastian, yeah.
They had his sign on there before me. I'm like,
oh yeah, no.
Oh, well, this isn't good.
It's tough. Yeah. Well, I think we sold like 700 tickets, which
again, that was a weird story to share. That was just that was like a humble brag, really. That wasn't even like a story to be like self-deprecating. That was essentially honestly, what a bizarre story to share. Oh yeah, I got booked to play there once when I was doing stand-up, and the person before me was Sebastian Maniscalco. Okay. Why are you sharing this information with us?
I was happy about and they were happy about, but
casino's great.
I was like, man, this is looking light. They showed the graph where they show all the open seats, and I was going, oh,
dude, I know.
What's the Mississippi Moon Bar?
No idea.
Skyline's great. Jacksonville.
The Truist Arena gig, all those ones are me with. There's a reason there's no link to buy tickets on those, is because that's me with Greg Gutfeld.
Oh, dope.
So it'd be Greg and then like a kind of a panel of his. Like,
okay, we don't care. I'm done. Oh my God, Jesus. Oh, let's move on. Let's do American Redact. Where's my guy? American Redact. There we go. Yeah, let's do American Redact. He's got 2 new ones. Let's do 2 back-to-back American Redacts, and then do a bit of Yuri and Riley shit. So American Redact, comedians v working class. Big up American Redact. Let's reload this. Big up everybody tuning in. Smash the fucking like button down below. Click subscribe. Join and become a member. I'm trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month. If you can help, join the member.
It's like the way we talk to each other as
membership
comics,
link down below.
You can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people where you insult. Like you could say like the most heinous joke to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he would fall on the ground laughing, holding his side.
Yeah. So there seems to be this notion in the Rogan sphere that comedians are the only people on Earth who know how to quote-unquote bust each other's balls. Regular civilians like you or I, well, we're simply incapable of grasping such a concept.
Remember, this is the worst social thing you could do by accident.
One sec. Apologies. My computer's going a bit slow. Apologies.
It's like the way we talk to each other as comics. You can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people where you insult. Like you could say like the most heinous joke to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he would fall on the ground laughing, holding his side.
Yes. So there seems to be this notion in the Rogan sphere that comedians are the only people on Earth who know how to quote-unquote in the Rogan sphere.
One sec. One more time. We use one more time, man. Only comedians know anything about jokes, by the way.
It's like the way we talk to each other as comics. You can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people where you insult. Like you could say like the most heinous joke to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he would fall on the ground laughing, holding his side.
Yes. So there seems to be this notion in the Rogan sphere that comedians are the only people on Earth who know how to quote-unquote bust each other's balls. Regular civilians like you or I, well, we're simply incapable of grasping such a concept.
Remember, this is the worst social thing you could do by accident.
Have a pinky out.
Like, oh no,
your friends would mock you.
We saw him.
Yeah, I think that might be just us. That might be a comedian's thing.
That's how you first get into it.
If regular guys are drinking coffee, I bet they do this all the time. They don't even think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't think someone's going to jump all over them and mock them.
But on the rare occasion, the regular working-class civilian will stand up to the comedic assassins and destroy them in their very own profession, resulting in some of the most satisfying moments in comedy. Take for
missed you more, young old vibes. Missed you more, sis. Love and light.
For example, the time when David Lucas got out-roasted by a random girl after he insulted her body.
Oh yeah, I remember this. This was good. Big up this girl. Whoever this girl was, big up this girl. She killed it. Big up this blood clot girl. Hold on, let it load. Come on.
For about a minute or so.
You got something else you want to say? Go ahead.
No. I was waiting.
I'll fucking roast them breast cancer titties you got too. That bitch got 2 medium-sized water balloons in her shirt.
These starting to sound like compliments.
I like big titties. Them titties will get you nowhere.
Well, great. I don't want to be anything you like because I don't want to look like a roast beef sandwich.
Big up that girl one more time. Whoever that girl was, you're a fucking legend. Because now watching the clip back, right, she was being kind. She was resisting the urge to say anything mean. But he kept pushing. He's like, okay, cool. Now I'm gonna say something mean. She could have left it at like, okay, I don't want to be anything you like, right? But she had to like double, she had to kind of give it a little bit more oomph to kind of put the message, drum the message home. Wow, I didn't realize how much restraint she showed before. She was actually trying to be nice and not say anything, but he kept pushing. She said, all right, cool. I'm gonna let this thing fly. One more time for the top. Big up that girl.
In comedy. Take, for example, the time when David Lucas got out-roasted by a random girl after he insulted her body for about a minute or so.
You got something else you want to say? Go ahead.
No, I was waiting.
I'll roast them breast cancer titties you got too. That bitch got 2 medium-sized water balloons in her shirt.
These starting to sound like compliments.
I like big titties. Them titties will get you nowhere.
Well, great. I don't want to be anything you like because I don't want to look like a roast beef sandwich.
Yeah. Oh my God, y'all like that bullshit? Woo!
They're hungry.
You got the titties of one of R. Kelly's sex victims, bitch, your ass.
You got the titties of big titties. You got big titties.
I mean, for a guy that's considered to be the greatest roaster.
That was so good. You got the big titties of big titties.
In Kill Tony history, he got served up pretty easily here. And in all fairness, he took it pretty well. Like, at least he didn't get all butthurt about it like some other comics do when regular civilians get under their skin. Because a lot of these so-called killers are actually pretty sensitive on the inside. Like, you don't even have to say much to really get to them. And the best example...
He's such a small... Look at him. He's such a small man, isn't it? He's such a small man. Oh, by the way, that's what I read online. A lot of people are saying the same things about... what do you call it? Free my guy Luigi Mangione. But allegedly, a bunch of girls went to Luigi Mangione's court appearance. Some random girls on social media had to go. And I think the first thing they all noticed was how small my guy Luigi Mangione is in real life. Because he's, I don't know, I think they thought he's like 6'9" or something. So if Luigi Mangione is small, but I think Luigi makes... Imagine how small Brian must be in real life. Imagine how small and dainty Brian must look in real life. Like, he just, I mean, this little old man that just doesn't shut the fuck up.
Actually pretty sensitive on the inside. Like, you don't even have to say much to really get to them. And the best example of this that I could think of was a couple of years ago when Andrew Schultz's court jester, Akash Singh, got infuriated by one of the audience members who was seemingly uninterested in Akash's lackluster jokes.
And I'm trying to power through the set, but when I'm done with my set and I see him doing this, that shit, there is no way your left hand is more interesting than what we're doing up here for an hour.
You clearly want to go home. I don't know why the fuck you didn't leave already. This guy's sitting here picking his fucking calluses on his hand for 10 minutes. Just go. Who gives a fuck?
And then I just fucking lost it. I was like, with all my jokes, fuck this guy. How is this more polite than just getting up and walking out?
The guy thinks he's funnier than me. Fucking Brits, dude.
I'm so glad that bitch died. So glad that bitch died. Never been more glad a bitch died in my life. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever, 92-year-old bitch died. Who cares what she did to India? I'm over it. I'm not over it anymore. That bitch. Ha! You get those jokes, don't you? You don't have a hard time understanding that?
It's funny how that guy just sitting there
Exactly, doesn't
doing
care.
nothing will probably live in Akash's head for the rest of his life. I mean, the dude's just sitting there chilling. And just because he's not ROFLing at every one of Akash...
Fucking hell! That's the most British response I've ever seen to someone like a... Look at the rolling of the eyes. He really couldn't
just
give
sitting
a
there
fuck.
chilling. And just because he's not ROFLing...
That's a comedian's worst nightmare, isn't it? Somebody who doesn't laugh. Somebody doesn't think it's that funny. Like he's not mad enough to leave, Like, he's not bored enough to leave, but he's not gonna laugh just because he's there. Like,
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up your
David Lucas looking like Dave Blunt's twin brother.
Yeah, David Lucas is, he's gonna be, But the funny thing is it me or do I feel like, weird thing to throw out here, but in media and entertainment, does it feel like fat black people outlive white fat people? Or is that not true? I feel like big people, like Dave Blunt size, Dave Lucas size, don't die as early or as often as their white counterparts. I feel like there's been bare prominent white people who I've seen who are died. I don't know why. Is that a thing or is that not true?
At every one of Akash's bad jokes, Akash felt the need to go off on him for 5 minutes straight.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just come sit here for 5 minutes? Just look at this guy. Can you see him from here? You only see this part of his face. You don't see the shitty part is right here. You paid for this shit, I bet. He wouldn't do this if he paid. Remember what I said about being disrespectful? F all of it. Out the window.
And the funniest part about this whole thing is that Akash posted this interaction to his own YouTube channel as if he served an utter grand slam to this guy. But in reality, all he did was expose himself.
He deserved it. I don't know if we put this out because it's so mean, but he fucking deserved it. It was fun, to be honest with you. I had a good time.
And after watching this clip again, guys, it sure does seem like Akash has a lot of inner rage built up inside of him. Like, it must suck knowing that all he'll ever be known for is being the guy who laughs like a hyena at everything Andrew Schultz says. But anyways, not all comedians have a short fuse like Akash. Take Brian Callen, for example. Some of Brian's funniest moments are when he gets made fun of on his
Powerful
podcast.
bunch.
And unlike some people...
Yeah, big up.
Good eye roll. That's a British guy's who's beans emoji.
Exactly. exactly.
He actually leans into the jokes about him, which makes it that much more enjoyable. Like when Matan Evan roasted him when he was a guest on Matan's show.
So you have matured a little bit since then, I'll give you that.
You think so?
In some ways, you've got older and your face it looks older.
Dude.
Have you ever made a person laugh before?
Yeah, I'm a comic, dude. I'm really good at stand-up comedy.
There are some topics, though, that old Bry is still cautious about, like the whole Fighter and the Kid subreddit and their massive hatred for Brendan Schaub and him. Like, he'd much rather stay away from that. So Matan knew that this would be the perfect angle to take with Callen, and sort of ambushed him with the subject.
Oh, what's his name?
Brendan Schaub. Very funny man.
Oh,
Cracks
he's
me up.
funny?
Very funny. Very strong.
Do you legally have to say that?
No. Listen, do you listen to Fighter and the Kid?
I hear about it from different sources.
So you're hearing a third party, dude. I need you to get involved in the podcast Fighter and the Kid, and you will see that I'm not just the only genius in that fucking duo. It's Brendan Schaub.
I'll tell you
Big
this,
Brown
I'm
Schaub.
a big part of the community.
Are you talking about the underground community? You son of a bitch.
There's a couple 100,000 of us now.
You're part of that community?
I
bet
started
you that
it.
fucking guy is too.
And I used,
you started it?
Oh, you know what email I use too?
Which?
You know.
What is it?
Tiger Belly.
But I actually think the best moment from this podcast was when Matan got Brian Callen to admit that Joe Rogan was one of the worst comedians that he knows, which wasn't even what Matan intended. Like, he wanted Brian to say Brendan Schaub, but instead, Brian brought up Joe Rogan.
Within your friend group, who do you think are the 5 funniest comedians?
I think Bill Burr. I think Dov Davidoff. I think Steve Byrne cracks me up. I think Andrew Santino is hilarious.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next segment.
Sorry.
Who now the 5 least funny, so now you can get to those guys.
Exactly.
Dude, let me explain.
I'm just
Matan, do you understand he could make one phone call? He could open his fucking window and whisper, and this whole podcast goes away?
Oh, are we talking about Brendan Schaub or Joe Rogan?
We're talking about Joe Rogan.
Oh, I love Joe Rogan. He's funny. Oh.
Also, while we're on the topic of Joe Rogan, I don't think I can make this video without including him, because out of everyone in this circle jerk, he might be the most sensitive when it comes to regular people having a go at him, as he is the originator of this whole mindset where comedians are far more superior than the regular Joe Schmo. And he's been this way.
And he's also the person that popularized the idea that comedians or prominent people shouldn't read comments. Don't read comments. Like, why wouldn't you want to read comments? Why wouldn't you want to find out what people say about the content you're putting out? Obviously, don't take everything to heart. You don't listen to every fucking suggestion. You're not fucking trying to crowdsource all of your fucking ideas all the time. You know what I mean? But this idea that you are somehow better than the audience that you fucking make content for, or that you're trying to entertain, is fucking ridiculous, really. And it makes comedians super... They're already very thin-skinned anyway. That's the nature of their business, I guess, in some respects. They're already very, very thin-skinned, very impervious to any kind of criticism. And then Rogan tells them that reading comments is beneath them. And it makes him even more paranoid and weird. So odd.
His entire life. Like, there's this ancient video of him on YouTube from 2007 where Joe gets into a heated argument with a feminist, who even I'll admit is beyond insufferable in this video, but I still applaud her for rage baiting Joe into a full-on mental breakdown.
Hi, I'm Lydia Lunch. I think I'm just getting material here, so I thought I'd cut in.
You said what?
I think I'm just getting material here, so I thought I would just cut in.
Sorry, it's not really working though.
I love your routine.
Thank you.
I'm not a comedian. I deal with tragedy, but we have similar subjects. You know, the way that you talk about women, I talk about men. But in a serious way. It's great.
So at first it seemed pretty cordial between the two, but as soon as the feminists started criticizing Joe's stand-up, you can tell that his blood was starting to boil. And he finally reached his breaking point with her when she started to emasculate him in front of everyone at the bar.
Honey, you wouldn't get any material. You wouldn't get any material out of me like you were getting out of them. So I said, look, I'm not with these clownish impersonations of women with no brains but lots of beauty. Oh, okay.
Well, the ones that are smart are
Look
never
in my eyes when you're talking to me.
I know, exactly. I always do that.
I don't think so, Joe.
Oh yes, I do. Stop the dumb intimidation stuff. I was thinking of allowed to think. I think I looked down. Don't go attacking me. I see where you're going with this. I see exactly where you're going with this. I don't think so, Joe. Don't start that shit with me.
So Joe just simply couldn't let that go. And as you'll see shortly, this little back and forth quickly escalated into a Joe Rogan shouting match. And it got so bad to the point where everyone in the bar went silent just to hear this meltdown.
No, it's because you try to tell people what to do. Don't tell people where to look. That's not how you communicate with adults. You don't tell them look in my eyes. I'm not your dog and I'm not a fucking little kid. No, you don't talk to people like that. That's dumb. That's not gonna
Pull my
work.
cigarette out up his nose, but that's okay.
You gotta do it.
I don't.
So don't threaten it.
I'm not threatening.
This is dumb shit.
No, it's
yes,
fine.
it is.
It's fine.
No, it's dumb. You put your cigarette out.
Fucking hell, Joe, man. Shut the fuck up, bro. Ay, ay, ay. Joe when he's drunk. Joe's the worst type of person to be around when he's lit in it. Ay, 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 Joe. She's annoying, you're annoying, everyone's annoying. Hey!
You a puncher, right?
No, I don't think so. No, don't shake on that, because I'm not going to punch him either.
But you know, don't say you're gonna. Then that's for idiots. That's dumb. No, you say no. I'm not on stage. You're talking. You saying you're gonna burn me with your cigarette? You're not burning anybody. That's dopey talk. That's dopey dumb talk.
And then the woman kind of crosses the line here and touches Joe on the face. And that sends him into an absolute rage.
You're not burning people. What are you, fucking tough? You're gonna burn people? You're an out-of-shape older woman. You're not burning anybody.
I'm sure younger woman.
I'm in very good shape.
I bet you are. Just keep working on it.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I know that.
No, fuck, this is dopey shit. I'm gonna burn you, and then you touch my face.
Powerful bunch.
Fucking hell,
Is
Joe.
this the marketplace of ideas he talks about?
Exactly. The legendary comedy. This is the legendary comedy. This is the legendary comedy store hang. Remember that. The legendary comedy store hang, where the greatest minds meet. Right? Yeah. The marketplace of ideas. This. No wonder people like staying in. When I see shit like this, because in the moment this is fun, right? In the moment, I'm sure if you're there with a beer, with a cigarette in your hand, with a joint, you got some multivitamins in your pocket, this is fun. But watching this back, this sounds excruciating. I get why some people just stay indoors. I get why some people just avoid bars, clubs, whatever, and just stay indoors. Because this is exhausting. Exhausting. And it's a mood killer too. This is a fucking mood killer.
This is dopey talk. It might work on other people who are impressed by you. No, not insecurity. I don't think you're cool. I was nothing but cool to you until you started trying to tell me what to do. Why? Because you're insecure and you're used to people paying attention to you. Immediately you come over to me, you have to tell me about your act and what you do and you do and you do. How about just talking as a human being? You ever try that? Just talking. Stop telling people what to do. Yeah, I'm screaming at you because you need to hear this shit. Because you're always dominant over people, aren't you?
Baby.
Yeah, you are. That's why you felt insecure around me. You tried to get me to do what you wanted me to do. Look me in the eyes, Joe. Don't look down the ground. Don't talk to those girls.
Powerful
I know
bunch.
people like you.
Fucking hell.
His documentary's gonna be wild.
Fucking hell, Joe Rogan, man. To be fair, maybe I'm special in that regard. Big up Black American. But like, I don't know about you, but I have a real hard time respecting men that get so much satisfaction out of like arguing with women like this. Like going back and forth, trying to read them, dress. It's a real lame trait. Guys who really enjoy arguing with women, like, as a man, get your point across, draw the line, and walk away. You know what I mean? Make your feelings known, make your feelings heard, however you may feel if they disrespected you, but move on. He's still going on and on. This is like some baddie shit. Like, relax, Joe, man. Enough. Like, bro. Like, she's not a threat to you physically. You're giving her a bit of a good dressing down. She understands your point now. Everyone around you knows you're right. Simmer the conversation down and walk away. Go somewhere else. Turn around. Go to your friends. Jump in your car. It ain't that deep, bro. Fucking hell, Rogan.
And you're pathetic. Save it. Dumb. It's all dumb. I'm not like you. You might have tricked them. You're not going to trick me.
Not tricking anybody. Oh. Educate yourself.
No, it's ugly. You're dark and mysterious. I forgot because you're unhappy.
I'm not. I'm very
You're unhappy.
happy.
That's why you
Very
with people.
Very
You're dark and mysterious.
Doesn't know me. Doesn't know me.
I don't have to.
And then people in the comments on this video are actually in support of Joe. But please don't be fooled. Like, I agree that the lady shouldn't have put her hands on his face, but other than that, I think this whole rant by Joe just shows how thin his skin really is. Much like that situation with Akash and the audience member. Like, these hacky guys think getting really loud and talking really fast is them owning their intended target, but really it's just a dead giveaway showing that they're really hurt on the inside.
Exactly.
But anyways, guys, moving along, I don't think I can end this video without mentioning the time when Sketch went on to Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino's podcast and brutally roasted Bobby Lee. Like, for just being a streamer who plays video games and streams at the FaZe house, his timing and delivery here was just amazing.
You on the wrestling team?
For a little bit. It sucked. You get your ass kicked a couple times?
Yeah,
I was a chubby 170, so I'd go out there and wrestle like a real 170.
Wow.
They kind of like throw you around.
You know, this guy was an extremely good high school wrestler. So was his brother.
Really?
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. What weight? No, you guess the weight. Guess the weight.
I thought sumo was one weight.
Bro, very funny.
Brilliant.
But I just, because I just want to.
Asian jokes are layups. I'm sorry. Y'all don't fight back.
Yeah,
Y'all
right
don't fight
there.
back.
Well, they can't.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
And this was around the time when Sketch got leaked on Twitter, so I just feel like Sketch went into this with nothing left to lose.
You're 4 years. And what weight do you think I wrestled?
You look like you're probably 180 right now.
Oh,
maybe
my
like
God.
a little
Ow,
softer.
ow.
Wait, what do you think you're? Wait, you're not 180?
Damn.
You put a 1 in front of it? How'd you start with a 1?
Okay, 225.
225.
Yeah.
225.
Wow, I gotta get on Ozempic, I think.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the final straw.
No, it's he.
Yeah, dude, that was fucking crazy.
Okay, he
dude.
guessed.
You think I came in aggressive, right? Sumo, and then I'm 280. What the fuck is going on around here,
you
man?
look like you got soft skin. Come on. In a good way, though.
In a good way, yeah. I do. I love this guy, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Hey, we'll be tip to tip later.
Yeah, you will.
Wait, whoa, stop. Can we slow down?
No.
I'm sweating now.
Yeah.
I'm sweating now.
So you're drooling a little.
Yeah, I'm drooling too.
And then Sketch's final grand slam on Bobby was when they were discussing what would happen if they docked each other.
You mean dock?
Space docking? Yeah.
Space docking?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be like this, huh?
Am I the pinky? Oh, you're both pinky.
Friendly fire.
Oh, yeah. You have a nice penis?
Check Google.
Okay. God, this guy's fast, dude. This guy's so fast, dude.
Check Google.
We love you, dude.
I love you, boy.
You see, Bobby Lee is a true comedian. And even though Sketch was throwing insult after insult at Bobby, Bobby recognized that what Sketch was saying was actually hilarious. So he improv'd with him all the way to the end of the show. And
Isn't it funny that regular streamers, regular guys, non-comedians are usually way funnier than the comedians? To be fair, when it comes to Bad Friends, I feel Bad Friends is one of the exceptions. It's actually a funny podcast. I think Andrew and Bobby do a good job of trying to be funny most of the time. And the rest of the cast too. Jules, everybody else, they do a good job. But I always love it how usually regular people end up being way funnier than comedians.
with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you have any other examples of comedians getting rage baited by people, do let me know in the comment section down below. Because
before you start exercising yourself, or maybe it's the age thing, but you guys remember, maybe, again, I'm going to expose myself because fuck it, because it makes good content. But you guys remember being somewhat impressed and sometimes motivated when you saw clips of Rogan doing these things. Oh my God, he podcasts, he has these hours long conversations and he puts out so many episodes per week, plus he works out, plus the UFC, plus what, you remember, you'd think, you see these things, you'd be like impressed. Now you see these clips and you just think he's a goofy. You think he's a bit of a bozo, you know? You think he's a bit of a lame. But back then, again, I'm gonna humbly admit, and I'm gonna expose myself because some of you motherfuckers are gonna be like, no, I always knew Rogan wasn't it. Like, you're gonna lie. I know it. You're gonna lie. You're gonna try to make yourself look awesome. And, but I'm gonna expose myself and I'm gonna say there was a time when I was listening to Rogan where I'd be impressed by all that shit, you know? I'd also want to buy myself a wooden cutting board and fucking slice up bits of steak and put cheese on top of it and shit. You know, I'd also want that life. There was a time in my life where I'd want that. Now it's not the same, but there was a time in my life where I'd want that and where I'd be impressed by kettlebell swings. I'd be impressed by overhead presses. I'd be impressed by pad work. I'd be impressed by the sound of his fucking shins hitting the fucking heavy bag. Like, ha! 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 You know what I mean? Now, not so much, but there was a time. I'll be young on vibes. No, AZ. It was only you. Oh, fuck you all in the stream chat. Nope, it's just you. AZ used to have on it. Exactly. Be up with Biggie. I used to binge watch, listen to the podcast. But it's been almost a decade now. He used to have dreams about how bow hunting and would wear the toe slippers. AZ a sucker for marketing. Yep, to Makazi. Yep. Oh, I hate this stream chat, man. You're all liars, man. You're all fucking liars. You're all fucking liars. I hate this stream chat with all my heart. You are all liars. I don't care. You're all fucking liars. Anyway, next one. Actually, let's check the comments quick. I want to check what they're saying in the comments about this. Rogan is a comedian. Katy Perry is an astronaut. Elon Musk is an inventor. What are we doing here, B? Oh, that's good. That's a good one. That's a fucking good one. That is a fucking... You gotta like that. That's a great comment. The fact that they call non-comedian civilians is the most cringe, delusional shit I've possibly heard. The irony of Rogan saying the only comics understand heinous jokes whilst regularly allowing guests witty comments to fly over his head is beyond me. Rogan calling himself a comedian is his best joke. Oh my God, I've got the hiccups now. David Lucas as the best roast of Kill Tony is quite the indictment of that garbage show. Rogan didn't work in construction long enough to know that they say funnier shit daily than he's ever said during his entire professional stand-up career. Exactly. I think I've laughed more in my life working. The shittier the job usually, the more prone you are to having the best time in terms with your colleagues and shit. The worse the job is, because the job is so bad that you and your colleagues have to kind of distract from the horrors of it. So that means working in a kitchen, working in a pub, working in a bar, working in a hotel, working in a hospital or some shit. Like, those jobs that are like soul crushing usually have some really fun times. Usually have some really fucking fun times, I swear to God. And there's usually at least one person at work that is just funny, like even without trying. And probably funnier than any of Rogan's friends. The The way Joe refers to comedians as us is the funniest shit I've ever heard. Us civilians can't relate to the assassins. Rogan's fear comedians are the prime example of dishing it out but can't take it. Akasha's a bum. Comedy career will forever be immortalized by the legend who didn't laugh at a single joke. Shafir is just such a creep. The Rogan sphere is the worst thing to happen to comedy scene. Joe, quote, guy who didn't have a friend group until 50, became the gatekeeper for a full section of entertainment industry. Rogan doesn't understand we all have friend groups. Wow, that's a good point, you know. Rogan who didn't have a friend group until his 50s. That's a really good point. No wonder he's a bit skewed then, isn't it? Imagine you only get like your big group of friends once you become rich and famous. It kind of skews your idea of what friendship is, and it kind of skews your idea of what human interaction is in general. Because you had such a weird one, isn't it? I wonder if that plays a part in it. I wonder. What else is said here? One second. One second. Oh shit! Someone tried to call me. What? Oh, I got. Okay, cool. Akash acts like a Gen and Alpha kid. Schultz's lapdog is such a pathetic loser. He has this little hissy fit because someone wasn't laughing or playing along to his phone. Damn, Rogan got tilted hard. Not gonna lie, Brian was great in the Matan podcast. Probably one of the best guests ever. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's continue. One more from American Redact, and then we'll move on. Yeah. One more American Redact, then we'll move on. Let's go there. I should go to the toilet as well. Fucking hell. Bring up the stream chat. We are about to join the circle, but Joe ran screaming at the top of his lungs. You guys know him. You're fucked up, right? Booth McGee, of course I know him. He's me. Okay, cool. There's one more new one from American Redact, then we'll move on, yeah? One more, then we'll move on. One more. Bear with me a second here. What is you guys saying in the stream chat? Watch Rogan Scrub. Oh yeah, Chin. Yeah, we'll do a Chin as well. Big up Gabe. Yeah, we'll do a Chin too. Actually, let's do this and then we'll do a Chin. I need to quickly piss though. Let me play this and then I'll do a Chin. Come on, American Reader. Big up everybody tuning in. Like the stream if you have it. Like it. Smash the like button. That'll be greatly appreciated. Come on.
My name is Tim Kennedy. My occupation.
Fuck, you know, work, man. Work. Fucking dickhead. Work. Okay, is it working?
My name is Tim Kennedy. My occupation.
Powerful bunch.
Oh, big up Young God Vibes. Big up Young God Vibes. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You're a legend. Big up Young God Vibes. You're a fucking legend. Appreciate you. Big up for the 10 gifted. Anyone that gets a gifted membership from Young God Vibes, make sure you thank the Queen.
Powerful bunch.
He's an exceptional human being, and that's the only type of human being that survives what he survived. If you take a regular person, send them off to war, and expect them to do some of the things that Tim Kennedy has done.
Powerful bunch.
You have no idea what that guy's experienced.
Alright, so the ultimate badass we have over here is a guy named Tim Kennedy, who I'm sure most people are somewhat familiar with by now. But if you're not, he's basically this guy who rose to fame after people found out that he was doing tours in Afghanistan while at the same time being a decorated fighter in the UFC. He's pretty much lived the dream life of the average JRE listener. I mean, his life was so cool that he even published a book about it, Scars and Stripes, which instantly became a New York Times bestseller.
Powerful bunch! As you may know by
now, this all came crashing down for Tim last December, when the soldiers and captains who Tim wrote about in his book called him out for lying about most of the stories in Scars and Stripes.
If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lies,
powerful
you're gonna have stolen
bunch.
valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, and you say, you know, you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, admitting to war crimes, that you didn't even do. That is textbook stolen valor.
Long story short, Tim pretty much lied about most of the stories.
Powerful bunch.
I mean, even the title of his book was stolen from a book published in 1975 about a prisoner of war in Vietnam. So after all that, everyone discovered that Tim was just another grifting veteran trying to get a movie made about his life story, which is actually pretty
Powerful
unfortunate
bunch.
since his life story was already extremely impressive as is. But since then, fans have dug up some insane clips of him from when he was doing the press tour for his book. And it turns out that on top of lying in his book and exaggerating his life stories,
Powerful bunch.
he's also an overall weird guy. Like for instance, Tim fantasizes about guys threatening to harm his family just so he can get the green light to go berserk on them.
You know, my grandpa was the greatest generation.
To be fair to him,
Powerful bunch.
there was a time when that was like a said thing in a lot of these podcast world. I think a lot of people have done that. I think Gary Vee's got something, he does that too. It was like a done thing. It was a done shtick. It was one of those weird themes where guys would fantasize about their families being kidnapped or something, or taken hostage or whatever, so that they could unleash their true manly self in that situation. So that they could realize how much of a bitch or a man that they were in that situation when the chips are really down. They had to defend them. So, like, I remember loads of guys had that fantasy. It was a strange visualization technique. I don't know what it was, but I remember there was a period in podcasting where that was kind of the norm. A conversation around those kind of lines. Is that what? Like, what are you imagining? So you can do what? So you can get away with murder? Like what? Like so you're basically fantasizing about murdering people. Or are you trying to understand how far you would go in order to defend your family? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
My uncles all were in Vietnam. My dad stole planefuls of cocaine from Pablo Escobar. My brother is of FBI bomb tech. My other brother works for Department of Energy protecting nuclear stuff. My other brother's a Green Beret. Then I sit down and I look at a restaurant and I go, I'm not angry and I'm not thinking about killing everybody in there, but I'm looking around and being like,
I had to.
they're so useless. Yeah. They're so useless. Yeah. What are they going to do if I wanted to? Yeah. What are they going to do? But if the table's flipped and they're like, do you know what? I'm going to try to take that dude's 2-year-old daughter. I'm like, first of all, I need to hide this erection because you just made my day. Yeah. I get to protect my family.
I've been training for this for so long. I thought about this every day.
Every day to go to sleep.
So it seems that Tim's weirdly fixated on this extremely rare scenario of someone threatening to harm him or his relatives. And look, it's not abnormal to be prepared for such an event. And honestly, it's better to be overprepared than underprepared if that nightmare situation, God forbid, were to ever occur. But Tim just goes over the top with this. So much so that you could probably classify him as a doomsday prepper. I mean, just listen to him describe his everyday carry loadout to Sean Ryan.
We like to do a EDC pocket dump warm-up.
Okay.
What are you rocking?
I'm pretty straightforward. I think people...
I'm pretty straightforward. He's probably going to give the most unstraightforward answer ever, innit? I'm pretty normal actually. I don't really take much out with me. And then he's probably gonna he's probably gonna tell you the most amount of let's see. It's probably gonna be so much gear.
Complicate it. So I'm like a KISS guy, keep it simple, stupid. And so I have my keys, I have my cell phone. I unfortunately carry 2 wallets, a work wallet, and then like my regular wallet. Then I have a small fixed blade.
Is that normal, by the way? Do people have 2 wallets? A work wallet and a normal wallet? Huh? What?
Right now it's a Montana knife. That's the Speed Goat. And then appendix carry a SIG. So
what's on your SIG?
I have a red dot, and I'm using their solid core copper and steel rounds that tumble on impact. They do a great job on penetration against soft body armor. I want to have tourniquets that are going to work for my kids. I want to make sure that I maybe have 2 sets of car keys, one on my wife, one with me.
Like at this point, it seems that Tim is just manifesting some kind of misfortune.
Exactly.
It's also hilarious how he says he keeps a set of car keys on his wife, instead of saying, my wife also has keys to our car. But anyways, after seeing this clip go viral, I decided to do a deep dive on his YouTube channel, and I found this one video of him describing what he takes in the car with him on an ordinary family road trip. And even the guest he has on laughs at him. And mind you, that guest is also a doomsday prepping specialist.
Then in this survival bag right here, water purifier,
right on the top. Fix it, 550 cord, tire pressure, VS17 panel, solar panels, emergency blankets, multi-tools. So far between this, what's up there, and here, I think I have 10 tourniquets in this car.
Jesus Christ.
And you think that's enough?
10 whole tourniquets. You know, just in case there's 10 guys on the side of the road who all have severed arteries at the same time.
Exactly.
So yeah, as more and more clips are being dug up from Tim's past, he's quickly becoming the laughingstock of that whole vetfluencer universe. He just has this over-the-top, alpha masculine mentality that's easy to point and laugh at. Like in that Brendan Schaub podcast from before, there's this one point where Tim mentions the various methods he used in the bedroom in order for his wife to birth a baby boy.
No, I mean, I had to get weird to get a boy.
Yeah, you were saying you have a technique.
Would you? So I don't have. I don't own the technique. I did research to find out and there was a plethora of techniques.
Like positions?
Yeah, position. So male swimmers swim faster but don't last as long. So like an ovulation, if you come early in our ovulation, like there's more time for the female swimmers to make it up there.
Which at first seems pretty understandable, since most guys, if they were to pick, would want a baby boy at some point in their lives. But as you'll see shortly, Tim just takes it to the extreme, and it quickly becomes clear that Tim not only wanted to birth a son, but a Spartan warrior.
And then like afterwards, I'm holding my naked wife by the ankles, like shaking her. You're like, come on, get in there, Steve. You know?
Holy
I'm not joking.
And then it worked.
And I
got a boy.
Got me a boy.
Does he have your athleticism?
He's a savage.
He is.
Yeah.
How could you not be though?
He looks, the opening scene in Last of the Mohicans, we were talking about lacrosse.
Yeah.
He plays lacrosse. He's got striations on his shoulders.
What do you mean how can he not be? Like, honestly.
He's got this V on his back.
Already.
He has long hair that goes down to the middle of his back. He takes off his lacrosse helmet and it's like matted and tangled from being all sweaty. And he just looked.
Honestly, bro, like, do you want to fuck your kid or something? Look at that, like, this fantasy of like, but I guess they're all trying to relive their youth through their children. Maybe all of their failed dreams and ambitions, they're trying to relive it through their kids again. But it's just like, God, why haven't you just looking after your kids, man? Why happened to all that sort of shit? Fucking hell.
Looks like a savage. That's straight out of the Last of the Mohicans. And he plays hockey, he rides motorcycles.
You won't say it out loud, but like when my son gets out of the pool or he's with his buddies and I see my son kind of like shredded, I'm like,
yeah. I do say it out loud. Because I look at like the fat dudes with the fat dad bods and I look at their kids that are lame. I'm like,
you guys know what's up.
You know.
Yeah, you know.
Look at my boy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you can be proud of your offspring, but striations, a feet taper. The more these clips surface, the more Tim goes from being a highly respected MMA fighter and war veteran to the face of r/first responder cringe. And this cringe has gotten so bad that it's prompted more and more people who fought in war with Tim
I love Reddit. I didn't even know that Reddit existed. I'm definitely going to subscribe to that one. r/first responder cringe. I need some of that in my veins.
to come out on podcasts and expose him. Take Tim's former boss from Afghanistan, for example, John Shrek McPhee, aka the Sheriff of Baghdad. If you haven't seen him already, he's been going viral lately for making Joe Rogan shit his pants with some of the stories he has from war.
And 7 Taliban on my ass. You want to see 7 bodies super quick? You know what I'm saying? Bring them boys up here, you know? So I never really understood some of these other stories because I had such a different experience. I can't fathom.
Powerful bunch.
The times I was with.
Having a kid made deal, you know, being a pedo is a no entry sign emoji.
Yep. I don't know. I find the whole like. I find this idea that some of these guys, where they're like, as soon as they have kids, it's like an instant nobility thing. It instantly makes them out to be a good person. It instantly erases all their sins. It instantly changes them. It instantly makes them a better person. It's like, I don't think that's how it works, you know? I don't think that's how it works.
with 5 guys. You know how many people? I mean, I was with 3 guys. You know how many people we killed in the Battle of Tora Bora? Hundreds. I just stopped counting on my first day.
And funny enough, one of the most viral stories he told was about the time when he had to put Tim Kennedy in his place and humble him, since Tim was apparently going around the base telling everyone that he could kick all of their asses.
So you did have to tune him up?
Yeah, I put him down in the dirt one day, yeah.
What instigated that?
Man, it just an incessant talking shit about kicking everybody's ass, you know what I mean? And then like one day I just like, yo, you're gonna kick all of our asses. Yeah. All of our asses. Yeah. I was like, yo, meet me at the fucking dojo at midnight. You know what I mean? And then what he didn't know is while he was all poopy out kicking rocks or mad at whatever he was mad at, all the guys are like, yo, I'll be at the dojo. I want a piece of this action. And like, it's easy to fill the dojo that night. And then I was just like, look, we're going to fight in the order of rank. Now, the new guys didn't like it. And I'd say Timmy did well for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 guys. I don't fucking know. I was like, well, this is it. It's got to be on me. And I just made sure in the time I had.
Accurate response. We got Young One vibes. Men are so annoying. Yes, we are, aren't we? But it's so fun. Because this style of stuff gets me so hyped. Honestly, this style of stuff gets me so hyped. We are so annoying. But it gets me so... And now I wonder, because I saw this clip, right? No. I saw somebody post recently about I saw someone post on Reddit the other day about I saw a girl post on Reddit that she didn't have any male friends, and she was saying that can guys on the Reddit basically recommend certain things? I don't really have male friends. I don't really know what I don't know what straight males like. I don't even have male friends, and a lot of people asking in the thread itself were like, what? So you don't have any straight guy friends at all? No. I was like, how is that normal? How do you not have even one colleague or a guy you went to college with or whatever? But now, the more I hear this sort of stuff, the more I realize, okay, cool. It makes sense why a lot of women will only have women as friends or other gay people as friends, but they'll never have like a strong, not even strong, 1 or 2, 3 or 4, what you would deem to be like, straight guys as friends. Because there's a tendency for them to get into this type of conversation or to be this type of guy, and I couldn't imagine anything that would make a girl more bored or that would make a girl more disinterested or make her feel like she wanted to jump off a tall building than this type of conversation, or this type of chat that most guys are into. Like, they would not like it. So I get it. I get why some girls hate men in general, especially straight men, because this is what we enjoy. It's what I enjoy anyway. I love this sort of shit.
And I bloodied him up and I made sure he was down. And then all I did is I whispered in his ear, like, I hope we don't have to have this talk again. And I walked out. Me and the guys
powerful
walked out, left him in
bunch.
there laying.
Hey, yo, big up.
Shout out the dojo in Afghanistan.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds cultured.
It's so true.
And on the ground, you know what I mean? But what I tried to teach him was, you can't beat us all. This is a team sport. We're a pack. You know what I mean? This is how we work.
It's pretty satisfying to know that Tim Kennedy was already humbled into oblivion while he was deployed. It's just interesting how it didn't really translate to his life as an ordinary citizen.
In the Q course, he was probably the fucking baddest dude in the Q course. And then you come to a place where you're now bottom. That's hard for somebody with high confidence to deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think all that is he felt as a new guy is we were trying to keep him down. But what he kind of missed, because he really didn't do any army time, was this is just the way it works for sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No like malice here. No one wanted to keep Timmy down, and then he got
Timmy. The Timmy is like, that's gonna poke at him. Little Timmy. Referring to him as Timmy, oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt, bro. And he's trying to be like, he's trying to be fair and objective and reasonable. He's not trying to be crazy, you know. Timmy, that would get him riled.
He got so bad at like talking shit and being poopy that like the commanders, the officers are like, get him under control or we're going to make sure he's out of special forces forever.
But hey, at the end of the day, Tim's not really a bad guy, and he's certainly not as bad as other people I've covered on this channel. He really just says and does goofy stuff. And after taking a quick look at his YouTube channel, it seems that he does more good for the community than bad. But on that note, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Do let me know what you think of Tim Kennedy in the comments down below. And as always, thanks for watching.
Oh, stolen valor. Stolen valor. A bit of good old stolen fucking valor. Okay, let's do a bit of chin. Let's do the chin. Let's do the chin content. Let's see what Chin's saying. What is Chin saying? Chin, was it Su Yi or Su Yi? We got everybody tuning in. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, join, become a member, all that good shit will be much appreciated. We're day 2 of the 30-day marathon stream. If you want to take part, take part. If you don't want to take part, I get it, but take part anyway. It's gonna be fun. Let's fucking go. One day shoot, Camp and Cook and Magic Castle for my birthday mini vlog. Let's see what Chin's doing. Let's see. Come on, Chin. Give it to us, Chin. Give it to us. Come on, Chinny. Give it to us. Give it to us.
Watch out for the chin grill. It's coming soon. I hate when people say coming soon and it never happens. So never mind.
Oh yeah, did you hear about that, by the way? Did you hear about that? Chin's making a grill. That's I think I might saw it on Reddit. Chin's got some invention for a grill, and if it's anything like the way he cooks, it's gonna be a disaster. Because I think he's got some sort of like, you know, revolutionary idea behind a grill or a barbecue or something. So let's see when he does it. But if it's anything like the way he cooks, if it's anything like the way he prepares himself when he goes camping, it's gonna be a fucking disaster. It seems that Chin is taking his brother's car out a lot with him, innit? Seems like Chin is getting tired of his Prius. Chin wants to be a pickup truck guy. Just buy one yourself, Chin, man. Get one on finance or something. It feels like Chin is getting bored of the Prius. He wants to be with the big boys.
We're about to go off-roading and then
some more of the boys over there.
I absolutely love this. 4x4ing, camping, shooting guns. It's gonna be awesome.
Very risky. They're hoping the elevation slows them down, and maybe you can learn from that momentum. Let's take it easy this time a little bit, you know. But other than that, I already mentioned I got Manuel.
All right, we're all set up. Check out all the rigs. There's my brother's, which is mine that I'm borrowing. There's Jake's. Boom, boom. I think that RAV4 is.
Here we are in the vast deserts of the Sahara.
I think it's a Sequoia.
We have yet to find the pyramids.
It actually looks like that looks like an antenna thing for like a, you know, satellite services into the station.
Powerful boy.
Here we got it.
Yo, big up Young Old Vibes. Come on, work.
Bonnie Blue wouldn't even touch Chin. Sick face emoji.
Exactly. We got Bonnie Blue.
Alien surveillance.
Big up Lily Phillips.
You move it further?
What the hell is this?
10mm quick vector.
For a pistol, it's actually.
What does that mean? Can you show it on camera? Is that fine?
Yeah. It's a shotgun.
Nice. No,
you call a doorbuster. Nice. It's a close quarter combat shotgun.
Close quarter combat shotgun.
Yeah. It holds 15 rounds.
Holy shit. I've been looking for a small home protection shotgun.
Also, it has a selector switch. I can change ammo on the.
I've been looking for a small protection, a small what? Chin, you don't need more guns, bro. You got one already. That's enough. That Glock is more than enough, bro. You don't need any more than that. Chin wants a shotgun. Chin is paranoid, isn't it? You think it's the drinking? You think it's the drinking that makes Chin so paranoid? He really thinks there's people out there plotting to like. Chin can barely make himself a sandwich, but he wants a shotgun. I love the priorities, bro. He can just about make himself a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese. Just about make himself a bacon, egg, and cheese, but he wants a fucking shotgun.
Go. There's 2 barrels. No. So it's a shotgun. I can shoot birdshot, and then if I need to like go through a door or something, flip a switch, I shoot slugs through a door.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Would this be considered a bullpup? Because the barrel's technically
It's a bullpup.
behind.
It's a bullpup. Yeah.
Look at the way he's reading. Look at the way he's reading like that gun. Jesus Christ, man! Be very afraid of this guy, innit? Be very afraid of this guy when he's got a gun, innit? God Almighty, bro! Look at that. Be very afraid, innit? Be very afraid. Be fucking very afraid.
It's not even strong enough to knock the thing.
I'm a resident of California again, and then we're gonna do it at the private party.
You don't consider that like a structure or anything?
No.
That's cover fire, bro.
Hey, the rabbit is dead.
Damn.
Cover fire.
Peter, what the fuck? I missed your video.
I'm not reloading this again.
Okay, hour. Okay. That's yours?
Santi's.
I like it. Nice, Santi.
30.
Yeah. When she full auto, you put more.
Spider's probably bored.
Oh yeah, Chad. It's a Kimber Custom Stainless Raptor 2.
4-axis.
Kimber Custom Stainless Raptor 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Kimber Raptor 2 stainless. Let's see what this bad boy is all about.
That's Chin's original accent, yeah? That's Chin's original accent.
Motherfucker.
There you go.
45.
There you go. There you go.
Damn, that's a hard rap, dude.
You like SIG a lot, huh? I like their double action metal gun.
Yeah.
Mother. Dude, that's so weird.
I like it too. I mean, if you want to, you can lightweight cut, get it lighter, but like, there is a range.
Whoa. See this piece here? Yeah. Put that clip in. Then from here, you pull it back and let it slap in.
Barely feeling any recoil. It's like shooting a 22. That barrel's 42.
It's recording, right?
Yep. 43X. Oh, okay. Oh, shit.
Yeah, 42. I think so. I think it is. I just got it.
Oh, yeah, it is.
What are you going for?
Oh, watch out. He's going for it.
Second target.
All right.
They just got here? Nice. Damn it!
What kind of Springfield is that?
This is an XD9.
XD9? There you go.
You got it.
This is XD9 V10.
Yeah, I have one. This feels so much different. I have an XD. I have an XD45.
Oh, okay.
I didn't bring it out with me though.
That's the one that I shot last time when we all went to the desert with Chris.
Is that a far one?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to your left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know which one you're.
Way out there.
Yeah.
You ever go on D4? No. It's like DVOR. It's an app, but they sell all like firearm shit, and it's on like sale all the time.
It looks like.
It's
really dangerous. 100%. Like fucking, I'm like, oh, I'm like,
It does look quite like a fun activity. The one good thing you can say about Chin, at least he does have friends. At least he has like a social life, a regular life outside of podcasting. Like his whole life isn't wrapped around stand-up comedy. His whole life isn't wrapped around podcasting. His whole life isn't wrapped around the Comedy Store, the Mothership. Maybe it will be now they moved to Austin, Texas. Maybe unfortunately he will be exposed to that world a lot more. But he does have a lot of like regular people friends. But he's still a weird, isn't it? He's still very weird and unhinged and a little bit all over the place. But it's good that he does have regular friends who keep him somewhat grounded, you know, and tethered to reality. He's not stuck in this kind of LA Comedy Store, Mothership, Rogan this, Rogan that, culture war bubble. He's somewhat engaging in the real world. It's just a shame that none of his friends' like regular lives have impacted or rubbed off on his regular lives, you know? He still is a little bit of a weird loner guy, you know, doesn't seem to have a family, doesn't seem to want a relationship with anyone anytime soon, can't really look after himself that well, it seems like, a bit of a mummy's boy, it looks like as well. That's a shame in that regard, but it is good that he does have a social life that is somewhat healthy, with friends that he's known since high school and shit. That's pretty cool. Not all of us get that. Not all of us are lucky to still have our friends in our lives from high school and shit. I know I can't even remember some of the people I went to high school with, let alone friends with them. Do you know what I mean?
Behind the scenes. Look at the airplane and everything, dude. That real cameraman.
Peter, Mayo.
You can see it coming. Even when you're like going like that.
Here's like, you don't even see.
A huge snapshot.
You like Springfield too?
Yep.
I want the
I dropped it. You dropped it. Yeah, the target dropped.
But
Thank you, dude. That was fun. Oh, no problem. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Really?
We got some burnt and undercooked. That's how we roll here, you know what I'm saying?
You know, try to get the fire right. Don't worry. Come back in about 10 minutes. We'll see how it rolls.
No, that looks awesome. Peter's only looking at the piece of chicken. That's all he cares about right now.
Yeah.
Too light. Too light. No.
Pump it.
Yeah, too tight. Too tight.
Pump it.
Oh, the pump?
Push it. Push the switch.
Later.
Uh-huh. Those are plugs.
That was like a fun gun to fire. I'm not gonna lie. That looks like a fun fucking guy. That looks like a fun gun to play with. I'm not gonna lie.
We are. Nice.
Chef Dusty has made another batch, and these could not be more perfect. Look at this. Increíble.
I also love how they don't let Chin get next to the grill. The guy that's going to invent a grill, they don't let him cook. They don't let him do anything. Zero. He doesn't even bring food. I fucking love it. They don't trust him at all. Like, no, you stay away. You stay over there.
Trying to get that fire right.
You gotta get that temperature right. It's all about the temperature.
Yeah, it's all about the temp. Try to get it up to temp.
Last time it didn't taste like this good, man. What's your name?
You know why? It's over the charcoal. It's good.
Yeah.
The charcoal gives it flavor.
Okay.
What are these called? Dusty wings? Or?
Dusty wings. Dude.
Dusty wings.
Dust, dude.
Yeah, those are legit too.
Oh, good?
Have you ever had
Dust to dust.
Have you ever had lobster?
Excellent.
What's the spicy one? You like spicy?
I want to try one, but there's not enough. I'll smash.
Eat the whole damn thing, man.
Go for it.
Fuck it, I'm eating it.
Eating it.
Eat it.
Go for it.
I gotta make sure everyone gets one. Good. Oh my god.
Saucy.
What do you want me to do? Delicious. No, I got it. Oh.
Come on, man. I've been doing this for years, bro.
I can't hear you. I'll take a smaller.
Everything his friends cook, Chin eats a lot of it. Whenever Chin's camping by himself, he does that grimace when he eats his own food. Like, he grimaces and winces, you know what I mean? It doesn't seem like he's enjoying it, but he has to eat it because he's hungry. But whenever he's with his friends, he truly enjoys the food. He's like, so good, you know? He's really happy. He's finally being fed well when he's outdoors.
Thank you, Dusty. Sam, comments, friend.
Makes him at home?
Yeah. Legit, Dust. Spicy too.
Woo! Good. So tasty.
Fire.
What's that head? What's that head nod about that he does when he's eating? What's that?
Thank you, Dusty. Sam, comments, friend.
Makes him at home?
Yeah. Legit, Dust. Spicy too.
What is that? Is he trying to flick the thing into his mouth? That little head swivel that he's doing. He's trying to flick the chicken into his mouth instead of just licking his lips and, you know, getting it in his mouth. Like, what is that about? What's that head swivel?
Thank you, Dusty. Sam, comments, friend.
Makes him at home?
Yeah. Legit, Dust. Spicy too.
Woo! Good. So tasty.
Fire.
Yeah, baby. Thank you, Dusty.
And I kicked the bus back.
You son of a...
Yeah, exactly, David Smith. Exactly. It's nice to see men out hanging doing manly things. Not gonna lie. Exactly. It's just weird how Chin has ended up the way he's ended up. All his friends seem pretty well adjusted and quote unquote, dare I say, normal. But Chin is the way he is. You know, that's a weird thing. That's the strangest thing. Chin seems to have like a really healthy group of friends. Like a good amount of like LA friends, a good amount of like friends from like high school, a good amount of friends who have like jobs and families and kids and shit and all this. But for some reason, Chin ended up the way he's ended up. Like, it's so bizarre. Like, he has all the best influences around him, but he still ended up the way he ended up.
Let's go this way, guys.
Always clean barbecue at a campsite. Beautiful touch there, Dusty.
Thank you, thank you.
You don't get, yeah. You need every little piece of whatever's there.
Yes, please. All the flavor.
Mm-hmm. What do we call these, Reggie?
Wow, look at those, bro. Look, have we ever seen Chin make anything as good as that? That looks so succulent. I would devour that entire grill right now. Reggie's going in. Insanely chicken deckly. Chin has never made anything that looks as good as that. Like, and look how prepared he is, by the way. Look, he's got a fucking Tupperware, a little plastic container full of shit. He's got another bowl with some extra seasoning in there that he can brush and coat the fucking skewers with. There's some more meat here, a clean working surface. He's using rubber gloves. He's using rubber fucking gloves, touching the food with one hand only. Like, come on, man. We've never seen Chin cook with this level of cleanliness and care. No wonder they don't let Chin cook. No wonder they don't let him touch anything.
Reggie's skewers? Mikey's skewers?
Reggie's famous skewers. Hey, cooking.
I remember having these last time. They were delicious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They look good. They look good. They look good, bro. Yeah, they look good.
Damn, dude. Always freaking amazing, man.
Those are the ribeyes that I freaking from.
What do you think about doing this? Packed house today with the dogs.
Tiger, did you pee on the ground?
Well, hello. I'm currently on my way to Magic Castle in Los Angeles. It is a dinner magic show type of thing. You have to be invited or know people there to get in. And Nicole was able to get us in. So it's going to be me, Nicole, Ashia, and their friend Amy. So it's going to be me and 3 girls. And this is actually my birthday. So this should be fun. I will take you guys along for the ride as per usual. And yeah, I don't know if we can film inside there, but if I can, I will. And I'll...
Please don't film in there. Just enjoy yourself. Just enjoy yourself for once, brother. We don't need to see you filming in there. Please don't. Please don't.
Put it out on a vlog. All right, talk to y'all later. It's the only place that we can actually take videos.
This is also okay. You can't film in there. You can't film in there. Hold on.
It's the only place that we can actually take videos.
This is the only time you can take videos and pics before you get inside. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, bro. Just enjoy your fucking birthday. Have some fun. Fuck you know, for once.
Peace out.
You cannot film or take pictures inside. So he went out, had a good time with his birthday. Fair enough. By the way, all the ladies, I think the one at the end is Nick's girl, right? This is Nick's wife or girlfriend. So she doesn't count. But he seems to have like a decent group of women in his life as well. None of them wifey. None of them a girlfriend. None of them mother of his children. Zero. It's just him and his balconies. I wonder.
Got the chill.
The Chin
or
Grill.
The trill.
Yeah, we're gonna get a great name for you. Let's workshop.
I
that.
already have the name.
Oh, I know it too. Yeah,
Tell us off.
It is good. I don't
after.
think you
You
can say it.
I cannot. No.
Tell us after.
I want it to be like, boom, when I actually put out a thing, a video.
When he says it, it's gonna be like boom.
Nick, let's Chin, what's your name? Let's make like a funny trailer of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of me?
Yeah. Just let Mark do his thing.
Yeah, let Mark do his thing.
A funny trailer
I'm
just
picturing
of me or
like
the grill?
To promote the grill.
Yeah,
I'm picturing we have you on a grill, we do some green screen stuff, we have explosions behind you. We
Yeah,
have you
yeah.
running from people. We have you
I'm all in, dude.
Yeah, just let Mark be the creative director of promotion for
Yes,
it.
I'm 100%.
Yeah,
I
there you
I
go.
love your work, Mark.
Yeah.
Okay. I need
All
a
right,
grill,
relax.
and I need it now.
Yeah.
Let's just start there. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
High stakes.
Yeah.
I like where this is going.
And the only prescription is
more
a better
grill.
grill. Yeah.
Charcoal too. Remember, that's a big.
Nice.
That's a big part of it.
Anybody have a grill? No, it's gas. I don't need gas.
Yes.
What if maybe someone's on life support and all they need
flavor.
is like
I want a smoky charcoal flavor when
Chin
I
should
grill
be
my
on life
fish.
support. Maybe Chin's on life
Chin's on
support
life
because
support.
he's old.
Because he's old.
And
Older.
The only thing that he
than everyone on the
he
planet.
needs a prescription. The only thing is a charcoal grill.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're in a coma and then the only thing you could do is draw stuff. And you're like,
So I can still
and then you
I still
draw
have, like,
the
motor-
perfect grill.
Motor functions, but I just can't.
Yeah.
I can't be conscious though. Okay.
Okay. Don't go anywhere. Back after this.
Yeah, charcoal grill by Chin. Charcoal grill by Chin.
Oh, is this it? I assume this is some AI video, right? You see what I mean about Chin? We said all that nice stuff about him, right? We said all that nice stuff about him. He's got a good circle of friends. They seem to all be well adjusted and shit. He seems to have a good life outside of podcasting that this isn't consumed by fame or attention or whatever else it may be.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Asad Aziz. Appreciate you, bro.
Is this a sunglass hat, Tad?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't want it. But then on top of all that nice stuff we said about him, this is what he's doing with his time. Knowing how we know Chin, knowing what we know of Chin, can you imagine the amount of money this fucking idiot is going to spend on this grill? Getting it into development, getting it into manufacturing, getting it produced, getting it made. Can you imagine the amount of money this fucking guy is going to spend on this grill? Are you guys aware of that? Can you imagine the amount of money he's going to blow on this grill? Getting this stuff made. He's going to spend so much fucking money. And the likelihood of it being good is not likely. If anything, I have a feeling that grill is going to be similar. Do you guys remember that Kickstarter cooler. Do you guys remember that? That legendary Kickstarter cooler that scammed everybody. That scam. Do you guys remember that? I've got a feeling Chin's Grill is going to be something similar to this legendary Kickstarter campaign that scammed a bunch of people, because this person made this cooler that had like a built-in Bluetooth speaker where you can make drinks on it and all this sort of shit. It never ended up making many or a lot. I don't know what the scam was in the end. I forgot the scam, but there was a scam attached to this. And it was a big deal like at the beginning of like Kickstarter when that was kind of booming and shit. I've got a feeling Chin's Grill is going to be similar to this sort of shit. He's probably got this idea that he thinks no one has, where the grill is like motorized or it has like a fucking generator built into it or something dumb. Something super dumb. But he thinks it's going to be a real game changer. Because I refuse to believe somebody as dumb as Chin has the capacity to make something that people actually want. Or to be like super inventive and to be super smart. I don't think so. I think sometimes, you know, general intelligence or whatever is sometimes applicable to other fields. So if he's shown us that he's not the smartest, you know, person in the world when it comes to general things, like looking after himself, I think that also applies to his ability or inability to invent anything worthwhile. That's what I personally think. I forgot what was the coolest, what's that? Coolest cooler controversy. What was the controversy around it again? I forgot exactly the details. What is the coolest cooler failure? In the summer of 2014, Ryan Grepper raised $13 million, making it the most funded Kickstarter campaign of 2014. In December 2019, the company announced that it was closing, with over 20,000 of the 62,000 backers never received their order. The project came regarded as Kickstarter's largest failure. How did they raise 13 million, but they couldn't make any? Fucking hell, bro. Wow. What was the fate of the Kickstarter funded? It didn't only go reputation. Once delivered, it never made it to some customers. So this was Fire Festival before Fire Festival. Holy shit. Holy shit. I remember this. This is a big controversy back in the day. Massive, massive. Actually, let me see. Is there not a video? Let's see if there's a video on it. There's a biggest failure. Where are they now? That's it. That's an iDubbbz video. I don't want to watch that one. Yeah, maybe let's watch the iDubbbz video. Is it iDubbbz? Kickstarter cooler. Can we watch one that isn't, let's do coolest cooler. Someone that isn't fucking annoying. Because I want to see why it ended up the way it ended up. We got everybody tuning in. Smash the like button if you're enjoying what you're seeing. You're seeing what you enjoy. Smash the like button down below. Help a brother out. That'd be much appreciated. How long have we done 4 hours? If we've done 4 hours, I might have to pause and then we'll come back because I also need to watch the match. We're 3 hours in. Still a bit to go. Still a bit to go. So let's just quickly check if I can see. Yeah, big up everybody tuning in. The coolest cooler, record breaking. Where are they now? iDubbbz 8 years ago. Has no one got like a follow-up video of what happened? Just a simple one. Coolest cooler arrived. Another Malia 10 years. All these videos are 10 years old. No one's got anything recent. Coolest. Let's just watch the iDubbbz video then. That's from 10 years ago. And he made it one from 8 years ago. Let's see this one. Big up iDubbbz. He's having a hard time at the moment, but big up iDubbbz. Come on now. Let's see. Big up Bappaverse. What's the month marathon stream going to last? 3 to 4 days? Now the hope is to last until the end of the month, my friend. Last stream or last marathon in April, I made it 15 days before I started to miss a couple of days here and there. And obviously with these things, if you miss one day, you might as well restart the whole thing anyway. So I'm aiming to make it until the end of the month, which should be okay because I don't have anything planned majorly this month. So I should be here and available to stream every day on the Random Show channel. So we're aiming to do it every fucking day. That's how long.
I'm a South African singing star. Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Kickstarter Crap. Just kidding, it's called Kickstarter Where Are They Now? And it's where I look back at previously covered Kickstarter projects and I ask the question, where are they now? It is going to be a less lazy version of the whole reacting to my old video shtick. I will look at old videos, see where I went wrong or where I went right, and then we are going to either buy the product if we can buy it, or we are going to visit the creator if it was more a creator-centric project. I think it's a good new beginning for a whole new era of iDubbbz TV content. We are moving in a different direction, but, you know, remembering where we came from. The project that we're going to look at today is called The Coolest Cooler. It was one of the most successful Kickstarter projects in history, raising around $13 million, and at the time it was sort of a risk for me to cover this project because there wasn't anything innately wrong with it. I think the average person would look at it and say, well, that seems like a mighty fine cooler. Now we're going to watch my video and see if my criticisms hold up to the test of time. Hello, everybody.
Okay, no, I'm not watching that. He's gonna rewatch his old video. Like, fuck that. Allow that. I'm all right. Anyway, you guys get the point. You guys get the point. Let's move on. What have we not watched already? We watched everything, haven't we? We've done most of the things. Okay, cool. Let's do the Lush One stuff. Where's my fucking saved things? Let's do some Tfatk Reddit stuff, first of all. Let's do some Tfatk Reddit stuff. What have I missed out on? So, yeah, last time I watched this, normal conversation between two men. Let's do Yikes. Yeah, cool. Let's do Tfatk Reddit time. Let's do this. Yikes. Things get dicey B. Rogan has not been able to shake the slanging dick allegations. Let's see what they say here.
Stay in a permanent relationship and the willingness also to not pursue any other women. How do you understand? How does that make itself manifest in your life?
Rogan ain't gonna answer that. He's gonna fucking dodge that shit. He's gonna dodge that shit like a fucking, I don't know, like a cat dodging a bath.
I presume that you had opportunities of all sorts.
I presume you do as well.
Fucking hell, Rogan, man. Answer the question. Jesus Christ. Automatically fit it back on it. You too, right? Jesus Christ, Rogan. Be a human for once.
In principle, I suppose they don't seem to come to me in a sense.
You're a hot professor type character. Back in the day, guys like you would be banging their grad students. Not guys like you, but guys in your position.
Yeah. Well,
right?
there were guys.
Wasn't that always the thing? This is a fascinating aspect of academia.
I seem to shut that off pretty much at the beginning. Eh?
Well, they
Rogan just refusing to engage that conversation. Refusing to engage. That's an interesting tale there. Yo, big up Cheese Food. Appreciate you, Cheese Food. Thank you, brother.
Seem to have completely stopped that. Like if you go back to Feynman and Oppenheimer and
Oppenheimer, he was asking about you, brother. He was asking about you. Now, that is still one of my most favorite Brendan L's of all time. That L where Brendan was feeling, because you knew what happened, didn't it, right? We know what happened. Most likely what happened. What led Brendan to say, I know a bunch of bald guys who are still slanging dick, and him to name drop Rogan, for him to name drop fucking Dana White. We know what happened. He was feeling himself. He was enjoying being in the bosom, being in the good graces, being one of the chosen few within Rogan's inner circle. Because we know Rogan has like a tier of friendships, has like an inner circle, an outer circle, whatever, you know? He classifies people in a certain way. So we know he treated Brendan at that time like his boy. That was his right-hand man, his actual guy. It wouldn't surprise me if at that particular time, even though Rogan and Brian were allegedly best friends and had grown up together and have gone to and I think got passed to the comedy store at the same sort of time, so they're like 30-year friends, 30-plus year friends, it wouldn't surprise me if even back then, Rogan was speaking to Brendan more than he was speaking to Brian. Brendan, for some reason, thought that was not the... He thought that gave him license to then start talking openly about the stuff that Rogan gets up to, because I don't doubt, because Brendan's too dumb, he's too much of a redact. I don't doubt that Brendan said that because he knew and because Rogan shared with him privately that he fucks other women that aren't his wife. But Brendan, not understanding bro code, not understanding how to keep your counsel, not understanding how to mind your fucking business, decided to get on a podcast and say, I know loads of bald guys like fucking Dana and Rogan who slang dick. And that one statement, that one comment, fundamentally forever changed his relationship with Rogan. He'll never admit it. He'll never, because, you know, people like Brendan, he doesn't see Rogan as a friend anyway. I think Rogan probably saw Brendan more as a friend than Brendan saw Rogan as a friend. So the fact that Rogan still invites Brendan on to do Fight Companions is good enough for him. But the reality is, Rogan and Brendan's relationship, friendship, has never been the same ever since that moment. It was never the same. He was once their boy. He was once his boy, his inner circle guy. After that, he knew he couldn't trust him. I can't trust you anymore. I told you something that because he probably doesn't tell a lot of people that sort of stuff. I'd imagine Rogan probably tells a select group of people, or maybe he was yapping and telling a lot of people. Then Brendan said what he said. He's like, you know what? I can't trust anyone because people are too, you know, they love to be people's business, and he just pulled back on it. He just pulled back. Because so one thing about Rogan, you have to be given credit. He's not the most gossipy person in the world, you know. So I understand why when you're not gossipy yourself, and then people start gossiping about your private life that you told them in private, it can be really annoying. Like, I don't even tell people my shit, you know? Like, why are you telling people my shit? Like, that's one thing that I've always hated. I'm not gonna lie, especially with some past girlfriends I've had. I've hated the fact that because I'm aggressively private, I keep myself to myself and don't really bother anybody and don't really talk to people or tell people shit. But then if you've got a girlfriend or something, or a wife or whatever, and then you tell them some shit about yourself or about whatever, and then they go and tell their friends, and then their friends are telling you, oh yeah, how's that thing going on? How do you even know about this? Like, why do you know? And then, oh shit, because they told the time. I understand it's a conversation they want to have, you know, about their partner. Oh, what's your guy up to? Oh, he's doing this. This is a bit bad. This is a bit, but don't tell them. This is my business. You know what I mean? I've always hated that sort of shit. It's really bad to say because it makes you sound like a fucking animal. I know I sound like an emotionless, cold, selfish, egomaniacal dickhead, but I really do hate when people take the stuff that you say to them in confidence and then go and tell other people, especially if you're not telling people like that, you know? You're just trying to share it with your close ones. Anyway, less about me, the better. I love that particular conversation changed fundamentally his relationship with Rogan. I love it. I love it. Because you notice whenever Rogan does get questioned like this, in this type of field, this area, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to his family, when it comes to his wife, when it comes whatever kids, he generally doesn't like talking about it anyway. So could you imagine how pissed off he was when Brendan was yapping out of the fucking mouth about him allegedly slanging dick? Because we know he does, right? It's probably, this guy definitely does fuck. We know that for sure. But come on, Brendan, man. You had one job. Just keep fucking licking Rogan's ass. But I also think, a part of me thinks, because Brendan's a redact, but I also think he's one of those people that is like, he's like unfathomably egotistical. Like, it doesn't make any sense why he has such a big ego, considering how dumb he is, but he doesn't know how dumb he is. So it wouldn't surprise me if at that time Brendan actually started to, you know, think he was the next Rogan. So he probably didn't, you know, like, we're peers. I'm not, you know, like, he never really truly played his position. He was never just okay with just being Rogan's like lapdog. He wanted to be the next Rogan. So he just thought, you know what, I'm gonna say what I want to say, you know, and then it ended up costing him everything. Fucking legendary, fucking legendary. Anyway, what we saying? Papa trying to flex exactly. But Josie, he exposed Rogan and Dana. I had no idea Dana was married. Yeah, true. Exactly. Oh yeah. Fuck. Big up Josie. That's such a good point. Yeah, at the time, I don't think a lot of people even knew Dana was married. That is such a great point. Yeah. Exactly. That and the Ronda Rousey shit. Ari got married. Joey let it slip. Joe was like, yeah, move on. Oh, really? Ari Shaffir got married. That's pretty sick. Makes sense, though. But Ari Shaffir is like, I quite like Ari Shaffir's approach of it. It's kind of like mine. I think for the longest time, Ari Shaffir kept referring to his girlfriend as his boyfriend. Or like his girlfriends, you know, like he had many, like he was in a polyamorous relationship. I quite like that side of it. It's not really necessary even to share it. I always fucking, you know, love to throw out those kind of curveballs. But I do remember he did let it slip a long time ago that his girl, if I'm not mistaken, she's some sort of like big person in art, if I'm not mistaken. People care about that sort of stuff. I think he let it slip. She's like a gallerist, or she owns a gallery or something like that. Some woman in the art world. Which makes sense, but she just doesn't care about being on social media or being on these pictures. And every trip, basically every trip he's been on, backpacking, she's been there. He just makes it seem like he's by himself. But every holiday, every vacation, every backpacking thing he's been on, he's been with this woman. So it's no surprise. They've been together for a long time. I'm pretty sure he's been with that lady for a very, very, very long time. Big up Gamebread. Sound like a single man? Nope, my friend. I'm married with 7 kids. I keep telling you, brother. No one keeps believing me, but I keep telling you I'm married with 7 kids. Big up Below the Streets. And now Callan has been mentioning Rogan's name in association with Diddler a few times. Oh, really? Interesting. So do we think Chris D'Elia is going to go back on Rogan anytime soon? I doubt it, though. It'll be an awkward conversation. Because D'Elia would have to bring up the fact that Rogan hasn't spoken about him or mentioned him, like, in years. He really goes out of his way not to say Chris D'Elia's name. And Chris D'Elia was one of the mainstays of the comedy show, crushing it over there. Killing it. He had a couple of appearances on Rogan before that. So if I was D'Elia, I'd be pissed off because Rogan really went out of his way to cut his communication with D'Elia, like pretend like he doesn't exist, the same way he did to Callan. I'm not going to take that lightly. I'm going to bring it up if that was me. But you know, these comedians are big pussies and hate confrontation. So I doubt that's the case if he does get on Rogan. But I'll be curious to see that if he does get on Rogan and starts crying and starts paying. I want to see him get on Rogan and talk about the accusations. And I want to see if he does that whole victim thing again. It'll be funny. I bet Rogan cheats with trucker types. I don't think so. I think it's the type he's into, like either the muscular ones or the dainty ones. I think that's usually his vibe, isn't it? Like overly feminine, like cutesy girls, girly girls, or those muscular type that he likes. Big up Josie. Yeah, I remember whenever Joe's female guest on and he tried to connect and ask questions about his kids, he just kind of glazes over it, not because he's protecting them, probably because he doesn't have so much to do with them. No, I think he does. No. I don't think so. I think he's an active dad. I think he participates in his kid's life. I just think he just doesn't want to open that floodgate. He knows how people are on the internet, especially his fan base. He knows how weird they are, and you know, it's just not necessary. But it does make for a weird conversation when that person is opening up about, because you know, people's families and stuff is a big part of their lives. When they're opening up about theirs, and then there's a time in the conversation where, you know, there's like a sharing of stories. I open up, you open up, I open up, we open up. It's like a tennis match, but Rogan just refuses to play. You know, it's a bit strange. It can make for a weird interview. Be up Gamebread. When did Dana divorce? No, he's not divorced. He's still married. Dana didn't get divorced. Who said that? If he got divorced, we don't know that in the news. He's definitely not divorced. He's still with that same woman. She ain't going nowhere. What's he saying here? Yo, big up Uche. I saw Uche in the chat. Wagwan Uche. Wagwan Uche. Wagwan me Julie. Okay, cool. Let's move on. The curse of Papa strikes again. Jared Leto labeled Hollywood most persistent predator after women unleashes bombshell allegations. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, true. Do you remember when Brendan was obsessed with Jared Leto, by the way? That's completely stopped, isn't it? Do you remember that? Obsession with Jared Leto and wanting to be a fucking artist. What's happened with that? That's completely stopped now. That dream of being Jared Leto, being metrosexual, being a rock star, SNL vibes. Where is that dream gone? Where is that dream gone, brother? Continuing on. Done read the comments. Cooked in the comments. Former guest launched a podcast. Kind of for director Papa. Read comment. The concept almost. Okay, cool. I don't care about that. I'm never watching that, by the way. I'm never watching that. Fucking hell. That must be a horrendous show. Big up Chappelle Lacey though. Is Slow Joe gonna get the C clamps? Brendan Shaw, introducing my husband, the saint that never does anything wrong, and I'm the problem. Cool. I thought I was in the kitchen on my day off when I came across this. That's really good. Goodyear Police Department, and this guy looks like Brendan. Oh, that's so good. He does, isn't it? He actually does look like Brendan. That's fucking spooky. Holy shit. Officer Shaw reporting for fucking duty with the mullet and all sorts as well. the Mohican mullet thing, whatever is going on there. That is so hilarious. He actually looks like Brendan. Wow. Big up this officer, bro. Fucking hell. That's so good. Someone posted some Workaholics for FB group. I'm in, so shout out to my fellow homeless brahas. That's hilarious. Oh, you built a Humvee? I beg to differ. Built by B plan or Plan B. Built. Oh, built. That phrase as well is fucking hilarious. But what else we got here? We don't care about BGL. The Bills choose Ariel over your boy. Papa can't even convince himself the family wants to move.
Yeah, wifey was there all week, man, with her family.
Yeah.
They love it out there already. So we'll see, man. Counting down, baby.
I don't think that's true. I think that's a bit. I think he's reading too much into that clip there. What else is going on here? Cool, we don't care about the pull-ups. What else have we missed out on? What else we missed out on? Is that it? We did the pull-ups one. What's next here? What's next? We got everybody tuning in. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Appreciate all of you. Marg in the Wild Part 2.
My body is a temple, and when I see fat, sugars, and carbs, I go, huh, huh, hi-ya.
Okay. Simple Papa. Papa finally admitting that we told Roden he benched 40 was a lie. What's this about?
Recently.
Close. And if you're pushing, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's like on Rogan. I told him, he goes, how many times do you do 225? And the most I've ever done is 40.
So many times.
It's so many times.
So is he finally admitting that he lied about the 225 44 times and shit? Is he finally admitting he lied? Because we haven't seen a single post of him pushing out 40 of those bench presses, have we? I don't think we've seen a single clip of him bench pressing 40 bench pressing 225 40 times. We've seen him do it broken up, but I've not seen him say what he said he could do, which is bench press 250 pounds for 40 reps. Even with the half reps. I don't, people, when I made the clip, a lot of people in the comments were ragging on me saying, oh, that's still a cheat, it's still a big thing, it's not half reps, you guys are being dumb. Okay, cool. Let's give him the half reps. Even with half reps, I haven't seen a single clip of this guy do 40 reps of 225. So basically he lied, like we all said he did. Now he's admitting it, right? This piece of shit, this guy sometimes, bro. And it's not even like, it's none of our business. It doesn't really matter because none of us brought this up. He's the one that just made up the lie out of nowhere to make himself look awesome. And it's like, no one believed him off the bat. He then video records himself doing it broken up, which isn't what he said he could do. And now he's here like meekly admitting that he lied. Oh, yeah.
100% believe it.
Oh, yeah.
I actually saw you do, but not to interrupt you, but I did see with my own eyes you do, I think you did 32 pull-ups.
Yeah, I did.
And you're a big guy. And you did them, and they weren't kipping.
No.
Oh, I hate Brian Callen. I hate Brian Callen's cucking and fucking meat riding and human shielding and white knighting for Brendan. It's so fucking disgusting. It's so nauseating and vomit inducing. I fucking hate it. No man should do this for another man. I don't care who it is. Unless that person's your brother or something. This is disgusting. Let him fight his own battles. He made up the lie himself. Let him defend himself. Let him defend. What are you mentioning pull-ups? What are you mentioning kipping pull-ups for? We're talking about bench pressing.
No. Yeah. So then I did 225 this morning 34 times. So I'm 6 off from my ultimate goal.
How many times?
36. But I got that.
But we still haven't seen you do 40 like you said you could do. Was it 40 or was it 44? I swear it was 44.
I just got to get this bicep back. One hundo, and I think the 4 I can crank out.
That's a lot of. So you did it 34 times.
36. I'm sorry, 36.
You did 36.
36. I'm 4 off.
You did 36 times.
36 this morning. I'm 4 off.
That is.
It doesn't matter though. You're still off, and you didn't do it correctly. He keeps saying 4 off, 4 off. It doesn't matter. You said you didn't. He also rewinding. Didn't he used to say he regularly does 40 reps of 225 just to fuck around? Don't you remember him saying that? I swear he said he does that just to fuck around. So now he's acting like it's hard. I'm only 4 off. No, you made it seem like you do it on the regular basis. But now you haven't shown us you could do it once.
A lot of weight.
I know.
I mean, that's pretty amazing.
And when I said 40 on Rogan, I was like, I don't know about right now. Like, what if Rogan was like, oh, do I get a gym in the back? Let's do it right now.
No, you can do it.
I can do it.
It's fair.
But yeah.
No, you lied. But you lied. Look at Brian helping him with the lie. No, fucker, you lied. You said 40, but you never did 40. Or you could never do 40. Or you've never shown us you can do it. God almighty, man. Ay, ay, ay.
It's fair. You're
in that exact moment.
You are a freak.
35. I should have said 35.
You are a freak. You're very strong. I know.
I've just been doing it for, and I don't like, but that thing, because like I've worked out with bodybuilders, like people that you think are jacked, and they're not very.
Who cares, man? I don't care. Honestly, this strong, like he needs like a moment in the pod where he kind of can suck himself off in it, because the baseball thing, even though it's cringy and it's annoying, it's not really about him. It's about his kid. So he needs at least one thing that he can like suck himself off about. And so it also gives an excuse to Brian to get on his knees and suck him off on. He needs something. So I guess this is why we get these like updates about his bench press. Like, who cares? I don't give a fuck. What? Anyway, whatever. So it was a lie. I was right in the end. He can't do 40 press. And again, I wasn't right because I'm somehow much stronger than him, because I can bench press is my weakest part, my weakest lift. I can just about bench press is horrible for me. But judging from what I saw, and most people that watch fucking or that have worked out even once, you could tell from the way he racks, from the way he kind of bench presses, from everything, that he can't do 40. He can't. Especially regularly like he said he can. He can't do it. Even if I gave him the half reps, I don't think he can do it. It's just, oh yeah. Ridiculous, really. And also it's like, why would that even be believable? If you could do it all the time, that must mean you're the freakiest athlete ever who just doesn't happen to be playing professional sports. You have just this insane level of strength that was never once identified at the highest level of sports that you were trying to achieve. Not once did a coach, a scout see, oh yeah, that guy's really... Come on, it doesn't work out like that, man. It doesn't work out like that. If you're as strong as you think you are, you would have been way higher, or you would have done better in whatever sport you were in. Come on. That's the obvious thing. And it's just really hard to do. There are some freaks in gyms that can bench press 225, 40 times, but they don't just do it every single day. You might rep max that, once a month, once every few months, but he was trying to make it seem like that's just like a normal warm-up thing. Always has to be Goku. Papa, I'm Mr. Nike.
I'm Mr. Nike. I got all the Travis Scotts, I got all the Jordans. What the you're funding transgender kid programs? You know how dangerous that is? And then Tiger only wears Nikes. What the fuck am I going to do? What am I going to do?
It's immoral.
So I got to fucking go to New Balance now for Tiger? I got to order New Balance today? His practice tonight.
Utterly insidious. Nike would bankroll a long-term study on prepubescent athletes.
Or you could just not care and keep wearing the shoes anyway, innit? Like, come on, man. This fucking guy, bro. I bet you still wear fucking made in China shit, but you probably hate China and love the USA, don't you? Whatever. Ring's talking about what you watched last week.
Please don't be something. You say
no. I watched Temptation Island, the last season. Mm-hmm. And I will say that those shows, like Love is Blind,
yeah, I watch all that.
Well, what's good about them?
It's called a waste of time.
But it also does kind of highlight relationships and the dynamics and how that works. Like when couples go to, have you seen Temptation Island?
Yeah, but those are younger kids. Yeah,
they're like in their 20s.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
You're going there. You're engaged, are you? And then they get the hottest people.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do? They gotta get their dicks wet.
So, okay, we don't care about that. R.I.P. Clint.
I'll take some.
And Chin sips.
Bad. No, you're not in bad shape. Chin. But Chin's
good. Jim could be, if he looked away, Chin's look great.
Functioning alcoholic.
Very highly functioning.
Yeah.
He is a highly
functioning.
He's
very highly functioning. Why does Chin think he's very highly functioning? What does Chin do in his life that he thinks he's like very high functioning or very high achieving? or very high operating, or just smart, or intelligent, or very capable in any way. Chin thinks because he's a linchpin, on the podcast where barely anyone does anything else apart from him, that he is somehow the most important high function person in the world. It's like, bro, it doesn't, not really. You only work hard by design, really, because the pod's a bit of a mess, and you're the only one that has any type of practical technical skills. Doesn't mean you're the most high functioning, highest, like what? And the show isn't the most well produced thing in the world ever. The audio is always redlining. The camera angles are, meh. Sometimes you don't even charge the batteries. Like, come on, bro.
Efficient, highly efficient.
Alcoholic and kratom user, which
Yeah.
also means he's a drug addict.
Yes.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'll take Sanaz.
So we're gonna have to go with Sanaz.
We should do like a little course.
Sprint.
Yeah, some sort of course.
Something.
Well,
See what
when
happens.
was the last time you went to the doctor and really got checked out?
Last.
Oh, let me tell Donnie stop barking.
Yeah, like 2 months ago. We good, bro. I do have some heart stuff going on.
You have some heart stuff?
Some heart stuff. My resting heart rate is like 120.
What?
It's bad.
You're resting.
That can't be right. His resting heart rate is 120 beats per minute. I only know that based on music and DJing. And I know 120 BPM is pretty fast. That's pretty fucking fast. 120 BPM is like a house song. That's like some techno tunes. 120 BPM is like fast. Hold on. What is a normal resting heart rate for a man? Normal resting heart rate for a man, like most adults, is generally between 60 to 100. However, factors like physical health, fitness, age, and health. Okay, so 60 to 100. When to be concerned? A heart rate below 60 may be a sign of underlying medical condition. A heart rate above 100 can indicate they should be investigated by a doctor. Irregular or pounding of heart, especially accompanied by other symptoms, shortness of breath and chest pains, should be evaluated by the healthcare professional. Fucking hell, Chin. Jesus Christ, bro. He's really in trouble, isn't it? This alcohol and shit is really fucking him up.
Resting heart rate is 120?
Not all the time, but there's chunks of periods of time when it is.
Well,
that means
this is not good.
So they gave me some pills.
Yeah, that's really bad, actually.
Chin's taking heart. Hold on. Chin's taking heart pressure, blood pressure. Look how concerned Brian is. Look at how sad Brian looks about Chin. Chin's taking blood pressure, heart pressure medication at his age. Wow.
Now it's gone down to 110, 109 with the pills, but that's still bad.
Do you also have high blood pressure?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, Brian. That's why when we go to Austin, that Ways to Well place, whatever.
Yeah, you need to do that right away. Right
Chin,
away.
You don't need to be on a bunch of exogenous hormones. That's not going to help you.
Exactly.
Just stop. Stop drinking and work out more.
None of that shit is going to help you. You have...
No, maybe stop drinking and eating fucking Korean barbecue every day. Maybe that might help, brother. I think, to be fair, with Chin, it wouldn't surprise me if the drinking is the main problem. I don't think the eating is that bad, considering it's like, I won't say fresh, but Korean barbecue isn't the worst food in the world. I know it's not super, super healthy, but I would imagine the drinking is probably the worst thing. Because he says he drinks from the morning, innit? From when he gets into Tfatk studio, he's already on the booze. Like he drinks real. He doesn't show it because his face is always looking the way it does, but he probably drinks a lot more than he says he does. Fucking hell, bro. He might be close to having a stroke, innit? God forbid, anyway. Touch wood doesn't happen anytime soon, but it sounds like he's on the way to have a stroke. Fucking hell, Chinny.
Your job is to move more, stop drinking, stop taking all the drugs.
All the drugs?
Or kratom.
Yeah.
The drinking and the kratom, I don't think is good for you.
Of course,
So what you need to do if you're serious is actually take your health more seriously, which means exercise and stop.
I exercise,
doing that.
Bri, but no, the drinking thing is 100% something I need to absolutely.
What do you mean you exercise? When?
At least 3 times a week on treadmill.
Okay,
so I don't jog mostly. I do fast walk on a.
You know, his
incline.
resting heart rate is 120 to 109.
Chin's is?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
He's got
I know.
high blood pressure. He's got a heart issue. And this is not good. You're gonna, it's very possible you could die.
Listen, Fire Kid's not going to be around a long time. You're getting older. Chin's dying.
It is possible that we'll get a call. This is what I want to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. Brendan knows. If Chin dies, the podcast is over. He knows. He's joking about it, but he knows. If Chin dies, that podcast is a wrap.
Avoid Chin.
Oh no.
Chin passed away in his sleep.
Chin, your resting heart rate's over 100.
That happened.
No, so at the peak it was. So I would have to measure it every now and then.
Yeah, just
send
give
it
me
to
the
my
number.
doctor.
Yeah.
So it would be at 130. It would be at 130. At the
130?
highest.
That's so bad.
And then at the lowest, it would be 109.
You know what mine is? 60.
And when it goes to drugs and stuff, like it's never been easier to get drugs. It's at the touch of a dial.
That's right.
It's easy. And if it's not touch of a dial, if you're getting like recreational drugs, you can get other drugs.
This is what my whole special is about.
Okay, great conversation, by the way. When somebody's struggling with their alcohol addiction and drug use, great conversation to have. But yeah, fucking hell, Chin. Resting heart rate of 120. He's on blood pressure medication. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. And unfortunately for Chin, because he's such a redact, and because he's such a, for lack of a better term, a loser, I'd imagine the drinking and the Korean barbecue are a huge part of his identity. So he's gonna find a hard time letting that shit go. Because I think that shit makes him feel like a man, makes him feel like an adult, you know? He's gonna have a hard time letting that shit go, man.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Young Old Vibes, appreciate you.
Chin is the backbone to your success. You're cooked.
But yeah, that's even a good point. If Chin is the backbone to your success, you are already cooked. That's a very good point. But we know with Brendan, if Chin disappears, he's gonna find it hard to find a producer, recreate that magic, pay them the same way. They're gonna demand probably way more. But yeah, that's actually kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of sad. For once, I feel kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. I know I'm usually a stone cold, emotionless person, but Chin's like what, mid-40s, approaching his early 50s, and he's fucking himself up so bad that he needs blood pressure. Like what? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, real game bread. Fingers crossed Chin. Fingers crossed China actually sees the launch of his Chin grill. Fucking hell, game breed. Okay, we got Stevie M. He probably stress balls working for Papa and the IP. Oh yeah, true. He probably stress balls working for Papa with the IPAs. That's a fucking great point. But I'm hiccuping a lot. Apologies for the hiccups. But yeah, prayers for Chin. Papa interrupts Brian Trice in 10 seconds to tell him what Rogan said.
This is exactly right. And I happen to think.
How crazy is that? But what do you do?
So I'll tell you what we do.
Hold on. Let's say, I'll hear Rogan say, he's like, you don't.
I heard Rogan. Okay, cool. Are you the one that can fight?
That club is one of the worst experiences I've ever had.
Really? Why?
It's way better now.
No, I know. The guy
Here
knows
in
what
St.
he's doing.
Louis,
Yeah.
I opened that, and Joey Diaz warned me about St. Louis, and I was like, hey, no. Dude, I went. And security, they're just chilling. We were having some issues, It was rough, man. It was rough. And security goes, you the one that can fight? I went, buddy, but I'm not clocking in for fighting right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get these jokes off. I was so stressed, man. So stressed.
Yeah, you know what? That's one.
Press X for doubt. That did not happen. That did not happen in the slightest. But I do believe the start of the start of the lie, that he was going to San Jose and Joey Diaz told him that'll be rough, relax, be careful, and he acted like he didn't know what he was talking about. That I believe because Brendan's ego is outsized. Really has no relation to his actual talent or ability whatsoever. Talking about Gallagher, great guy, never met him.
Or it's like Gallagher. You think he wanted to fucking
who's Gallagher?
Break those fucking
Sarah
watermelons?
Michelle Gallagher, yeah.
Thank you.
What's his name?
Gallagher,
Gallagher,
bro.
Oh, my bad. I had to pull a reference out from the 70s.
He's the most famous guy who ever smashed watermelons. So.
Yeah.
He's
Gallagher. You can't pronounce Gallagher.
the only guy.
Well, they say his brother pretended to be him.
Yeah, Gallagher. That was Gallagher. That was who he was talking about. Guys, Gallagher's taking over.
He's like it's like a one of those bands.
Yeah, tribute band.
Nah, young old vibes. Stand on your shit, young old vibes. Don't back down now. Stand on your shit. Stand on your shit. Stand on your shit. You're disrespecting the king. You're disrespecting the GOAT. You're disrespecting me. Stand on your shit. If you're disrespecting Yeezy, disrespecting Donda, huh? Come on, man. Come on, man. Airways and Heartbreak, huh? Come on, bro. Jesus, huh? My people doctors in fantasy, huh? Come on, bro. Don't respect the GOAT. Papa on reverse aging.
If you look at his face, what does he look? 20? He doesn't look 20. What's he look? 30? He doesn't look 30.
He also doesn't look healthy.
No, he looks bad.
Yeah, he looks weak.
I'm sorry, but someone like Brendan, with the amount of fillers he's done, with the amount of fucking eyebrow threading, with the amount of fucking lip filler, cheek Botox, whatever he's done, faces, whatever he's done, him criticizing you for how you look, I take that as the highest level of an offense. I would not have it if that was me.
This is the whole thing.
I don't get it.
It's not about, oh, you look young. You look bad.
No, you look like a malnourished vampire.
Okay, but I'll say this though. He is just like David Blaine in this way.
Yeah.
This is all an experiment that he's doing, and he's the guinea pig.
Sure.
So it's not even like maybe he thinks he looks good or not. No, he's literally trying to see if he can stop aging.
Right.
And we'll find out.
Okay, big errors.
You know what? When you see it, and it's not this. Like people think that, well, it's because I have wrinkles, I look old.
Yeah.
No. There's something else. It's like whatever that thing is.
Your big ears.
Whatever it is.
Ears. You mean ears? Big ears. Fucking hell, bro.
Whatever that thing is.
Your big ears. Your big ears. Your big ears.
Whatever it is.
Not being able to pronounce ears is something, isn't it? That's something. Big up him though. 2 degrees, by the way. Brendan has 2 degrees. Somehow. 2 degrees. Papa reverting to his locker room jock jokes.
No, if it was 4 dudes, I'd make fun of him. If a dude got off there, kissed the ground, was like, thank God, and there's a bunch of men clapping for him, like, what the fuck? Now, if they're the engineers, I'm like, that makes sense. That's a big accomplishment. When you got 4 chicken heads, like, look what we did.
Chicken heads, bro.
Chicken heads.
It's Gail King.
She's not a chicken head?
They actually should have said The View, and they should have done an episode.
Yes,
they should have done an episode of The View from there.
But they can't all fit.
You know,
dude,
and trumpet.
Yeah.
The weight capacity?
One of them's just holding
No,
on
there's
to
no
it.
weight in space.
Gail doesn't have talent.
Well, she's made a name for herself in the
From
interview world.
Oprah. She's like me.
I don't know enough about Gail King, so whatever. I just know it would be funny if
Gail's
she interviewed.
the Brian Callen of.
At least Brian has talent. No, she's more like me. If there's no Rogan, I'm fucked. If there's no Oprah, she's fucked.
But you
take it.
Well, whatever.
You almost go to space.
She was trying to get. That was their Austin up there.
Yeah.
Would you guys do it? Would you guys do it?
Go up to space?
Yeah.
Now?
No, they didn't go to space. But would you go as high as they went?
Now?
Yeah, if they called you and Bezos was like, hey, dude, these hoes are over it.
Hey, Chris, just answer the question, innit? Just answer the fucking question, Crystalia. Ain't that hard to comprehend? Would you do it, yes or no? What, now? No, tomorrow. Yesterday. Fucking hell.
They moved on to...
Listen, these hoes are over it, imagine.
It depends on who else is in there, though.
It depends who else is in there, and also I think no.
You two and 4 fucking legit astronauts.
Oh, that'd be
maybe
fun.
if it was you, yeah, that would be hilarious.
No, but if it's like legit astronauts,
yeah.
But you
well,
would,
but we would be. Oh, imagine how hard we would laugh the whole.
Oh,
fucking
dude,
time.
we just be clowning.
Oh, I don't think you would. I think you guys would be so scared.
I
would be scared. Yeah, but I would
Finally,
also.
we're the same weight.
Take us back down, dude. I don't like that.
Farting in
no,
there.
we would be scared. We would be
Oh
scared.
yeah, just to see if I can make myself go
yeah.
forward.
Yeah.
I'd be like this.
You're moving too fast. You're farting.
And I'd be like, we got to get down. I shit myself. My shit is just like, Chris, look, it's my shit.
God damn it, dude.
I want to go to space with Chris now,
bro.
So you guys would do it?
No, I think no.
I'd be
but-
scared out of my mind.
Yeah, I would definitely be scared. Definitely be scared. But also probably emotional. Once you got up there, you'd be like, "Holy shit!
Gay.
Look at the world. Look at
It's
the world."
round.
Yeah, but you would be like, "Dude, Calvin and Billy are on that world."
Yeah.
Riveting podcast. I'm getting more and more convinced Rinks is gonna leave. Oh, look. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. I didn't see that actually. Brian Cannon with who? Is that Kim Condong, right? Yeah, Kim Condong and Tony Hinchcliffe. I guess that's probably the green room of the mothership, most likely. I'd imagine. Because yeah, I think that's so. I recognize the table. Interesting. So, what you call it? Cannon is definitely worming his way back into that scene, being seen around there more often, hanging out at the mothership, which I think is probably handy for his comedy career. He probably needs that move more than Brendan does. But I wonder what type of welcome he's receiving from other comedians. I wonder how comfortable he's feeling in there. I wonder. Because those motherfuckers, man, they did ditch Brendan and Brian pretty quickly when everything went left, right? When they all fell out with fucking Bobby Lee and shit. It feels like the majority of the comedy community kind of picked sides and they mostly picked Bobby Lee's side. So it'll be fun to see those same people who kind of, didn't return their calls, wouldn't go on Tfatk, didn't publicly support Brian with anything. It'll be funny to see them now suddenly getting in pictures with Brian. I mean, because now he's good in Rogan's book, so he has to be good in everyone else's book. Really funny situation all around. But it's good to see him out there trying to do his thing again. I think it's too late when it comes to reviving his stand-up comedy career. I don't think he's that funny anyway. So it would probably help if he was funnier. But I think it's too little too late. There's too many comedians out there now like killing it in terms of work ethic and whatnot. He won't be able to keep up with that. I think it's one thing being in Austin around Rogan and all that shit. That's handy. But you also have to work. You also have to be putting up clips, releasing specials, going on other people's podcasts and being a guest and being funny. And Brian just isn't that guy anymore. And he's nearly 60, You're going to be running out of energy. You won't care as much. He's also he's from a really wealthy family. When his dad dies, I'm assuming he's probably going to be left with a fat inheritance. So there's not a lot of time for him to try and make it again. So enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. But I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But interesting that Brendan's not there. Brendan's nowhere to be found. No Brendan there. No fucking Brendan. Interesting. Let's continue. GFL no brainer. Coach hasn't DM'd fellow wiki feet holder yet. Oh yeah, true. Has Brendan spoken publicly about the GFL flopping? Or about the GFL basically not going through their live events? Has he spoken publicly about it? I don't think he has he?
You have a football background and an MMA background, and then you have a league like this that contacts you. What's the mind like?
No brainer on man. And
it's happening on May 24th and 25th? No. So that means it's canceled. And yes, they have canceled their first two events, the GFL that is.
No brainer. Easy work.
No brainer, easy work. And how do you find time to do all this stuff? I mean, you got so much stuff going on in your life. How do you find time to do it?
Yeah, I mean, if it's important, I'll make time. I'm rushing back. Hopefully I get out tomorrow night. My son has a football game on his coach. I can't miss that game. So I figure it out. I'll make it happen.
The question is this. Are you getting any crazy inappropriate pictures or anything like that? Is Brendan Schaub slipped into the DMs and sent it?
Yeah.
No, but we were discussing tonight. We both have wiki feed pages.
Oh, do you really? Wait,
So we're just
money
discussing we
Stop.
could make some money in wiki feed.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Can you explain?
She brought this to my attention. There's a big feet fall.
The wiki feed
Wait,
page.
you have page? People made a page.
There's a page, and anytime you, because obviously I post a lot of
Okay, MML host guy. But yeah, Brendan hasn't spoken about this since. I wonder why. Someone needs to bring him up on that. Someone needs to pull him up on that. Definitely very sometime soon. What else do we have? What else do we have? Mr. Sharp, the second sync's been hit. Okay, we don't care about that. Bringing back this classic tune, thank him. Oh yeah, classic tune.
What made you go and be like, all right, I'm gonna go do stand-up comedy and go bomb forever?
Well, Bomb Forever is interesting.
Once again, one more time.
What made you go and be like, all right, I'm gonna go do stand-up comedy and go bomb forever?
Well, Bomb Forever is interesting.
But I don't watch the whole thing, but you can watch it because it's gonna copyright strike me. Mr. Nigi, another lie.
Weights, great.
I did 100 pull-ups in 7-something minutes this morning.
That's pretty damn good.
I was tired.
Yeah, that's.
I was moving.
What is that? 15 per minute? It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot to do consistently. Towards the end, it gets a little dicey.
Yeah, I think I can do that, but it's a lot. Can I do that?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, pull-ups, you're lighter.
Yeah, but that's hard.
Okay, cool. And we're gonna leave it there for now. We're gonna leave it there. I'll be back again tomorrow, motherfuckers. I think that'll be it. Let's refresh. Yeah, I'll do the rest of it later. So I think there's a new episode tomorrow. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna do that, but I'll be back for the rest of it tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be back again for day number 3 of the 30-day marathon stream because we did it one day ahead. So that should be fun. So come and hang out with me tomorrow, motherfuckers. Thank you for tuning in. Been a pleasure to have your company as per usual. If it's your first time tuning in, smash the like button, hit subscribe, all that good shit. I'm gonna be adding timestamps. To yesterday's and tomorrow and today's episode right now. I'm going to be adding timestamps right now. So those of you who like to watch it and skip through parts, I'm going to be adding timestamps right now. Thank you so much. Make sure you like the timestamps, like the comments, all that good shit. Join the Discord, become a member. We're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the month. 500 members by the end of the month during this May marathon stream. We're streaming every single day on the Random Show channel. Every fucking single day. I may even do it every day on the fucking Agostino Zinga Show channel. I might even do that as well. Fuck it. Because today's actually May 1st. I may even start doing that as well today. So make sure you jump on it. Be on board. Hang in there with me. I'll be appreciative, of course, of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we'll probably be back to regular schedule time. I'll probably do tomorrow regular times I do it, which is probably night time, so 11 o'clock my time. But I'll put up a fucking stream so you can see that later. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate you all. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. All right, cool. Peace. Bye.